This kid had dreamed his whole life of becoming a legendary hero, just like the heroes from the epic books he devoured, page after page. Still, for all his huge dreams, he had zero natural gift, no special powers, nothing. Then everything shattered the moment a dragon tore down over his village, while others bolted for their lives. He dug in his heels like a regular guy with one burning mission: protect his people no matter what. A roaring torrent of fire blasted straight at him. His dormant powers suddenly snapped awake, like it had been waiting for this exact moment. With one single crushing punch, he crushed the mighty beast until it finally hit its knees. Now, hold up, I don't want to spoil the fun before the story really kicks off. Rick Gladiardle collapsed on the ground, wheezing hard and gasping for every breath. The 4 people who trained him for the past 2 years praised his grit, and they were so sure he'd crush the test ground. Rick collapsed in exhaustion, unable to move, and even then he gasped that he still had a long road ahead before he could catch up to them. The exam day finally hit, and the whole city started buzzing with people. Right at the front desk, the receptionist smiled at him and demanded his guild registration card. She stopped dead when she finally recognized the man in front of her, Rick. Arisa, the receptionist, smiled and greeted him, and Rick's eyes shot wide when he saw her there. Then he blurted, "Wait, did you get transferred to the Central?" She nodded, eyes wide, and told Rick she couldn't believe he'd just quit out of nowhere and started working as an adventurer. Then Rick let out a heavy sigh. He said there was nobody around his age because nearly all the others were just teenagers. At 32, he didn't have the luxury to think things through. He was still an F ranker, even though most teens sprinted past that rank at 20. Arisa opened her mouth, but a man cut in asking if she had plans after this, and when Rick stared back at him, he couldn't help but freeze at the sight of a middle-aged applicant somehow. It calmed his nerves. He snapped, and Arisa tried to shove him away, claiming she was busy, until he flew into a rage and snarled at her to shut her mouth, saying women should stay quiet and just obey. Brickside ripped the man's grip off her arm. The man shot him a vicious glare and cursed at him, and then Rick clocked it. This orangutan reeked of booze, like he'd been drinking before the test even started. But after 14 brutal years as a clerk, he knew exactly what to do next. He tried to smile and break the ice, but the only answer he got was a punch that hit him. Rick blinked once and saw the hard-headed man's fist inching forward, crawling like it had all the time in the world. He let out a heavy sigh and realized that if he hadn't trained for 2 years, he'd already be getting slammed 92 times by now. He snapped his head to the side, dodging it at the last second. His fist shot forward and slammed into the man's abdomen. His eyes went wide because he didn't mean to hit him at all. It was pure reflex. The man crumpled to the floor, saliva dripping, and Rick just stared in confusion because the guy dropped from a tiny push through Arisa, then swooped in and thanked him, praising him to the sky. Rick scoffed that the man was weak and sluggish, but she shot back that she couldn't even see through it. She snatched up the registration card she'd already prepared. He shoved his exam number forward. An instant gloom washed over his face because in Japanese it read, "Die die," like that shina shine thing. He stared that man down and figured, yeah, you're an F ranker too, just like me. They glanced at each other and swore their ranks were being stamped low just because they were young. He spun around and caught a voice shouting his name. Lynette, the woman in charge, demanded to know if he was finished registering for the exam. Rick froze, and the moment she was there, heat rushed up his neck like he'd been caught. Lynette clocked how his eyes wouldn't look away. Then she teased him to stop ogling her melons and get moving to the exam seat because everyone was about to flood in. Yet his strange reaction made her realize something was off. Rick told everyone he only felt shocked because the whole town showed up to cheer for him, and he couldn't shake the fear that all that attention would summon trouble. He glanced around while they walked, and the crowd hit him so hard he just had to sigh. He told me that watching the young ones outshine him just shatters his confidence. Lynette leaned in and asked if he'd noticed any changes yet since he kicked off his adventurer life 2 years ago. She admitted she was scared the other examiners would start losing faith because of him, so she stepped in and told him to rein it in. Rick couldn't shake the feeling that his teachers had been feeding him the exact same line ever since those 2 years of training they're out there, isolated deep in the mountains. So he never realized just how brutally strong a regular adventurer really was. Lynette clocked it right away. He was still totally lost about the rankings and what each strength actually meant. So she started at the very bottom, ranked them one by one up to the top, and broke down what each of them could do. After hearing that, he decided, fine, I'll be strong enough to handle E rank. Lynette stared him down and told him to stay confident because he was part of the strongest party on the continent or Calcum Fist. Smith flashed a grin and told himself, fine at minimum, I'm getting to E rank in this exam. In the reception area, Arisa snapped to a guard and ordered him to haul the drunk man out. The guard demanded answers, and she told him that one of her acquaintances had rescued her earlier from this man's harassment. He stared at the man's armor, then snapped in shock when he saw a fist slam straight through it. The guard warned him this guy used to be an A-ranker and Knight Tyranny Domarudo, and the cops had been hunting him for battery. Arisa gasped when she realized this guy was an A-ranker. Then she told the guard, yeah, I know him. He only started training 2 years ago, and he's just some ordinary middle-aged clerk. The guard couldn't even process it. This middle-aged clerk actually beat an A rank. A few minutes later, Rick was finished with his physical exam, so the next thing on the list was measuring his attack power. He snatched the paper like it was his lifeline and used it to lead the way. And he finally stared at the spot where his second test would go down. When he finally arrived, he stepped inside and the guards barked everyone into a straight line, claiming they weren't gay, as if that explained everything. The woman in front shoved a slime bag in their faces and told them it would gulp their attacks right up. She told them, throw every magic spell or physical hit you've got at it, because that's exactly how they'd be graded. He stayed side by side with it because the mountains had already forged his skills through nonstop training. He remembered his teacher's words, if he could punch through a slime bag with nothing but his fist, then his body had already forged itself into something he could truly trust. Rick swore it would only shatter if someone had the power to smash straight through a dragon's teeth. Teeth clenched, he jumped when his teacher smashed the slime bag with a brutal hit. Then she snapped at Rick to slam it 50,000 times every day until it was gone. But he kept training under his teacher's watch, and it felt like straight-up torture. During the exam, he stared at the slime bag green and painfully weak like it was already doomed. The first examiner, Frito Diramudo, got called Anne. A cocky, boastful grin suddenly lit up his face. He whipped his hair back because he'd been holding his power in for too long, and now he was finally ready to unleash it. Even the other examinees froze in shock when they spotted Diramudo's 11-year-old second son, an actual prodigy rumored to wield magic on the same level as a C rank. Rick couldn't stop the jealousy from flaring up again at how insanely skilled the kid was. But it'd be the perfect chance to witness his power firsthand and turn it into a blueprint for him. Frito shot his hand up and ignited his palm with roaring flames, and Rick couldn't believe it at his age. He was pulling off a third-order binding. Those roaring flames yanked him straight back into his magic training, and the moment it hit, he realized staying here could be deadly. Because when that magic detonated in the mountains, it blasted the whole area to pieces. He could shrug off light magic blasts with his own power, but if he used those in a sealed room, he feared they'd burn down to ashes in an instant. When the boy finally unleashed that flame, a burst of flame ripped out like a firecracker and then poof, slammed into the slime bag. Rick's jaw dropped so hard it practically hit the floor, because that thing was way smaller than he'd ever imagined, and honestly, my fart could have hit harder than that attack. The flame slammed into the bag, it jerked and rocked for a second, then the other examinees went wide-eyed and gasped like they'd just witnessed the impossible. Frito smirked and admitted that he'd screwed up in a way he couldn't control. Everyone gaped, but Rick couldn't believe it. This was way too shabby for a prodigy. The professor praised Frito to his face and even straight up called him a genius. Yeah, after the other exams were done, the professor snapped at Rick to get up front right now. 4 examinees didn't even budge the bag, and it hit him was his training really built for this kind of weird situation. Rick Gladiartel's name blasted through the speakers. His turn had arrived. As he strode to the front, he wrestled with the urge to hold back. But when he heard everyone trash-talking him over his age and rank, his face tightened, brows knitting, as the man asked if he truly started as an adventurer at 30. Then he snapped, yes. But the man snapped that the magic rules were brutal because the limit only kicked in when you turned 20. He warned him, if you bomb that exam, drop your job hunt and find something else. When he spotted those eyes locked on him, Rick could feel it. These people were being slept on, and he knew it. Him for coming in late. He vividly remembered those brutal days when he shoved past every last limit his body had to race against the clock and still knock it out of the park for everyone's expectations, late as he was. and clenched his fist so tight it looked like he was ready to explode. He hammered the truth into his own mind. No one was allowed to look down on him just because he was older. He swung his fist, then his gut twisted with one terrifying thought: what if holding back meant he'd fail? He smashed the bag, then the chain snapped, ripping apart with a violent tear. Everyone froze in shock, then it got even worse as slime poured over them all. Rick couldn't believe it. The bag snapped in half, even though he'd always relied on one that could soak up attacks strong enough to wreck anything. He suddenly realized, man, in the past 2 years, he'd been taught everything. And the one lesson he never got was how to hold back. So I'm guessing his training was just 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every single day. After the physical test and the written exam, Rick finally got that perfect score. Lynette lit up and praised him. Frida was glaring at his back, cursing the old man for cutting him off twice, and he only then realized that rage sparked in his chest, and he decided to get payback on the next exam, since his whole specialty was defense. At the field, the collision detonated into an explosion, and Frito's jaw dropped when he saw Rick smash a fourth-order magic head-on. The wizard looked utterly drained, yet he still gave Rick a fierce, breathless compliment. He told him to crank the defense up a notch because the moment was here, and they were about to jump the power to the fifth order. But Rick leaned in and told him to chill. He'd only get one defense move. The wizard went pale and warned, "Keep doing this, and you're playing with fire, because that first order usually won't stop a fifth." Rick leaned in and told him not to worry, then ordered him to fire the spell with zero restraint, and the wizard nodded like he was ready to unleash hell. He dug deep, summoned his magic power into a whirling orb as he chanted the magic words, then flung the shock cyclone straight at him while everyone froze in pure panic, because Rick wasn't budging even an inch. But when the smoke finally cleared, Frito was still sobbing, shaking with pure disbelief. The cyclone-throwing wizard crumpled onto the floor, wiped clean of strength, and everyone stared at Rick like, what happened to him? Sylvester, the kingdom's top-ranked knight from the chivalric order, stormed up to the field and demanded to know why the exam was dragging on so long. He stunned the woman into silence, then spun his head around and realized exactly what was happening. Even the F-ranker obliterated the green slime bag, smashing through the wall and barrier with one punch, and when a high-class wizard fired a fifth-order attack, he still blocked it using a first-order spell. He let out a heavy sigh and asked if she was messing with him, but the woman shook her head, no joke, just the brutal truth. She said that slime bag wasn't stuffed with the lowest grade slimes, it was built from solid mid-grade ones, and that Rick cast his spells with zero chanting. Sylvester's eyes snapped wide with pure shock. He laughed it off as impossible. Like even he, a first-ranked knight, couldn't pull it off. It felt like Saitama had slipped into their world. Maybe this is him right before the baldness. He demanded the examinee's information. Then he spotted the examinee, a 32-year-old F-ranker, and it hit him like a shock. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of life he'd really been living. The second he saw Rick had been a clerk for 14 straight years, he blinked hard like he couldn't believe it. He demanded to know if that name was for someone who had managed to subdue a dragon. Outside the walls, Rick met up with Lynette, and when the first exam rolled around, he couldn't believe he could finally go all in, no holding back. She told him they only gave him that order hold back because if he didn't, he'd end up crossing the line and going after someone else. Rick dropped into a chair and swore he was worried over nothing. Then a voice burst in, calling him a commoner. Rick locked eyes on the runner and spotted the Prodigy stitched into the exam. Then Frito's frown deepened. He blurted out, shaky and nervous, "That's me, Frito Diramudo." Frito Rick let out a heavy sigh and told Lynette, "Every time I see lost kids, I can't stand it. I'll go find Frodo's parents." Frito started sobbing, saying he'd been doing great on the exam until Frodo's name suddenly got in his way, and Rick gasped when he realized he was crying. He shot back that he hadn't used any dirty trick, then scrambled to explain everything. And then this woman snapped his name out of nowhere, furious that he'd made her little brother crow. Rick stared her down and blurted, "Are you Frito's sister?" She didn't hesitate. "Yeah, I'm Angelica," she said, "the firstborn daughter." Frito bolted to his sister and burst into tears, telling her a 40-year-old orangutan had been bullying him. Rick gasped like he'd just woken up from a nightmare he swore he was still in his 30s. Angelica couldn't wrap her head around the fact that some 40-year-old was bullying a kid while Rick just scoffed and claimed he was still around 30. But she flat out refused to listen. She spat out that he was an evil 40-year-old menace, and she yanked her gloves right off. She flicked her gloves straight at him, like a challenge thrown in the heat of the moment. He faced her head on and dared her to a duel, then he groaned, because she wouldn't stop calling him 40s. So he snatched it up and snapped, "Doing laundry for pure white is torture." Then added, "And you wouldn't get it, you're a noble." Lynette snapped in his ear, grabbed that glove, and he'd basically be saying yes to the duel. But it was already too late for him to catch on. Angelica let out a little chuckle and told them both, "You each get one condition." And the deal was brutal. The loser had to slave under the other servant until they finally died, and she felt totally safe about it, since she was a second-class knight in the kingdom's chivalric order. The two of them stormed straight into the battle arena. Frito kept blasting cheers for his sister nonstop. So Angelica's pride finally snapped and hit its breaking point. Rick let out a heavy sigh and realized he'd dragged himself into a mess he only came to take the exam. In the Philheen Kingdom, the chivalric order was sworn to keep the peace, and Angelica's class held a higher rank than the rest. And there was this legendary knight class only 13 people in all history ever managed to earn it. Lynette told him a second-class knight should match a B-rank adventurer, so he had nothing to fear. She warned him to hold back, so Rick snapped back that Angelica was basically on a whole different level than a newbie like him. Fear clawed at him. Would he live long enough to make it back home safe? Lynette told him to cling to his 2 years of training, and she chuckled in a way that sounded nervous. All he could think about was the terror and the torture he'd endured. Lynette asked how he was holding up, and he snapped back that his spirit was falling apart. Then she told him he should have felt lighter by now. It hits him like a punch. Every person he meets is blown away by just how strong he is. So he marched up to the front, fearless and ready for anything. Angelica flashed a wicked smirk and snapped, asking if he was finally done talking to his coach. Rick had no clue what he was truly capable of, so he dumped every ounce of his power into the moment, and Angelica's scoff cut through the air when she saw his face shift. Then she laughed, claiming she'd go easy on him because he was just an F-ranker. She slid her left foot back and unleashed thunderous power, channeling her craft into buffing both her body and her weapon with strengthening magic. She wondered if he could even keep up with her pace, so when she tore forward with a blink step, Rick's jaw dropped at how fast she moved, and before they could even blink, Angelica was already on his heels. She stared him down, flashed a smirk, and basically told him, "I'm not adding you to my waifu list in this manga because I've already got 2 the elf and the clerk." Frito burst out laughing the second he saw his sister's unstoppable assault crush everything in its path. He dragged that 40-year-old peasant woman into the open, taunted her with a smug grin, and bragged that the flash of light sister, Angelica, had appeared. She scoffed, clocked that the middle-aged man couldn't even get words out, and snapped that she wasn't skipping out on purpose anymore. She snapped forward with a blink step, and I swear the internet itself freaked out like thousands of zippers tearing open all at once. Rick's jaw dropped. Again, he stared at Angelica and just couldn't shake the feeling that she was moving way too slowly. Lynette watched her flash of light routine, and it still lagged way behind his usual sprinting pace. Lynette shouted his name, and he instantly snapped into a dodge. He slid to the side, and Angelica was. Erica went speechless when her attack got dodged, and panic hit her hard. How did he read every move like it was nothing? She glided across the floor, convinced those first-class knights had one rule: she'd only get reactions if she moved at her own wild speed. She glared and snapped that luck had saved him, then lunged back and sword blazing, attacking again like she'd settled the score. Right out of nowhere, a tiny pebble slammed into her stride and completely shattered her momentum. Rick figured she must have used her noble ties to land in this class. Then he stared straight ahead and froze. At the front, he froze. She was spinning like a damn disc. She was shrieking as she spun around and around to face it, still screaming. He kicked off a wild storm of slashing swings, sure. His teachers probably taught him plenty, but nothing prepared him for the first time he actually laid eyes on a tornado of a woman, sword in hand. He had to scramble to dodge it, just barely making it, plotting to make him believe someone out there would always be stronger, so he'd never drop his guard. Angelica's attack sliced the floor clean in a single straight hit. She spun around and let out a breath of relief when the old man didn't even catch her stumble over that rock. She scoffed, saying the last time anyone could read his moves was during a special class night, so she kicked it up and moved even faster. She scooped his fallen body down, dropped to one knee, and then snapped forward again with a blink step ring. She blasted forward at triple speed, and Rick couldn't help wondering if that was her real, no-holds-barred full power. Then he shook the doubt off fast, because he refused to let his guard drop. Rick figured that if he swung without control, she'd unleash a deadly counterattack. So he decided to lurk and watch closely. He lunged sideways to dodge her strike, but Angelica snapped back in shock. She couldn't fathom how this man kept dodging her at full speed, and she knew she only had 2 more bursts like that left. So she cooked up a new plan, one that would let her steal the win. She reckoned that if she smashed into him at full power again and again, over and over, it would finally break him. She snapped forward again, driving in with her blink step like lightning. But just like everyone knew, Rick sprang aside and dodged it, and she slammed the brakes mid-charge, gritting her teeth in furious rage. She screamed, snapping her willpower into action. She was so fed up it practically burned. But Rick decided her attack was just a fake blink step, so he locked onto the perfect moment and waited to strike. Angelica stumbled again, tripping over another rock. "That dumb witch," she shrieked at the top of her lungs. "Getting." Rick got blindsided when she suddenly vanished from his sight. He stared at the floor, and then his shock hit hard as she charged in from the front, heading straight for her. Rick couldn't believe this woman had seen his attack coming, only he didn't know Angelica had taken a tumble onto a rock. Rage and nerves spiked in Rick's chest as the moment to strike in front came, and he couldn't just stand there. So he slammed the brakes, twisted his move at the last second, overthinking every beat like crazy, and smashed his fist to fling Angelica off himself. The blast hit so hard it almost tore open a hole in reality. Angelica was left completely stunned by everything that just happened. She shook with pure fear and blurted out, "Who are you?" And Rick calmly said, "I'm the guy who turned over a new leaf 2 years back when a clerk became an F-ranker adventurer." Angelica looked like a poop was about to burst out of her butt. Rick even said he'd been told to hold back. But instead of backing down, he grinned, seized the moment, and pushed himself against a top-tier opponent so he could finally unleash everything he had. Angelica flashed a grin, tossed her hands up like she was ready to be taken, and then the whole room, he started getting fired up. But the second he clocked that Angelica had given up, his body went still. With tears streaming down her face, Angelica shook all over and finally confessed her defeat. Like brother, like sister, she bolted into the night and shouted for her little brother, Frito. Rick suddenly snapped back to a memory and shot them a question about the pact. Where she lets it slip, lose the challenge, and you're stuck as the other's slave. Rick hadn't told her his condition yet, so he turned around and asked if she should keep using hers. She screamed that she'd smash through her limits, then dashed forward with a fresh blink step right into danger. Rick let out a tired sigh and admitted it was her fastest speed yet today. He wondered if she had to go to the bathroom, so he watched her bolt away. The two of them hurried into a waiting room, bracing for what came next. Rick sucked in a deep breath, praying he had actually cleared those exams. So Lynette told him, "If you don't pass, crank your training up to 3 times no excuses," Rick grunted, then muttered that by then he'd be dead. Out of nowhere, a man's voice cut through the air, booming that Lynette was a gorgeous dark elf. A man strode up to her, saying he needed to ask her something. Lynette started to shut him down, but he bulldozed right over her, and he introduced himself as Lastar Duramudo, claiming his family ruled the noble folks in the north, and Rick ignored it, immediately thinking, "I'll call him Hale." He inched closer, leaned in, and demanded her name. Then she gave him her full one, Lynette Elfelt. He froze for a moment, then groaned out her name like it was the most beautiful thing he'd ever heard. He claimed he'd dropped something and teased her, asking if she wanted to know what it was. Then Lynette shot him down with a cold, "No." Lastar grinned anyway, flipped the question, and kept pushing like she'd said yes, even though she clearly hadn't, and grabbed her hand, then told her he tossed his love straight into the depths of her eyes and winked like it meant everything. Lastar demanded she follow him to the north of the country and become his second wife, and Lynette snapped into a hard frown, squinting at his face like she couldn't believe it. Rick sensed her unease creeping in, shoved himself forward, and blurted that this beautiful elf was his girlfriend. He knew Lynette hated this lie, but it was the only move he had. Lastar sized him up head to toe and snarled that he was a dull, run-of-the-mill middle-aged guy. He spotted the ticket Rick was gripping and straight up asked, "Are you here for the promotion exam?" Rick snapped back, Yeah, I am. Lastar snapped into sudden roaring laughter and started making fun of him, mocking him for still being an F-ranker at his age. Rich said everything dragged way slower after he hit his mid-20s. Lastar let out a smug chuckle and said, I'm an A-ranker now, but when I was just 14, I climbed from E-rank. He flashed a grin and casually said he was the examiner for the second exam's mock battles. She locked eyes with Lynette and invited her to lunch. Rick stared at her, and shock hit him like a punch to the chest. With a jolt, Lynette snatched his arm and blurted that she was dating him so she could shut down his invitation. She said his perfume was so overpowering it made her nose sting, and Rick chimed in that he could smell something nasty nearby, only to realize he had no idea it was him. Lastar clenched his jaw and snapped that someone like him had no right to stand beside a beauty like her. He jabbed a finger at him and ordered, Get ready. If you're taking over our group in this exam, you'd better be prepared. The second he walked out, Rick let out a harsh sigh, slammed his face into his palm, and muttered because trouble was crashing back in again. When Lynette clocked the banner getting nailed to the board, they then spotted Rick's number. When he spotted his number, pure joy exploded in him, and she immediately stepped in to congratulate him. He felt his hands on her shoulder, yanked them back, and blurted out, I'm sorry. Then he added another apology for the lie he told earlier. Earlier, Lynette flashed a smile and said, It's totally fine, and you could tell she was genuinely happy about it. She spun around and hustled to their guild to file the report, while he stood there completely flustered, cheeks blazing red. Lastar erupted in rage in the cafeteria, kicking the chair beside him as he spat curses at that ugly middle-aged man. Teeth clenched in pure fury, he swore that if he ever saw him again, he'd beat him to a pulp. His mind drifted. Then two voices hit him like a gut punch. Angelica and Frida were clinging to his legs, sobbing their hearts out like someone snatched their lollipops right in front of them. Frida snapped that a 40-year-old had used dirty tricks to flex during the exam, and Angelica shot back that same man even tried to take advantage of her in their duel, so Frida asked what he looked like, and Angelica said he was a 40-year-old town hall worker, a low-ranking adventurer. Suddenly it hit him an orangutan, of all things, crossed his mind, and blurted out to Frida, What's that guy's exam number? The sibling trio totally gives me Team Rocket vibes. Right in the middle of their trip to the next exam, the two hit their moment. Rick wondered if he could stand his ground against a human opponent and still pull off the win. He groaned, completely drained from spiraling thoughts, and Lynette stepped in to calm him down. But a chilling voice yanked the moment from behind. A tuxedo-clad man stepped up and demanded, Are you Rick Gladiator? Rick stayed on high alert and demanded, Have we met before? The guy winced, apologized, then introduced himself as Lynx Loloto. The examiner ran a second exam, and Rick burst with happiness, punching the sky, thanking God that hail didn't hit him. Lynx told him he caught his reflection and realized he'd been a clerk for 14 long years. Rick let out a heavy sigh, convinced this was the second he'd finally get roasted for showing up late yet. But Lynx, of all people, actually praised him for his jaw-dropping determination. He said that someone just like him, a fellow middle-aged soul, actually gave him the kind of encouragement he needed. He told me he became an adventurer at 24, and he leaned in and asked if there was some dream driving him, something he wanted to chase so he could become an adventurer even at this age. Rick froze in shock and blurted out, Yeah, I really did have a dream. He fired back, So how'd you know? And the Lynx just chuckled, then admitted he'd had the same dream at that age, and he had to claw his way to a ranker to make it real. He swore he'd been grinding on it for 20 years and still only hit B rank, yet he wouldn't quit. Rick grinned, thinking, this guy might be just like me, driven by the same fire, no matter how old he is. He shot a quick nod and thrust his hand forward. They clasped hands, grinning like they couldn't wait for the mock battle later. As Lynx strode along, Lastar spotted him and clocked those battle-worn martial artist hands with a devilish grin. Lastar beckoned him over and demanded they talk. Rick and Linus stormed to the official post and spotted Lynx. Turns out Loloto was their examiner, and the real trouble was about to begin. He finally exhaled thankfully. That Hail Noble didn't wreck his exam. He stared at his ticket, and then it started vibrating like it had a secret to spill. The voice on the ticket snapped that Lynx's body had hit a rough snag, and they wouldn't be able to take control of the exam. Rick's sweat poured down from the pure nerves, and the moment he tipped his water bottle back, he heard their last Ardiramudo, would be the one he had to examine, and it felt like the heavens just slammed into his face. His other teammates looked crushed, swearing that no one could ever pass that exam. Rick caught their words and shot back, asking if Lastar was the famous one everyone talked about. Then the woman said, like, Star was a total genius packed with 1,000 skills, and everyone swore he was the most powerful mage the world had ever seen right before the story cut off. A mage teaming up with an F-rank crusher who should not be this terrifying. She said Lastar loves to torture whoever catches his attention, so she warned him, don't you dare get under Lastar's nose. Rick nearly buckled to his knees because that monkey would surely break his spirit. As soon as the exam began, the very first test taker got dragged out on a stretcher, blood pouring everywhere. He was spitting curses because Lastar went all out in an E-rank exam, screamed with pure frustration as he yanked his own hair. During the exam, Lastar casually muttered the word like it was nothing, then it made him bring it all up. A lizard rock hurled itself at another examinee. When the examiner got crushed and blacked out, he rasped out one last breath, then sneered that all the other examinees were worthless. The crowd watching felt nothing but pity for every examinee because during the last hour, they'd quietly blocked everyone from passing on purpose. A star with a wicked smirk told the 4242 guy to hold up because once he felt his wrath, he'd regret every second he waited. He suddenly snapped to attention when an elite guard called his name, and he shot back, "What?" And the man barked at him to back off, saying they'd handle the disposal of villain number 4242 themselves. Lastar warned him to stay out of the way, but the man smirked and said getting beaten by him, the strongest A-ranker, would be pure humiliation. For a second, we froze, then I snapped, make that guy fail the exam, get him disqualified. He let out a chuckle and told her, timing is everything in the exam, and it would be awesome to watch him scramble, racing the clock to make it in time. In the waiting area, Rick couldn't stand still. He paced like a caged lion, trying to figure out his next move. When he pointed that way and demanded why Rick looked so flustered, Rick shot out a startled gasp because the examiner, he said, was holding a grudge and was the most ruthless A-ranker of all. Lynette told him to trust his own strength, but Rick was losing it, screaming like he was seconds away from going completely off the rails. A piercing, high-pitched voice snapped Rick's focus, demanding to know if he was here as an examinee. Rick thought a fortune teller here was weird, but the guy leaned in and asked if Rick would let him use his magic to calm him down. He told him Rick might be suspicious, but this time he'd do it for free. Rick yanked the chair the second he heard it was free, but Lynette's eyes snapped wide open the moment she spotted the markings. In the blink of an eye, Rick vanished, gone before she could even blink. It was teleportation magic etched into the chair itself, so when Rick finally tumbled into his trap, that man just chuckled like he'd planned it all. It was Frito. He cackled and taunted, "The best actor comes to me." But his grin died the second a vicious slash ripped through the crystal. The wall and the window behind him shattered instantly. Lynette yanked his collar, hoisted him off the ground, and pinned him with a chilling stare as she demanded to know where he teleported Rick. Cato's skin was icy with sweat, but he clung to his pride and tried to look unshakable. He went completely still. As lashes hit his face, Lynette narrowed her gaze and snapped that the next target would be his eyes. Tears and snot started piling up like they were trying to flood the whole room. So Frito panicked and blurted that he'd sent Rick no more than 100 meters away, because that's all he could do. Meanwhile, Rick whipped his gaze around like he was hunting for something. Still reeling, he couldn't even figure out how he'd ended up in the square right in front of the arena. He couldn't shake the question, why on earth did that fortune teller send him there? He shot to his feet, then heard a brutal stomping coming straight for him. When Rick spun around, he locked eyes with a towering brute who demanded, "So you're the one who beat Angelica." Rick's face broke into sweat as a pack of men in black marched toward him, closing in fast like a Yakuza crew. The man strode right up to him and announced, "We're the elite guard of the Diramudo," and would be trapping him in the grave and burying him alive. He snapped. Right then he clocked that the fortune teller was none other than that Prodigy kid. They asked if they could get in his way to stop him from taking the exam in just 30 minutes. The guard shouted that he beat Angelica. But Rick told her the truth. She didn't lose. She just bolted because he urgently needed to poop. Then he started trying to explain even more, but the elite guard completely brushed him off and then snapped a weapon into their grip. Rick scoffed at the weapon that had been pumped full of courtesy reinforcement, like it was something special, even though it still came from an A rank. But inside his head, panic was screaming, "I'm doomed." He clamped his hand over his mouth and figured this was going to be brutal because going up against them like this might keep him from making it to the exam on time. The elite guard was seconds from striking, then they spotted 3 people marching straight toward them. He spotted Rick, leaned in, and demanded to know why he was there and where Lynette had vanished to. The guard went completely silent the moment he spotted the 3. When Rick whipped around, his whole body started trembling at the 3 of them shot a look at what was happening. The tallest bald guy barked, "Rick!" and fear shook Rick's guts to the core. Then they demanded to know what he was doing outside the exam area. He said he'd only come there to catch some air. Then the man demanded, "So who are these guys?" But the bald one next to Rick barked out a curse at him, snapping that they were busy. Rick yanked his shoulder, and sheer shock hit him in an instant. He told his teachers, "You're my friends," and insisted they were just there to prove what they could do. His teacher leaned in, tilted his head, and asked straight up if they needed help. The bald man spat curses at Rick's teacher. In panic surged through Rick, he begged, "Stop right now if you want to live." They dragged the butler's number like a lifeline, pleading with them to pull back. But the elite guard flat out warned that if anyone interfered, they'd be wiped out. The bald man raised his massive sword at the teacher, but instead of panicking, the teacher just chuckled and stayed stone calm. The thick blade slammed into his skin and shattered into pieces. Instantly, he froze, stunned by what he just saw. The teacher slammed him for his negligence in training his weapon, because that kind of failure doesn't deserve a single ounce of praise. The bald man couldn't wrap his runny head around it. This guy shattered his sword without even lifting a finger. Eggman clenched his fist, then sprinted straight at him like a storm about to hit. His fist got trapped so fast it might as well have been effortless. He couldn't budge his fist even an inch. He pushed harder, but the man looked him dead in the eye and said, "Not bad for the strength in your arms." He clamped down on the egg's fist even harder, and the pain ripped a scream out of him. Rick's jaw dropped the moment he saw it. The moment the egg's fingers snapped, numbness ripped through them. The teacher snapped, "Don't worry, it'll mend fast," and he instantly thrust his hand forward, aiming at his shattered fingers. And the glowing light snapped everything back to life instantly. But the teacher snapped, "Sure, you have got the strength, but now lock it on your body, treat it like one unified thing, and train your mind to really feel it. That's how you get truly stronger." The guards stared at the teacher, dumbfounded because an orc was speaking and even casting magic right in front of them. This is one of those rare monsters who doesn't just hunt at adventures, like it's got an adventurer's badge and all. A priest packed with insane strength and sharper than steel intelligence, this wise Bluestone ash orc didn't just fight, he strategized. He said their guild was packed with only S-rank adventurers, the toughest party across the entire continent. Oracle Confist. The guard laughed it off as just a legend story, then his jaw dropped when he realized the guild was real and standing right there. Bluestone demanded to know who was next, and the guards surged together, bracing to pounce on him. But Rick shoved out another warning, begging them to slow down and hesitate. The pointy-eared kid called him over, warned him he wasn't really among friends, and told him straight up that he'd landed himself in trouble. He knew exactly why. If Bluestone ever ended up clashing with those men, he couldn't help but feel sick about it. He threw out that stone and swore he wasn't like those two, begging for a peaceful ending. Then he yanked a mother effing gun from his magic bag, one that could blast 30 tiny lead balls at a time. Balls, he blew the bullets at the guards while yelling like it was all just for fun, and Rick grunted hard because the pain from those shots hit him immediately. In a land of swords and sorcery, this kid's grandpa whipped out an M4A1 and settled it the American way. Rick stepped in and stopped him dead, and then he had the nerve to ask if he wanted to test his brand new invention. He leaned in and demanded, "Tell me, are you all alive?" The guard's jaw hit the floor and he blurted out, "Who is that kid?" The old man snapped that he wasn't some kid, he was a rare blend of dwarf and elf, and he'd worn that look for over 50 years. The truth was, he'd become the strongest weapon craftsman in the whole world, Mizet Eldorf. They spun around the instant a voice barked, "Don't move." A man grabbed the girl and pressed a knife to her throat, and Rick snapped, begging him to stop acting like a total fool. Bluestone nodded and warned him, "Don't spit venom, then let the girl go." The man barked a devilish laugh, convinced they were only pretending to protect the girl. Then he ordered the others to beat them up. The girl Rick tilted her head and fired off a sharp question. What was this man doing? Rick's panic spiked. He blurted out that the man was just toying with her, so the girl grinned and asked, "Okay, what do you want to play?" But the man spat a curse at her and shoved his weight onto her shoulder. She shrieked like it hurt so bad and blasted them as a bunch of bullies. She let out a piercing scream, and right then, boom, a wave of magic power exploded out of her, hurling those monkeys straight into the air. The guard's face went deathly pale, sweating cold, after seeing a kid blast a 7th order spell with 0 chanting. An old man pointed at that 10-year-old kid and declared, "You're a pure vampire, and the deadliest attack mage in Drekel is Alice." The old man let his weapon clatter to the ground and said that after seeing the legendary party, he'd finally hang it up and sail into a peaceful life, and the butler's fresh start seriously blew my mind. So when he heard they'd pulled out, Rick's smile lit up, and he thought, all right, now I can finally get back to the examination. Back with Lynette, she still clutched Frito tight, and it felt like he'd been up there for 2 whole months while she promised, "I'll only set you down when Rick shows up." Frito told her, "Hold me tight no matter what," because 20 elite guards were already waiting for him. Just as he started to speak, the words died in his throat because they heard Rick. And when Frito saw Rick standing there unscathed, his eyeball practically exploded out of his face. Frito demanded to know what he thought he was doing. But Rick threw out an apology for dragging a relief squad into the mess he started. Frito was completely rattled. He couldn't see any way he'd survive those guards. But before he could get another word out, Lynette slammed him straight into the ceiling to shut him up for good. Rick spun around and caught the chaos she'd left behind. She looks so modest and quiet you'd swear she's harmless. But if Rick pushes the wrong button, she won't stay mindful for long. They tear back to the waiting area. Rick sat on the bench, gripping his nerves as he waited for someone to finally call his name. He let out a heavy sigh, knowing a storm of hail was about to slam down on him. They heard heavy marching getting closer, then spotted the medical team rushing in with an injured examinee. Rick let out a heavy sigh because Hale was acting completely unhinged. But Lynette realized he wasn't spiraling anymore. He was way calmer than earlier. Rick smirked, then shrugged it off like it was nothing, claiming he'd just doubled down on his resolve. Then Lynette leaned over the edge and spotted something below right away. Caught his knees jittering like they couldn't stand still. Rocking back and forth, then everything went dead silent for a beat. And Rick finally snapped, admitting he couldn't shake the nerves of facing the strongest A ranker. Lynette kept trying to steady him, even as her words looped back and repeated. She sank into the seat in front of him and stared him down, eyes locked like she wanted answers. "Listen." She looked him in the eyes and demanded he stop doubting himself and start believing he can do it. Rick got stranded in the mountains for 2 brutal years, clueless about what an A ranker could really do, so he kept telling himself he'd never build the self-confidence he was chasing. Lynette said that hearing someone else's words could send his confidence skyrocketing. She even leaned in and told him she truly believed in the power of his strength. And ever since Lynette picked the road of an adventurer, she's been betting her heart on one thing: he'd beat that man. She leaned in and begged, "Promise me you'll believe me." He grabbed her hands and thanked her for always cheering him on. Their conversation got yanked to a sudden stop, like someone slammed a door mid-sentence, when they heard a voice shaking with fear. It was Lynx. Blood poured off him like he'd been carved open. Rick tore in right after, grabbing him and demanding to know what happened. Lynx crumpled to the floor and blurted that Lastar had him. Rick's eyes popped wide as panic hit, thinking Hale did it just to seize control of the exam. Lynx said that Lastar heard about his dream back in his hometown, by forging a school for every kid who dared to chase their dreams of becoming adventurers. Lester snapped that lowly oldies like him had no business teaching kids because they'd just turn out the same. Then he kicked him and told him to know the limits of his own body and then rush back to the countryside. Rage and frustration swallowed him whole because he couldn't defend himself, and begged him to pull out of the exam, warning he'd end up getting treated even worse than this. Rick popped to his feet and told Lynx, "I'm pushing through no matter what." But the moment his number got called, he demanded that Lynn team up and help Lynx. Bro was so ridiculously strong, he didn't even clock that they were trying to off him until they hurt someone else. And then the hostility finally hit him, right when the next showdown was about to kick off. Lynette slipped inside to hunt down Bluestone and the rest then. But then a woman called out to her. Arisa stepped in and told her the truth, Rick's old co-worker. Lynette stepped forward, introduced herself, and flashed a warm greeting right to her face. Arisa admitted she'd only shown up to watch Rick take his exam. So Lynette nudged her to team up with her colleagues and keep an eye on Rick together. A sharp, high-pitched voice rang out calling for Lynette, and it was Alice shouting her name. Bluestone barked at Lynette to sit right beside them. Mazette suddenly clocked the woman right beside her, and Arisa stammered out a shaky greeting. Mazette flashed a huge grin at the big melons, bragged that the seat next to him was empty, and Lynette immediately warned Arisa that he might start harassing her. Stone leaned in and asked how Rick was doing, and Lynette shot back with total confidence that he'd breeze right through the second exam no sweat. Arisa leaned in and asked, "So you're all Rick's teachers?" Lynette snapped her head up and nodded. Bluestone told them, "Strength is built on 4 great foundations. Train your magical gift until you hit 20. After that, growth grinds to a halt." Then Arisa blurted, "So tell me, how did Rick manage to keep getting stronger?" So he laid it out. Rick's magic power was weak and told him to brute force his way up until he could grab the most terrifying monster barehanded and make it fold. For the last 2 years, Mizet drilled Rick in magic control. Then Mizet just chuckled and snapped that Rick still couldn't land a single defense spell. Rick kept grinding with Lynette on body control, and when Arisa watched it all, her jaw dropped because she finally realized she wasn't a normal maid at all. Rick's power was basically sitting right on the edge of an S rank, but he could beat his teachers if he tapped the forbidden talent he's carrying right now. He doesn't even know how strong someone is at F rank or at any rank, because his masters, who are C rank, keep insisting it's normal for an F rank to struggle and stay down. Lynette leaned in and told them Rick has no idea what he's capable of. Bluestone kept pressing on the confusing 3, then Mizet's eyes snapped to it, because she suddenly remembered what happened right before Rick kicked off his training. Bluestone told Rick that his humility was his biggest weapon, but she was quietly hiding just how terrifyingly strong he was becoming with every single session. Mizet tells us that deep inside Rick's head, he still sees himself as an F ranker, and he's totally blind to how far he's grown. He snapped into worry because the examiner Rick would be facing could be trouble. Lastar stood there, chin up, confidence roaring in his chest. He smirked at Rick and then let out a sharp, contempt-filled scoff. He couldn't believe it. There he was, totally unscathed, even with his elite guards around him. Rick fixed his eyes on Lastar's blazing aura like it might burn the world in half, and demanded to know why he ever decided to become an adventurer. Last, he shot a raised brow look and said he would. He was born with raw talent, but now he was hunting for the perfect moment to quit because boredom had already drained the spark. Rick let out a heavy sigh and admitted he refused to get beaten by him. Lastar chuckled and told him to act a lot more polite because he'd crush him with terror if he pushed it. But then confusion hit hard when he realized the guy wasn't saying a word. He sized Rick up from head to toe and demanded to know if he'd lost his nerve. But he was fighting to hold his rage in check and keep his cool. Lynette had already warned him earlier, stay calm, lock in, and only focus on the opponent in front of him. Rick let out a heavy sigh, then packed those words deep inside his head. When the last star ignited the third order magic, a blazing flame swallowed everything in its path. Rick clocked it right away. This was Frito's chantless version. When that massive fireball came roaring at him, faster than he could blink. The instant it detonated, a bone-rattling boom ripped through the whole area. Arisa gasped, panicked for Rick as the smoke kept hanging around the area. Rick froze in place as the explosion tore through everything. Ashes coated him from the smoke, clinging to his skin like a curse. Lastar couldn't believe he made it out alive. Then he smirked and joked that the next one would sting just a little. He snapped his arm across the air and unleashed a brutal fourth-order magic blast, called Hurricane Cutter, and that savage blast of wind slammed into Rick, but the wind vanished the moment it touched him. Lastar locked eyes, thrust his palm forward, and told him to speed up. He unleashed a wild mix of attacks, thunder crashing down, waves surging forward, and razor-sharp winds tearing through the battlefield. He kept launching attacks, barking that guys like him should harass Rick. Marisa stared at the teacher and snapped, "Why are you acting so calm? Why aren't you freaking out about Rick?" Rick heaved that crushing cement boulder off himself, rage bubbling as the curse gnawed at him for still trying to muscle through his stubborn streak. So he made up his mind he'd finish it with his fist, and then he launched at him in a blink-step ring flash and hurled his fist at him. Rick met it head-on with his knuckles, and the blast hit so hard it blasted Lastar clean off the ground, and Arisa just stared, stunned by what the examiner's attack had done. Lastar managed to hit the ground on his feet. Rick finally got it. Lynette's warning wasn't random at all. Because Lastar was busy flexing his innate talent, he strutted around like he was the main event, so full of himself. And his four great foundations were in absolute chaos. Rick curled his fingers into a tight fist and grinned because he knew no matter what there was zero chance he'd ever lose to someone like that Lastar. The cowardly siblings erupted in cheers as their older brother stepped up. Rick got scoffed at and they claimed their attacks just so happened to cancel each other out by sheer luck. He shot his hand up again and launched yet another burst of flame. Eliminate Rick stayed dead calm, lifted his palm, and waited. The second the flames licked his hand, the whole thing shattered and got blown away from him. Alistair's sibling gasped in pure shock, and Rick just smirked, saying that this sloppy magic was so weak he didn't even bother using a single spell to stop it. Alistar still wasn't buying it. He leaned in and warned him not to get too cocky. He shot forward with a blink-step ring, vanishing and reappearing like a strike of lightning. Rick grinned anyway, but not for long. In a blink, his fist shot forward, just inches from that smug grin. His body snapped into action on the spot, and his iron body surged to life. His defense snapped up just before the impact, but Rick's brute strength bulldozed right through it, got shoved back a few brutal feet away from his opponent. He let out a chuckle the moment he realized Rick's power wasn't just good, it crushed anything above E rank. He let out a heavy sigh, saying the test drained him and he started feeling wiped out. He slashed him as a third-rate nobody so full of himself, and Rick couldn't believe how badly he didn't want to sign off on him. He swore he wasn't using magic at all. He was using body manipulation that towered over Lastar's strengthening magic. Lastar didn't buy it for a second, so he leaned in and demanded to know how he'd gone from nothing to unstoppable in just 2 years. Rick dropped his eyes like something deep just hit him. He swore he wouldn't step out of the dragon's den until he tore that thing down and proved it could be beaten. He couldn't forget how he died drowning in that swim. And he hauled those 1-ton weights behind him, forcing himself to sprint through the monster's land until he finally clawed his way out 100 kilometers to freedom. Teresa's face went ghost white as she stared at Rick. Stunned he'd survived. How was that even possible? Bluestone spoke up and said it plainly. Rick did die, and the words made Teresa jerk back in shock. Then Bluestone leaned in and told her the whole truth. He dragged Rick back to life right after he perished. Alistar grinned and told him he'd get terrible marks for lying, because no one could survive what he went through. Rick shot back that his dream drives him onward, the same kind of dream that Lynx had before Rick injured him. Alistar leaned in and asked what kind of dream haunted him, and he shot back that he had to crush the world's strongest monster, Kaiser Erecipedo. Alistar froze, words dying on his tongue, and Frito almost choked on his own saliva, and his older brother cracked up, laughing so hard he could barely breathe. Yamato's dream was pure fairy tale hero magic, the kind of bright, impossible dream a kid swears is real. He told them to finish what they started, then slammed his 7th order magic into the forest ropes. Then, out of nowhere, thick roots burst from the ground and snapped around his arms and legs, pinning him hard. Rick didn't see the chantless attack coming, and it hit him completely off guard. Lastar slapped his hand onto the ground and swore he'd finally unleash his real talent. A surge of raw, powerful mana erupted around his hand as he chanted words that felt weirdly familiar, like Rick had heard them before. The E-rank powerhouse, with 1,000 skills, unleashed his deadliest magic, humanity's absolute peak, the 8th Order, crafted by a colossal monster built from tough strings of plant fibers. The crowd was buzzing like crazy because this was the very first time they'd ever seen an 8th Order come down. Orissa's nerves were on fire, and his teachers just watched in tense, wordless silence. Unlike those 2 monkeys, who were busy cheering their older brother. Rick tightened his jaw and clenched his fists, and as his muscles snapped with power, a fierce burst of solid magic whirred into the air. Alistar scoffed and bragged that basic attacks couldn't touch his magic. Then Rick grinned and vowed to punch the first thing standing in his way. But Alistar leaned in and told him he could still drop his weapon. Rick snapped back. "How many times have you burned that magic already?" Alistar shot back that he'd used it a bunch of times and now he'd finally mastered it. Now, in just 2 years, Rick blasted magic 100 million times, way beyond his basic attack. The crowd in the bleachers went dead silent, completely stunned by what they just saw. Orisa even demanded, "Is that physically possible at all?" So Bluestone swore it could be done if you use that special kind of space. Alistar's patience snapped as Rick's endless bluffs finally drained him. So he crushed his own dream. He ordered the monster he'd built to smash Rick, and right then, Rick fought like hell to wrench himself free from the roots, trapping his every move. As soon as he stepped off, Rick blew his air show wide open to hit back against the Dressel God impact. Boom! The hit unleashed a brutal wall of force, and Lastar cackled like a devil as he taunted him as a crushed low-ranker. But when he felt the monster trembling under him, his eyes went wide, then the impact shattered the 8th Order monster's arm to pieces, and the crowd sucked in a breath in pure shock as they stared at Lastar, the strongest A-ranker, soaring through the sky. Saitama would have been stuck wondering how Rick still has all that hair, and the two monkeys dropped their jaws as they caught the look on their older brother's face. Rick let out a heavy sigh and swore that no matter what hit him, his dreams would stay untouched. After the exam, the hallway erupted. People stared at him as he passed, whispering nonstop that Rick was insanely cool for beating an A-ranker at his age. But the crowd's sudden shift in attitude toward him threw him into a full-blown panic. His teacher stormed up to him, grinning ear to ear, and praised that devastating attack of his. Rick suddenly felt strength flood his body, and that's when it hit him. Why had he been getting everything wrong the whole time? He grinned and told her those tough teachers had forged him for the last 2 years. He added that they were to blame too because their actions warped his common sense. But the noise nearby yanked his focus away, and the Dirimuto siblings kept pressing him, asking if he could honestly make it on his own. Rick's shout made Lastar slam on the brakes right in the middle of everything. He fired off the question like, did he really understand that even a slow starter like him had still managed to knock out an elite genius like that? Frito scowled at him and demanded whether he was just trying to toss a cheap insult. Then Angelica cut in and stopped him. Lastar shot a look at him, then yanked his gaze away instantly, and Rick told him, just grind one skill, master it all the way to the very end. He broke into a grin and told him, I've got big hopes for you. Lastar tried to stare at him, but shame choked him so hard he couldn't move. Then he swallowed the fear and declared he'd take charge of his next exam. It told him to brace himself for what was coming. Angelica bowed right before they slipped out, and Rick grinned as he watched them disappear. Bluestone snapped his name like a warning and demanded he come tell. Tell him the scores were getting posted. Lynette snapped her eyes to it. Rick was way too calm, especially compared to how he'd been during the first exam. So he said the nerves vanished the moment he remembered the memories from the scars of his past 22 years. That's when little Rick sat down and devoured the legends of the hero Yamato. The hero tried to crush the strongest monster, but it was too much, and victory stayed out of reach. The hero could only hope that someday one of those kids would rise up and finally beat Kaiser or Rasapiodal. Little Rick got completely obsessed with crafting that story, like he couldn't stop. He chased a wild dream to beat the strongest monster out there. After she heard his dream, his mother snapped him into the conversation and ordered him to trade it for a safer job. His father also warned him to land respectable, steady work because his future family would depend on it. One day, while he was stuck in school, his teacher blindsided the class by announcing they'd be taking a special test to uncover whether they had any hidden skills locked inside them. Rick's classmates practically buzzed with excitement about knight or mage school, but Rick, he didn't care one bit. The second the examiner said they discovered a skill factor, everything inside him snapped into motion. His eyes blazed with pure electric light. The second class blew past. He sprinted back to their house, all fired up to tell his parents the results straight on, like Yamato from the book. He was so sure he could walk right into his parents' room and tell them everything that he'd finally made the jump and chose the life of an adventurer. Days slipped by, and now his classmates kept peppering him. So did your skill finally show up? A whole year dragged by, and still somehow his skill wouldn't show up. 5 years later, it was still the same disaster. He was fuming, stuck answering the same questions over and over. That night, while he sat there reading a book at Preach, Train When You're Young, he let out a heavy sigh, shoved it back on the shelves, and bam, spotted the appointment letter for a clerk job in the reception area, one he'd gotten just a few days ago. He finally swallowed his pride and agreed to his parents' wishes. A safe, steady job he clung to for 14 straight years. He worked for the Tiger Road Guild, right in the thick of it. Scribbling orders across those papers, he crowned the adventurers for every hard-won subjugation. He snapped his head up the moment a man named Zay called out to him. The man leaned in and asked if he had any small illegal favor, promising he'd pay handsomely for it. But Rick warned him, clear as day, doing it was illegal. Flashed his ID, and when Rick saw that rank, his whole body froze in pure shock. They bumped it up to a B rank. He finally had a way to survive as an adventurer, and all he wanted was payback. He'd lock eyes with Rick, who'd crushed him as an F rank, then pull him aside and invite him for a drink. He staggered like a drunk old man, convinced he'd been stuck in the same chair doing the same grind for 14 years, while Zayd zoomed ahead, got promoted, and climbed all the way to rank B. A kid starts out chasing a dream, life slams them with a not today twist, and suddenly, right when you think it's over, you land in a whole different career. He was lost in his thoughts when a high-pitched alarm shrieked out of nowhere, and the woman snapped, "It's a monster!" Rick came to his senses, saw a hulking troll rampaging through the street, and knew he had to shut down at least whatever B-ranker adventurer was about to charge in. But the second he spotted a woman in maid clothes, he burst toward her because she wasn't moving at all. He stepped right in front of her, blocking the danger with his own body. But the woman slid right in front of him, barking for him to back up. The woman snapped her arm up and carved through the troll like she was playing Fruit Ninja. Then Rick's scream tore out of his throat as flesh hit the floor and blood sprayed everywhere, and she even smiled and thanked him for trying to save her. She pulled him in, told him she was an adventurer, and that's exactly how the Rick and Lynette shipping sparked. His jaw dropped as he stared at Lynette, mouth hanging wide open. When they asked if he was right, nerves hit him like a truck, and he stuttered mid-word. He hauled himself up and swore he was there to rescue her, only for fate to flip the script and rescue him. Instead, he thanked her through the shock, asked her name, and the two introduced themselves. Then the story kept rolling. And just like that, Rick clocked how strong she really was. So he blurted out whether she was a B, rank adventurer. Lynette cut him off. No. He couldn't believe it. This was his first time watching an adventurer go full battle mode, and he'd only been stuck behind the counter as a receptionist at their guild until now. He had her pegged as an A rank, but the second Lynette snapped no, everything froze, and he couldn't. She flashed her ID card like proof of authority, marking exactly who she was and what she outranked everyone with. Rick froze in disbelief. This was his first time ever seeing an S show up in the rank section. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lynette's card was special, so he told her the question was still burning in his head. He kicked things off by laying out his plan to smash Kaiser or Sapio, and he straight up asked, "I'm 30, can I still start training and become an adventurer?" Lynette told him he already had the most important adventurer trait, courage, and she proved it herself when he rushed in to save her. She leaned in and asked him if he'd heard the rule, once you hit 20, that magical quantity makes leveling up as an adventurer brutally hard. She leaned in and said, "Adventurers don't just need guts, they need a certain amount of it," but she chose to tell him the truth straight up, and basically crushed his dream by telling him that becoming an adventurer was probably hopeless. Rick swallowed hard when her words hit him, then let out a heavy sigh and forced a bitter, shaky smile. He said that once a top-tier adventurer told him that, it felt like a crushing weight slid off his shoulders. He chuckled and told her he still felt great because he'd met this amazing girl, and he even teased her into dinner. But the second she snapped, sure, his shock hit like lightning. Lynette leaned in and told him she could lock in a time for 7 o'clock tomorrow. Rick stormed into the guild, and Arisa's eyes widened because the guy radiated pure, uplifting energy, humming like he'd just won the whole world. So Arisa told him he looked like he was in crazy good spirits. Rick leaned in and told her they needed to hit the grind harder, no excuses. But Zayd heard it and chuckled, calling it annoying. Then he leaned in and asked for a B-rank Q. So Rick nodded like crazy, and right on cue, Zayd cringed hard. He practically flew to their meeting spot, all fired up because, even after his dream of becoming an adventurer got completely crushed, he refused to give up on life. But then, boom, a voice shrieked that a monster had struck, and he cursed through gritted teeth, smashing the floor as his perfect day got obliterated. A man spotted him and snapped, "What are you doing?" Then he warned, "Every single person will be wiped out by these monsters." Rick tried to brush it off as talk until the man said there were 30 monsters. Rick's breath caught, and he instantly understood he'd be heading straight toward Lynette. He bolted straight out to find her. When he finally showed up, he figured stressing out was pointless. Then Lynette clocked him instantly, eyes instantly sliding to her melons. Like, yep, nothing's bleeding here. Because honestly, that cute little face was hiding the true monster. He stared at the heap of blood and torn flesh, then saw the monster still closing in, marching straight for them. He asked what was going on, but Lynette shoved him to run fast because she wanted him out of harm's way, and he was ready to slip out before he could slow her down. The moment he heard Lynette groan, she crumpled to the floor, chest screaming with pain, and he came charging in. Lynette instantly realized what kind of magic this was. A massive wolf snarled at Rick and the others, then lunged straight at them with claws bared. But just in time, a man lunged in and carved the wolf in two. He stared in shock. Turns out the one who saved his life was Zaid. Other adventurers came charging in, hurling their toughest skills straight at the monster. Their powers smashed those hidden monsters instantly, like they never stood a chance. The guild slapped together an emergency request, and they showed up right on schedule. Seconds ticked by, and the three adventurers surged ahead into the unknown. He stared them down and suddenly hated the idea that he was just sitting there watching them. He felt that this wasn't jealousy. Lynette grabbed his attention and ordered him to shout, "Run," because things had spiraled out of control way too fast. Rick tried to calm her down and said those adventurers were only B-rankers. But Lynette snapped back that wasn't even close to good enough, because a dragon was lurking nearby. Rick's eyes narrowed as he snapped that there's no way a dragon could possibly be there. Lynette admitted that when a dragon's magic hit her, her own spells went wild because the trauma she'd buried in the past stole her control. When Zaid unleashes a final slash to cut down the last monster, he suddenly understood monsters don't usually show up like this, not since the day he was born. Rick snapped for them to run for it, but the moment he spoke too late. They heard the frantic flapping overhead, and when that ginormous creature loomed in the sky, every last one of them went stone still. Zaid snapped that dragons weren't allowed to set foot in the countryside. Rick guessed those monsters weren't marching there for fun. They were fleeing the dragon just like he was. Everyone knew the rule: if there weren't more than 5 M-rankers nearby, they had to bolt and run. The moment the dragon hit the ground, it stomped forward straight toward them. They bolted the second it happened, but their faces slammed into something that stopped them cold. They all snapped to it. The dragoon had built a barrier in front of them. Zaid roared and swung his axe to break it down, but it stayed completely silent. Then the dragon let loose a deafening roar that made every one of them shiver to the bone. They froze from terror, then got completely blindsided. Rick didn't just step forward, he threw himself in front of the dragon like a true hero. Zaid's skin went clammy with cold sweat as he blurted, "What are you doing, Rick?" And the dragon slowly looked him in the eyes. So Zaid leaned in and said this would be a pointless death. Rick heard it, and he knew it too. He told him, straight up, if you die battling this dragon, you'll go out smiling happy to perish as an adventurer. Rick snapped his eyes back onto the dragon. He felt it in his bones. There was absolutely no way he could take on that thing. He shut his eyes and weighed one terrifying choice: fight or bolt. He replayed his parents' voices, drilling his future into his head. Rick's blood was steaming with pure, unstoppable heat. And he just snapped, no holding back. Now he decided to chase his dream right there, on the spot. Zaid snapped at his comrades, warning them not to let some receptionist lead their charge, and they fell in behind Rick. The whole scene hit Lynette like a shock, because she couldn't figure out why Rick was acting like that, especially when she knew he couldn't so much as scratch the dragon. The moment the dragon unleashed its breath attack, the adventurer sprinted to the side, yet it wasn't Rick. The moment dragon unleashed it, the village got ripped apart in a storm of destruction. The moment those flames licked the ground, everything they touched crumbled into ashes. When the smoke finally cleared, the adventurers were shoved aside, gasping for air, and Zadie laughed that Rick's skill was absolutely smothering their hopes of victory. Lynette clocked what was happening to them, and she started blaming herself, convinced she couldn't do a damn thing to stop what was happening. When the dragon yanked its jaws open again, Zadie sighed with dread, and he knew right then that this was the end for them. They stare as the dragon gathers a scorching breath, building power with every heartbeat. They froze in disbelief when the dragon's eyes tracked something right as a hand shot out from the pile of wreckage. Rick lurched to his feet like he was barely holding himself together, and Lynette nearly dropped in shock when she saw him alive. But when the dragon raised its arm, Rick didn't hesitate. He threw himself into the fight to make his dream come true. Out of nowhere, something in his gut snapped awake, and just like that, it declared he'd unlocked a new skill. Rick's eyes bulged with raw shock as the reckless soul skill snapped to life, and the second the dragon's hands crashed into him, everything changed. The instant the scream hit, the net anxiety jolted in total shock. He froze mid-breath, thinking Rick had been crushed to death. But they had no clue he had clamped the dragon's hand in his palm. Rick yanked it away hard, and the dragon stumbled off balance. Rick's body was brimming with magic, overflowing like it couldn't hold any more Zaddy Rose, staring, wondering if that was truly Rick, while Lynette gasped at how his magic was spilling out, even though he'd never trained a day in his life. Rick stared at his palm and instantly remembered the tiny Rick he used to be. Fingers slipped over his eyes, and he snapped to himself. His skill activation came too late. He locked eyes on that colossal lizard in front of him. So he grinned, then told him the whole thing just to see his brand new skill in action. The dragon let out a deep growl and snapped its jaws wide again this time. Rick wasn't scared at all. He poured all his power into that fist. He hurled it straight into the dragon's open mouth. A burst of magic ripped out of his fist like a lightning strike. A thunderous explosion ripped through the air the moment it slammed into the dragon's mouth. Everyone snapped into a collective gasp of shock when they watched the dragon's flesh explode into pieces in the blink of an eye. Bro nearly became Saitama. Then everything went silent as the top half of the dragon's body crashed to the floor. Rick grinned through his heavy breathing, then let out a chuckle like, "Yeah, my skills aren't half bad." He wobbled, crashed out, and everything went pitch black. Then it hit him. He remembered that brutal fight with the dragon, and when he tried to rise, his whole body screamed in pain. Lynette snapped at him not to push himself. Every magic circuit in his body was wrecked, like a lifeless husk. Rick asked if she'd stayed up waiting for him, but when she told him he'd slept for a whole week, shock hit him like a truck. Lena leaned in and told him the orichalcum fist her party wanted him to come join them. Confusion hit him in that exact moment, but the courage he showed in battle lit the room up and earned him an invitation to be. Because Lynette was sure Rick could become an adventurer, no doubt. Not even a little. She even said their mission wasn't just rescue, it was to take down Erisipito too. And my mind couldn't wrap around it. Nothing like this had ever been said to me before. His eyes flooded and his voice snapped. As he blurted, "So you're really cool with me aiming for that?" Lynette grinned, bobbed her head, and blurted out a loud, confident yes, stepping right back into the present. Lynette leaned in, grinning from ear to ear, and congratulated Rick for finally becoming a fully pledged adventurer. He thanked them and couldn't wait to tell little Rick he was insanely grateful he never gave up on their dream. And after all that struggle, he finally landed himself as an adventurer. Right after the exam, Rick rushed to see Lynx, only to find her still laid up and healing. He asked if they should grab that promised drink, and when Lynx chuckled, he basically said, "Anything works. Today's all about celebrating you passing that exam." Lynx blurted out, asking if he could drop him at his party's meeting spot, and Rick's face instantly twisted into pure worry and fear, like he'd just swallowed an arm-sized stool. A few days later, Lynx Lalato hauled his top-tier gear up the mountain, just the way Rick told him to. He glanced at the address and made sure, yup, he was at the right place. The second Rick yanked the bell, he bolted outside to greet him. He blurted an apology for scaring him, warned that it'd be bad if one of his teachers stepped out, then held his breath and waited for him. As soon as they stepped inside, Lynx blurted out why no monsters were prowling nearby, and Rick answered that they stayed far away from the castle. Lynx demanded why he'd been forced to wear that gear, and Rick just grinned, telling him he'd understand in no time. Lynx slammed them open the second they arrived. Lynx thanked her for backing him up during the exam, and then bam, a child's voice cut through the air, shouting Rick's name. Alice burst into a leap like a total kid. No magic tricks, just pure instinct. Fueled by Lynx's wish, the world turns demanding a lively daughter to breathe life into everything. But everything flipped the moment Alice unleashed her lightning bolts straight at them. Lynx stared in disbelief because the chantless, sixth-order level magic hit like a thunderclap. Rick shot forward, leaving him scrambling to catch up, and snapped it back hard to protect the allies' Lynx. He planted his hand on his waist and snapped at Alice for still messing around with magic inside the castle. Lynette stared at Alice and warned her she'd dock some of her meal budget if she pulled that stunt again. Alice's face drained of color instantly. She launched herself to the floor and snatched hold of Lynette's skirt. He was hurting so bad, begging her like a lost puppy not to snatch his food away. Rick's aside rushed over to Lynx, apologized, and promised he'd play with Alice a bit because if he left her like that, she'd just go right back to it. Lynx nodded, said he'd look around, and Rick fired off a quick warning, Stay careful. When Lynx slipped into the garden, he froze. Everything was ripped apart. And right there, a person sat in a chair like they'd been waiting for him. Eldwarf tinkered with the weapon he'd crafted, and as Lynx strolled over to cut in and shoot out an apology, Eldwarf only nodded because he'd already figured one of Rick's friends was on their way. So he stepped forward, introduced himself, and let the conversation kick off. Lynx stared at what Eldwarf had in his hands and demanded to know. Then Eldwarf said it was a weapon he personally forged. The Ultragun Model 6 was basically an RPG-7 clone, and he told Lynx, "Run a test for me." He barked orders and showed him exactly how to grip it the right way. When Lynx yanked the trigger, a guttural scream tore out of him as the missile suddenly roared to life. And boom, he detonated a massive explosion. His jaw dropped in pure disbelief as he stared at what the explosion left behind on the ground. Eldwarf threw his head back in disappointment because all that was left behind were ashes. Lynx stared at that destructive weapon and thought, if they mass-produce this, the face of every battle in the world would flip overnight. When he finally slipped out of the garden, he strode back to the castle. Eyes twitching with one burning question, was this kind of thing even normal at their party? He suddenly slammed on the brakes when he spotted a door cracked open, then leaned in and peeked inside. And I totally mistook him for a hamburger shop register worker until Bluestone caught his vibe and commanded him to come inside. Lynx swallowed his pride, apologized, and then hurried inside. He scanned the room and demanded, "Is this your library?" But Bluestone laughed and said, "No, this is my room." When those books ring the walls, his panic starts to melt away. Lynx tried to make sense of the book titles, but he already knew no matter how hard he looked, it was all going over his head. From the way he saw the world around him, he figured Bluestone was a gentle soul, quiet, steady, and never quick to open up. So he asked Bluestone, "Are you Rick's main trainer?" And Bluestone shot back, "Are you really interested in Rick's training?" So Lynx seized the moment and shot him a question. "Can I get a lesson from you?" Bluestone rose to his feet, grinning as he said his eyes were blazing, just like Rick's. So he finally agreed, training the kid himself. Lynx grinned with pure excitement, and I swear he was about to say, "I hope Tika." He held on to that smile all the way to the very end. Just a few hours later, everything still hadn't calmed down. Later, Linny trekked into the woods to grab fresh mushrooms for dinner, and then out of nowhere she heard a man's blood-curdling scream. She shot her gaze upward, and there they were. Lynx tumbling off the cliff like doom, raining down, and Linny grabbed him by the arm. Arms locked in place, and he saw him sprinting after every last breath. Linny dropped him to safety and demanded, "You okay?" Lynx fought to breathe and thanked her for saving his life. Just as things were calm, he suddenly spotted a gigantic boar, and Linny grinned, saying it was the perfect ingredient for their dinner. She stared down and spotted the ankle weight's 500 kilograms of pure nightmare strapped to Lynx, and as he let out a tired sigh, he swore he only asked Bluestone to train him, not to be slammed with these things as he sprinted down a 70-degree slope. If Lenny hadn't stepped in, Lynx would have been a footnote in history by now, because Lenny told Rick he died again and again, all thanks to Bluestone. She ordered him to ditch the ankle weights, then grabbed them and hoisted that massive boar like it weighed nothing, like it was just a stuffed toy. The moment Rick and Bluestone showed up, Rick started laying into him until Bluestone shot back that he could just bring Lynx back to life. Life Allah took her, then gasped in shock as she blurted out that she also wanted to play with Uncle Link. Eldwarf grinned and snapped that it was Rick's fault. Linny reassured Rick that it was all over. She'd hauled his friends back safely, and he didn't have to worry anymore. Rick burst over to him and snapped, worried, "Are you okay?" Lynx could barely believe it. Somehow he'd come back alive. Rick shook his head and said, "If Bluestone calls that light training, then hell's the next step. And if Alatok says she won't do it again, that monster will keep pushing it harder than before." Worst part, nobody can ever trust what their own members swear they'll do. Lynx asked how many times he'd died, but he dodged the question and fired back with a wild pivot to Lynette's cooking skills. The moment they stepped inside the castle, they slid into their seats and dove into the food together. Right there and then. They were all hanging out, laughing nonstop, and soaking up every second together. Lynx couldn't believe a meal this delicious even existed, so he praised Lynette's cooking skills. Bluestone cleared his throat, leaned in, and fired a question at Lynx. Had he heard about the magical stones, the 6 jewels? Lynx froze at the wild question out of nowhere, then blurted that it came straight from the legends of Yamato. The 6 jewels are locked in the dungeon where the deadliest monster lurks, and those stones hold the power to unlock the origin spiral. Michael and Rick knotted their brows, said they were hunting for it, and pressed him for any clue he had. Lynx told them it was hiding in the mountains near the Northern Guild. Then Wyvern erupted out of nowhere in massive numbers. The moment Rick's party got the news, they locked onto the plan and set their sights on that mountain. Inside the guild, a woman scrubbed the floor with the mop, dragging out a heavy sigh because, yeah, she was an F-rank adventurer who wanted to hunt monsters, not do this weird menial job. She suddenly heard an ogre roaring, "Quest," and it came with a danger rating of 82. She stared in stunned silence, and even her boss couldn't hide his shock. His voice trembled as he declared that the quest demands at least 4 people. Her jaw dropped. This was the first time she'd ever seen her boss act like he was under someone's thumb. Rick stepped up, snatched the paper, and read it, then straight up told his teachers they had to add a temporary member to make the quest work. Bluestone nodded, snapped to Rick's idea, and jumped in. After all, he used to be a receptionist. Then he called the guildmaster and begged for a helper, and the man shot up from his seat like he'd been waiting for the signal. She scrubbed the floor at a furious pace and called out, "Ray Lucas!" Then Ray bolted over to him. She gasped as he clamped his hands on her shoulders and demanded she join the adventurers because deep down, she was craving that high-danger raid too. Ray let out an awkward chuckle, then stared at the 3 like she didn't know what to do next. Bluestone leaned in and introduced himself, and thrust his hand out toward her. Ray froze, the dread sinking in hard like, what if she was about to end up as an ogre's next meal? When they pushed out to march straight for the northern mountains, Ray's nerves frayed as they inched closer to the monster breeding ground. She grilled Rick about his rank, and he cracked a grin he'd just become an E-ranker. She clocked that the other 2 were clearly off, then she looked at Rick and saw this ordinary, late-blooming old guy. Alice suddenly jabbed her finger toward the horizon, and there looming in the distance was the gigantic monster. Ray started sweating ice-cold sweat as she watched the wyvern tear into the bear's flesh. She remembered how wyverns cry for backup the second a brawl breaks out, so she turned to Bluestone and demanded to know what plan they'd run, only to watch him freeze, completely baffled. Ray kept closing in on the wyvern, but when the monster hissed at him, his breath caught and he snapped at Bluestone to stay back. A wyvern lunged at him, and Bluestone swung in and slapped him straight into next week. Ray shrieked the second a cold shiver raced down her spine, and Bluestone shot her a hard glare as he snapped at her to knock it off. He stared in shock and hurled the wyvern away like it was nothing, because she knew that signal would drag help, and fast Bluestone knew it too. Rick got told to shove the noisy girl somewhere else, and when Rick gave an awkward chuckle, he grabbed her and dragged her off. They stepped out together, but Ray kept pressing, asking if it was truly okay to just leave the others behind. Rick told her it was fine then. Out of nowhere, a whole herd of wyverns burst in, and even an A-ranker wouldn't last against that kind of numbers. Ray wanted to turn back and rescue the 2, but Rick snapped that their low ranks meant there was nothing they could do, so Ray blurted, "I won't let them die without at least trying." Rick grinned and thought, Ray's going to be an amazing adventurer. Rick leaned in and told her, "Don't worry, those 2 will be totally fine." Ray screamed as something crashed to the ground right in front of him. When she stared at it, the panting wyvern was right there, breathing hard like it had just come to life. Her eyes snapped to the sky when more wyverns ripped through the air and surged overhead. In the blink of an eye, a monstrous tornado exploded into existence, whipping up clouds of dust and spinning fury right around the spot where they'd left Bluestone and Alice. Rick smirked and flat out told her it was a total waste to stress over them. He flinched hard when he spotted something barreling straight at them. Then he scooped her up and barely kept his footing as he almost stumbled on the ground. The wyvern's growl hit them like a warning bell. Cold sweat broke across Ray's face as she shouted for Rick to run, but he shrugged her off and strode straight toward the monster. She tried to stop him, but Rick insisted on checking it first. Then he snapped that running from it was never going to work. So she cracked her knuckles and decided she'd fight too. And Rick shouted at her to run. Ray snapped back and swore she'd never ditch her ally, just like Yamato. Rick grinned, begged her to cover for him, then pulled his fist back to strike. Then she drove a punch straight into the monster's face. Ray's jaw dropped, and her eyes went wide as its trunk and head shattered into pieces. Rick finally snapped out of his doubt and admitted, yeah, he was seriously strong. Ray's voice cracked as she snapped, "Why are you even asking for a cover?" Then pressed hard, And tell me, are you really an E rank? But Alicette snapped his name out of nowhere. That cute little vampire chomped on a hunk of meat and waved at them like she owned the night. She stared at them and froze. Somehow they were totally unhurt. After mowing down dozens of monsters, Bluestone and Alicette finally clawed their way to one of the 6 jewels hidden in the breeding grounds. So the next day, this morning Ray's mind wouldn't shut off. He kept replaying what happened while his boss was busy thanking her from the other day, and right in the middle of it, he watched Ray drift off, eyes glazed. She stood up straight and said she'd just been thinking about how insanely amazing those people were. Then her boss dropped the bombshell that they were S-rankers, making her wonder if she could claw her way into that same rank too. The boss let out a deep chuckle, clearly entertained by her idea. Ray made up her mind she'd crush her E-rank test first. They were firing off stories about the jewels they'd ripped out and brought back. Crimson Petal and all, that jewel unleashes pure energy that hooks monsters and drags them straight into its territory. Bluestone leaned in and demanded that Ms. attune herself to the jewel's magic. But Alicette jumped in to volunteer until Mizet slammed the brakes, warning she could blow up the entire castle. Mizet didn't rush at all. He began his ultra-complex magic with bone-calm precision. And just a few heartbeats later, a map flashed onto the table. From up here, it looked like a whole thriving city, so they hunted for a nearby castle. Bluestone leaned in and told them, "Welcome to Heracutopia, the land where people crave fighting entertainment like it's a festival. Held in the legendary Colosseum, but why does it look like a soccer stadium? Because this is Thanos and his crew zeroing in on the Infinity Gems. That little country was barely even a dot on the map just 400 years ago. The fourth king, Alexander of Heracutopia, built the Colosseum, then turned it into his playground, hosting brutal competitions and even stepping into battle unarmed himself, all while staying the undefeated champion through more than 10,000 matches. People across the whole continent packed in to see him, and just like that, the country exploded in size, rising straight into the ranks of a major nation. Alexander forged a nation with his bare hands, and people crowned him the Fist King. Then the stories went wild, like, yeah, his abs are so unreal it's basically a meme. And that's how the whole fighting entertainment scene exploded. On Thanos' side, no. Bluestone's he's itching to clash fists with the Fist King. Rick said they only showed up to sniff out info on the 6 jewels, but seriously, who in the hell were they supposed to ask? A man lurking nearby trapped a woman in the corner and demanded she stop being cold to him. The egghead begged the girl to come with him to a hotel, but the woman looked trapped by pure discomfort. Rick tried to grab his focus, but Bluestone stalked over with glaring eyes like a warning. The egghead cranked his eyebrows into a frown and snapped that if Bluestone had an issue, then it was with a gladiator. When he saw Bluestone looking clueless, he jerked his head and told him to come with him to the back. Bluestone nodded and followed right after him. Brick let out a weary sigh, pained for the bald man, while Bluestone yanked him up by the collar and hauled him out. He clocked that the Catwoman was with the militia. Then the egghead threw out a name calling Bluestone Master and introduced himself as Gortys. Rick stepped up, yanked a tiny box free, popped it open, and revealed the jewel to everyone. The two just stared, speechless, completely blown away by the jewel's sheer beauty. Bluestone leaned in and demanded, "Did you see a Yellowstone like this?" Rick figured they'd have to hunt down even more people for answers, since that jewel was insanely rare, but Gortys swore he'd seen that exact thing before. Rick choked on a gasp, staring in disbelief as he blurted, "Where have I seen that before?" Then Blast, one brutal horn roared, announcing that their greatest entertainment on the continent was about to kick off. Rick demanded to know what it was, and Gortys grinned, "It's a parade, man. We're rolling out to announce the Fist Kings tournament." Lynette fired off a question, what kind of tournament was this? And the egghead spilled the truth. It's an ultra-massive showdown that packs in 500,000 people every single year. Gortys shot a finger at the man and blurted to his master that he was the reigning champion for the past 3 years. Kelvin Ervolv the Catman made Lynette and Bluestone feel it instantly. This guy wasn't just skilled, he was operating on a whole other level. Rick couldn't believe it. His teachers clocked Kelvin's raw strength the moment they saw it. Rick jolted when Gord's scream tore through the air, and the militia barked at Kelvin to stare at the champion's belt right in the dead center. Right there, they spotted a glowing yellow magic stone. Rick choked on a gasp because deep down he already knew exactly what was about to hit him. Just a few moments later, right after the parade, Kelvin strode into the Red Rings building, and a man rushed up to thank him for his amazing work in the parade, So Kelvin shot right back, telling him to keep pushing even harder. Then a one-eyed man with an eye patch stepped up and asked, "So how do you feel?" He slumped on the bench and insisted he didn't feel bad like that somehow proves he's totally fine. Kelvin stared at the uterus, the belt, and muttered that he really hoped this year's tournament wouldn't flop, then snapped his gaze up the moment a guy asked for a conversation. Kelvin's eyes blew wide the second he spotted Lynette, and he already knew this girl was pure power. And like Rick, he felt his trained body hum and his iron spirit surge to life. The eye patch man shot them a glare and asked if they were Kelvin's fans. Then he snapped that barging into the gym was a brutal breach of manners. Rick told him they were just doing their job, adventurers hunting a specific jewel, and once Bluestone finally got there, impatience hit him like a runaway train. Rick lunged to stop him, but patience never stood a chance. Kelvin was stunned to his core when an orc started talking. He sized him up from head to toe and instantly knew this guy was the real deal. Bluestone snapped at him to throw his belt over right now. The man with the eye patch stared in shock, absolutely baffled. So Bluestone told them the jewel on his belt had belonged to one of their members a long time ago, and now they want to swap it for another jewel. The eye-patched owner of the building stared in disbelief at the orcs' chaos and frantically tried to get someone to kick them out. Kelvin snapped that his nose could smell lies through all their nonsense, so yeah, he bought it. He couldn't just toss the belt to them because it was the pride of Heracotopia. There was only one way to earn it: to climb to the very top of the Fist Kings tournament. Bluestone nodded hard and told the two, "All right, time to get out there now." Outside the building, Rick leaned over to his teacher and demanded, "So how are we getting that belt?" Bluestone let out a heavy sigh and demanded, "Did you even hear me?" The owner couldn't wrap his head around how Kelvin just let those three slide. And Kelvin snapped that it was the right move because everyone was moments away from being slaughtered earlier too. Kelvin flashed a huge grin and declared those three were absolutely top tier, promising they'd make this year wildly fun. Stepping into the Fist King tournament qualification testing grounds, ready to prove themselves. A woman in a bunny costume flashed a bright smile and greeted them like it was her stage. Rick let out a heavy sigh and warned me that getting that belt was going to be anything but simple. Lynette couldn't join in. She had to chase down clues the moment Rick's name got called for the test. He rose to his feet and prayed nobody would die because Bluestone had gone alone into the East League. When he burst into the testing room, the guy running the exam leaned in, greeted him with a smirk, and told him they'd be jumping into a mock battle where he would clash with whatever gladiator fate picked at random. His opponent shot up fast, racing from the 5th League straight to the 1st. They all jumped when the door burst open and Sailor Moon swept in like she owned the sky. Just kidding, it was a woman, and she hurried in, apologizing for being late. Rick knitted his brows tight the moment he heard that familiar voice. Then he snapped his eyes to her, and there was Angelica, one of the Daramudo siblings. Angelica gasped and shrieked the moment her eyes landed on Rick, like seeing your dad at Walmart while you're ditching class, and Rick let out an awkward chuckle as he greeted him. The person running the exam leaned in and demanded to know if they were just acquaintances. Outside the exam building, Nicholas stood on the edge of the entrance, ready to step in. When his friend called and warned him that his tournament obsession had finally spiraled out of control because he'd be replaying the qualification test again, Nicholas stared right at him and said, "Every few years, an unbelievably dark horse shows up." Meanwhile, Rick and Angelica squared off, staring each other down like the next move would decide everything. She stumbled over her words, trembling as she demanded why he was there. But Rick was just as lost. He couldn't figure out why she showed up either. The examiner slipped away, told them they were slammed with a packed schedule, and demanded they kick off the examination right then. The two locked in their spots, ready to strike. Nicholas leaned over the rails, grinning with anticipation to witness the mighty gladiator. Angelica, right as the examiner officially kicked off the mock battle. Cold sweat erupted across Angelica's skin. She knew defeat was coming, but pride dug its heels in and refused to let her go down. Rick might look weak, but Angelica's not fooled by his face. Nicholas figured he was too old to ever be a gladiator, and he swore Angelica would wipe the floor with this battle without breaking a sweat. Angelica snapped her flash step into action the instant it was needed. But when her foot skidded, panic snapped her still, and she let out a scream as they hit the floor hard. "Hey, keep your eyes on his face. I can see you, egghead." "Ugh," Angelica groaned, convinced she'd been way too careful and somehow forgot to keep her balance. She pushed herself to her feet, but this clumsy witch immediately face-planted the moment she tried to walk, and flat on the ground, Angelica's eyes filled with tears, and she wished the floor would swallow her whole out of pure humiliation. Once again, I could feel this huge shakeup rip through the internet, so button up those zippers. Monkeys and Rick leaned in and told her he'd cooked up a brand new technique. The 8 secret techniques for restraining, because the power behind the departing leg sweep is pure controlled destruction. Rick bragged that his trick was to sweep the opponent's legs the moment they tried to move until their fighting spirit just drained away. Angelica swallowed the truth she was a second-class knight, and even then she couldn't crack his technique, but she was sure that if it was him, anything was possible. She clenched her teeth and drove forward with step-in. Like clockwork, she slammed into the ground and kissed the floor. Then Rick's feet started flying so fast you'd miss it with the naked eye. Nicholas and the examiner froze in shock, because this was the first time they had ever seen Angelica like this. Rick let out a hearty chuckle and praised her because matching her timing was straight-up brutal. He lifted her spirits because she hadn't surrendered her will to fight. So when Angelica heard he was about to attack, she shot her hands up, surrendering like she had no choice. Once the exam was over, Lynette rushed up to him, and he flashed her his card, grinning as he told her he'd passed. He was seconds away from opening the paper when Angelica snapped his name, demanding to know why he was there. Rick let out a heavy sigh and told Angelica he was going to win the next Fist King tournament. Then Angelica let out her own sigh too. She told him, "Yeah, you've got power, but you'll never beat them in that competition." Lynette froze, totally confused. Angelica told him straight up, if you want into the tournament's main event, you've got to land in the first league's top 7. Rick had just clawed his way into the gladiator ranks, aiming straight for the 5th league. For every league, they had to grab at least 7 wins out of their last 10 matches. To even step into the main event next month, he had to smash through 40 matches in just 1 month. Angelica warned that a normal gladiator could squeeze in only 10 matches a month and 40 straight. That was flat out beyond what the body could survive. Nick suddenly thought, is this really going to be harder than my training? And right then, Angelica snapped, can you please get out of the human realm? If only she'd come to the guild castle like Lynx Lalato, amid the raging battleground. A woman in a bunny suit burst in and welcomed everyone for the 5th league preliminary matches. Only a handful of people showed up to watch the match, and one of them was Nicholas. He froze when he saw Rick, the menace who crushed Angelica's resistance and made her fold. Angelica said Rick's opponent loved flashy cheap tricks from the lowest gutter. A total coward who'd pulled dirty moves, yet he still strutted in like he was confident facing a 30-year-old, already digging his own grave. Sure, everyone thinks the MC looks weak, but trust me, this guy's absolutely shredded. Right as the referee patted them down for inspection, they got hit with a clear warning, no weapons, no armor, none of it. And as soon as the match officially kicked off, he slammed his palm on the floor, and Rick couldn't help but wonder would he pull off a flash step too. But he had no idea this sneaky guy had a secret stashed right in the heel of his shoe. Six eyes bulged as he realized this guy had an impact stone one that turns every strike into a devastating, amplified hit. The man snatched up a fistful of sand and hurled it straight at him. So Rick snapped his arm up and swatted the sand from his face because the grinning guy could see he wasn't catching Rick's side unguarded. He slammed a devastating punch into Rick's side. He scoffed, convinced he just landed a fatal blow. But once he saw his radius and ulna snapped, pain ripped through him and he screamed. Confused about what just happened, Rick panicked, then his untrained body got smashed by the impact stone and it snapped his arms. He couldn't even wrap his head around it. His perfect move, the one he'd mastered, did absolutely nothing to him. Rick let out a heavy sigh, then told him it'd be way better to drill his 4 great fundamentals so his whole strategy wouldn't go to waste. He strode up grinning, told the monkey it was finally his turn to unleash the 8 secret techniques of holding back. He snapped out a swing and missed combo, and even though it landed wrong, the momentum still nearly wrecked his own face. The man's strength crumpled, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed hard onto the ground. Nicholas and Angelica were left speechless after they watched the most ridiculous thing imaginable. The referee's voice cracked and stammered as he finally declared the winner. Everyone fell dead silent, still stunned by what just went down, man. I swear Rick is Saitama's long-lost brother, only with hair. Lynette and Angelica stormed up to Rick right after the match and showered him with cheers and congratulations. He had just 39 wins left to claw his way into the first league. But Angelica fired back that cramming in 40 matches was flat out impossible. Because this rule was carved in stone, one athlete could only compete in the same arena one time per day. Dozens of arenas stretched out there, but the nearest one was over 30 kilometers away, plus the fifth league was packed with people, so hunting down a free arena felt nearly impossible. Angelica tried to explain, but Lynette snatched Rick's attention and told him it was time to leave. Rick stared at his paper and realized he had to sprint over to the Green Hill Arena in the 23rd District before 11 a.m. The three headed out while Rick told Angelica they'd already reserved the spot for 11 a.m. Angelica knitted her brows and snapped that Green Hill was 30 kilometers out. There was no way he'd reach it by 11 a.m. Not even with a carriage. Rick told her they wouldn't touch a carriage because they'd be sprinting instead, and Angelica felt like they were mocking her to her face. She teased him, grinning like, "So you're going to set a world record, huh?" But Rick let out a grin and waved them off, like he already knew what came next. He slammed his foot onto the floor and tore forward like lightning. Lynette leaned in and asked Angelica if she'd watch Rick's matches, and the moment she nodded, Lynette grabbed her by the moment and demanded she come with her straight to the arena. The second Lynette snatched her, like a kid blasting their scream into the sky. She stammered as she grilled Lynette, "Why do we have to fly this high?" then burst into a full-on wail, begging her to drop her and to forget the matches. Right when they hit Green Hill, Angelica bolted to the edge and puked her guts out. There goes her breakfast. Lynette rushed in with an apology and promised to take her out for lunch. Right before the door opened, Rick bragged that he'd already won, and Angelica was about to realize she just wasted her breakfast. Rick let out a frustrated sigh because he failed to unleash the number 3 move from the 8 secret techniques of holding back. Lynette gave him props, and if Rick keeps this up, he'll be in the top league in just 4 days. Angelica stared in disbelief when she finally clocked his plan 10 matches every single day. After 3 brutal days on the grind, Rick finally smashed through the finish line and officially hit the first league. Rick practically burst with joy. He finished a whole day early, and he rushed to thank Angelica for her help, but she was still worn out, even more than he was. Angelica snapped to attention when Rick's speed ramped up way too fast. He wasn't making the rounds through the city, not even for the first league. Rick slammed a newspaper onto the table and pointed at it like it held the key. This man did it. Then Bluestone stormed into the East League and wiped out every opponent who crossed his path. There's this guy, everyone fears his punch, is legendary, and the folks who get hit can't even stand up for 10 whole days. But the moment his fist crashed into Bluestone's abdomen, he froze the second that hit him. It felt like he'd slammed into a centuries-old giant tree. Bluestone drove his head down like a wrecking ball, smashing through the fights like it was whack-a-mole, and in just 2 days, he crushed all 40 matches way faster than Rick. Angelica suddenly brought up his schedule, and Rick didn't get a say in who he'd face because the management was calling every shot for the entire entertainment tournament. He'd storm his way into the main fight if he could just claw his way into the top 7. Angelica broke it down. This first league didn't work on wins and losses. It ran on a ruthless points system. Every 10 people got 1 match, and the rankings would whip around based on how many points each fighter racked up. The day the first league battle finally kicked off, Rick's first opponent came charging in, cocking a solid fist like a cannonball. Then he swung straight for Rick's face. But Rick threw out his number 3 and fought the urge to hold back. He slid to the side and whipped his sword hand past, cutting through the moment in one clean move. His eye nearly popped out, and before he could even scream, his world went black. When the winner's name hit the air, Rick got ripped with the label "that old rookie." The host dropped the bombshell Rick won by default. They had the crowd cursing up a storm, shouting that Rick was nothing but hefty scum for beating a sick man. Nicholas let out a heavy sigh, snapping that the amateurs were clueless. He didn't know every detail of what went down. But he still knew one thing: Rick was built different and packed pure power. Lynette clocked it. Rick had gotten way better at holding back, because if he ever got serious, he could have decapitated somebody in an instant. The very next day, Taylor Bliss showed up ready to set everything on fire. For Angelica's very first match, she got hit with a rank 6 opponent. Rick caught the roar of the crowd cheering for Angelica, and he had to admit she was seriously popular. Meanwhile, the host scratched his head, asking how on earth she could possibly take on an opponent 10 times her size. The second the match kicked off, everything froze for a heartbeat. Angelica fired the first strike with a blink step, then bolted straight past Taylor Blizz. Her blazing speed blindsided him. Angelica slammed a kick into his back the second he turned around to see what was behind him. Liz is furious at how fast everything was moving, so he snapped into action and triggered a water wall, a third-order magic spell. Angelica snapped a step back and jutted her finger at him like it was a loaded gun. She hurled a thunder throw, firing a second-order spell, then a lightning bolt snapped from her finger and nearly froze the man solid, trapped in the water around him. Lynette nodded, stunned to see Angelica was strong too, and Rick explained she had 4 solid foundations. Her skills at casting mind-bending magic while fighting with pure grit made her stronger than her older brother yet. In this match, Angelica is seriously at a disadvantage. Liz let out a sharp chuckle and promised she'd blast it 1,000 times because she was going to make him run out long before she did. When Angelica fired off her blink step, Blizz scoffed because her speed was slower than when they first began, and that's when Angelica's eyes snapped wide as Blizz. Blizz slammed into her rush, and her body collided with his massive fist. She gasped, then smashed straight into the wall nearby. Angelica sucked in a sharp gasp the second her body slammed flat on the ground. The host went wide-eyed, shouting that Angelica landed a crushing hit, then the poor guy dropped hard. After those seconds dragged on, she never budged, so Taylor Bliss was crowned the winner. A heartbeat later, they dragged Angelica to the infirmary to recover, and the healer told her to rest for the night while Angelica's chest tightened at the idea she might miss her very first match. As soon as she dressed and stepped out of the room, Rick came right up and grilled her, asking if her injuries were okay. He scoffed and shot back that none of his business was any of his concern. Rick dialed her number and snapped that she was rushing into it way too fast. Added that Angelica already knew Blizz wasn't her kind of match, so he demanded to know why she kept fighting anyway. Angelica snapped at him that it had nothing to do with him, then she stormed off and completely ignored his calls. Rick trailed her out of the arena and into the streets. Rick pressed her on where she was headed, and she shot back that she was going straight to the inn. Then Rick demanded to know why she was rushing. She had an important reason. No way she was just stopping for nothing, so Angelica abruptly slammed to a halt. I thought she'd finally get the hint and stop being so stubborn. She finally worked up the courage to spill the truth to him. They rushed into the canteen and immediately caught Taylor Blizz in the middle of an argument with some crazy lizard. Liz demands the lizard release the woman, but the lizard snarls and refuses. Blizz started to lose his patience, but damn it, it didn't work at all, was it done? The lizard clamped onto his neck and yanked him clean off the ground. He hurled his whole body down and slammed onto the floor, and everyone gasped at the sudden hit. The lizard sneered, then stomped down right on Blizz's face. That lizard was a dragonborn born from a race taller than humans, but this one stood even bigger than a boulder. The lizard hissed at the woman, accusing her of bumping him and sending a drink crashing into him. The woman burst into tears, insisting it was just a small spill, but the dragon was absolutely furious. Angelica had reached her limit. She let out a fierce scream and demanded he let her go. Lizard snapped at her to shut up, and before she could even blink, his arm was already just a few inches from her face. Luckily, Rick snatched his arm at the last second. Lizard's jaw dropped when this old man grabbed his arm like it was nothing. He flicked his gaze to his arm, then squinted like something was seriously off. He snarled at Rick and demanded to know if he wanted him to kill him, and then Gist, the lizard, got shut down. Just when another lizard tried to stop him, he strolled calmly right up to them and warned Giz, "Don't you dare act rashly." This guy, Snape Lizarect, shot a smug grin, hissed, "I'm getting a drink," and told everyone he'd be right back. Snape sighed, then he bowed and apologized for the whole disturbance. He abruptly stopped dead when he clocked Rick, then greeted him with a grin and said, he was the boss behind the Western League, and he kicked things off by walking in and introducing himself in. Rick asked how he knew him, and Snape snapped back that everyone already knew about the fastest climber to ever scale the first league in history. Rick blurted out, asking if he was a gladiator. Out of nowhere, Snape snapped, stunned, and demanded how he even knew. And Rick just grinned and said he'd know the second he shook his hand. Snape was a full-on gladiator a whopping 20 years ago. He hauled in fame, and everyone's eyes on him like a spotlight. No one could look away. Rick grilled the guy who kicked up that earlier chaos. So Snape dropped the bombshell and said it was Gist Lizarect, his younger brother. Giz snaps at the smallest things, but just as fast, his temper disappears. Snape finally swallowed the truth his brother was just too powerful, and that's why nobody could ever stop him. He apologized again, then leaned in and asked if Angelica had any injuries. Snape snapped around and prayed they'd stay safe no matter what. As Rick walked out, he shot Angelica a question. "You know that guy?" Angelica sighed, and he said that woman was his fiancée. Rick got totally blindsided by her answer. She perched on a barrel and told him this was exactly why she chose to become a gladiator. She leaned in and asked, "So you know my rank right now?" And Angelica answered it in one breath. She's in the 9th. Because over the past months, he couldn't push her rank up, not even once. She was sprinting to get to the competition, but Rick went weirdly quiet because he was still stuck processing that whole fiancé bombshell. When it finally clicked, his breath caught and shock slammed into him. Angelica couldn't believe his brain moved at a snail's pace, so she broke it down, telling him it all came down to her family's life as nobles. Snape scored the power to sponsor a player in the tournament, and Angelica had a bad feeling like he was lining up to rig the match. Snape knew he'd need a beast of an athlete to crush the competition, so the crowd would go wild, and he'd bet a fortune against the opponent. Then when his guy throws the match on purpose, Snape walks away richer than anyone could imagine. Angelica couldn't shake the feeling that Snape was up to something. He was hoarding money and slipping into the nobles' circles like he was plotting his next move. To stop Snape's scheme, she had to beat his sponsored athlete before he could step in and rig the match. Angelica snapped that Snape's athlete had to be Giz because she was done waiting, and Giz had already steamrolled Blizz with one brutal strike. Rick called her up and asked if she wanted him to train her, but the look in his eyes screamed that a murder was seconds from happening. Angelica's very first training day hits like a thunderclap. She got ready early, then stretched her arms as the two set off. Rick warned her the training would hit way harder than her wildest guesses, then leaned in and asked, "You sure you're good with that?" Angelica didn't flinch. She told him she'd already braced for it. So Rick leaned in and asked how many matches she'd need before the tournament. Angelica swallowed hard and admitted she only had 3 left. After Taylor dropped out, she surged up the ranks but still found herself trailing by 3 points. He reminded her that she pulled out of their match 3 days ago, which left her with just 2 fights, and she'd better win at least 1 by knockout. Rick nodded once, and just like that, the two took off, marching straight into the heart of an open field. Angelica wheezed for breath after blasting through 20 kilometers, and right as Rick slipped away to excuse himself, everything went dark fast. Her hands and feet were locked down with 30 kilos on each side, chain by chain, leaving her no room to move. She demanded an explanation, but Rick brushed her off and barked that she better not slack on her strengthening magic. She shrieked like she was about to pop out a giraffe, while Rick blasted forward at the speed of light, yanking her along by the rope around their waists. She stared in disbelief, wondering how they were sprinting past her blink step and praying her feet were still actually there. Rick grinned and promised her that someone would yank her along quicker than she's used to, just to get her body trained for speed. Angelica sobbed and complained through the entire training, while Rick just stared off, remembering how Lynette once dragged him around after he wiped his face against the floor. After 6 brutal hours of nonstop sprinting without a single break, Angelica crumpled onto the floor, utterly drained and barely able to breathe. Her shears kept drifting down on their own, and as her legs started to feel wrong, she just knew somehow her legs had been ripped off ages ago. But Rick suddenly bolted again. Baited again, yanking her along, and she started pleading for just a few seconds to breathe. And he told her this was the perfect moment to shatter her limits, then push on for 6 more brutal hours. After a few more hours of sprinting, Rick grinned and praised her for crushing her first day because he'd already died 3 times during his. Angelica smirked right back, telling him she made it through his training and that she definitely hadn't. But the second Rick said it was just their morning training, she froze cold in place. And once lunch was over, they'd roll right back in and keep going. She shook with fear as she tried to grab him, but he just blew her a goodbye wave and vanished down the path 5. And as she dug into her meal, she blurted out that she was done. She'd walk away for good. The room stayed dead silent, but inside her head, panic clawed at her PSTD, screaming after the torture Rick put her through, so she let out a shaky sigh and realized he'd absolutely taken far worse hits for 2 whole years. Rick called out to her, and when he finally saw her, relief hit. Then he stepped in and greeted her. He sat down right in front of her and flexed those biceps, and she just stared like, damn, that's bigger than my entire brain. So Angelica asked, "Did you come just to scold me?" And he shook his head. No. He admitted he could read the escape in her eyes because back in his training days, he dreamed the exact same Bolt for Freedom move, and then he flashed a grin so maniacal it looked like it might break the air. Right when he started to die, the memories of those final moments slammed back into his mind again and again. Pain still clung to him, but one time when Bluestone's mana bottomed out, Alicette stepped in and carried him. When he finally crawled back from death, he shot up for air and wheezed, "Did I die again?" Bluestone told Rick, and Alicette pumped mana into him enough to bring him back 2,000 more times. Then she ordered him to rise again, even with that terrifying face staring everyone down. Rick added that even if he chose to believe, regret would hurt less. Bluestone only offered him a warm goodbye, like it was kindness right before everything changed. The moment he heard those words, relief washed over him every time, while Angelica stared at the table and said she'd been trained as a noble lady since the day she was born. The strict social rules, choreographed dances, fierce makeup, and show-stopping dresses. She slammed her palm on the table and snapped that it didn't fit her in the slightest. She clenched her teeth and snapped, "I was born for one thing, being a wife and bearing children." She turned her nose up at it because she was determined to back the Daramudo family by becoming the strongest knight in existence. She rose to her feet and swore she was still stuck in her current hell. She strode forward, glanced back, and promised she'd meet him at that same spot. Rick nodded hard and said he'd chase after her once he finished eating. After they finished eating, the two headed into the open field, and when Angelica saw him, her breath caught hard because Rick was already there, waiting before she even arrived. For the last few days, they drilled the basics into her, and now it was finally time to forge her into a fighter and teach her style for real. Because she swings a knight's sword, he snaps at her to ditch it and fight using her barehanded techniques. She might have scored a cleaner win with the sword, but the rules slammed the door shut. Rick jabbed at his side and said Lynette would show her how to turn her bare hands into a sword. Lynette and Angelica collided into a warm greeting, like two familiar faces stepping back into the same story. After 20 grueling days of nonstop training, Angelica finally held on. Now tournament day was here, and the arena erupted with crowd screams. Silva Helgen, Angelica's next opponent, stepped into the ring. But everyone instantly sensed something was off about Angelica. Just look at her. She's dressed like a savage berserk monkey, and even the commentator up above freaked out, pointing at the wild, mismatched auras and the shocking new look of the famous elegant knights they'd never seen before. The man beside her warned that Angelica might just lose this round because in the fight she'd tossed away her elegance, and that was going to cost her. But the second the match kicked off, Angelica shrieked and launched a flying kick straight at Silva Helgen. Then he got crushed between her strike and the wall, coughing up blood. The commentator totally froze, snot flying, and a shock hit them like a truck. And the second they declared the winner, the whole crowd went dead silent. Angelica snarled and screamed, "Oh no, they're cooking up yet another monster." Rick grinned and bragged that Angelica's training was more than enough, and that was exactly what pushed her over the edge. So the referee lunged in to grab her, but she just kept shrieking, ranting pure words, salad chaos. Now that Angelica crushed the battle, the tournament flips into its next crazy phase, the raffle that randomly pairs up the athletes. Right now, the Alexander Central Coliseum is packed with thousands of roaring fans, and the tournament host is stepping up to introduce the 16 elite fighters who'd already bulldozed through multiple grand battles and left legends in their wake. And this is where they'd line up the draw, so it matched the fighters perfectly. Every fighter who clawed their way to this tournament got packed into a single, intense lineup. And the moment they drew, their names would line up through all that chaos. When Angelica heard her name, she shoved aside the box and ripped out a paper, then thrust it at the man as everyone leaned in, showing them the number 14. Her name erupted across the screen. When Rick's name got called, he snatched a number and landed on 12 because in his gut, he figured if he clashed with Angelica, it would only be in the semifinals. With the brackets already cut down to half, the undefeated champion's name got called Kelvin Ervolf, and the whole crowd erupted, screaming and clapping like crazy, but Angelica's smile vanished fast, because Giz was supposed to be called first, not Kelvin. The champion snatched the very first card from the deck. The moment Bluestone's name got called, the whole crowd erupted, shaking with hype over the momentum he'd built in his recent matches. Rick's neck went cold. He was already picturing a quick escape if the bracket tossed him in with his teacher. Then he finally exhaled, big and shaky with relief, when Bluestone pulled the number 7. This was his name, the first one shouted when the sponsored athletes were announced. He let out a tired sigh as he pushed toward the front, muttering that everything was getting boring, then dug his hands into the box. And when he yanked a piece of paper out, he just let it hang there in the air. Angelica watched the man slip his hand into his pocket and pull something out. He snagged the paper with that same hand like it was nothing. Then the man shot up the number 15, and Angelica smirked mid-breath. Merc already had a gut feeling she knew Snape was the one pulling the strings behind all of this. So you can't just line up with the champion and score an easy match. The guy reading the numbers swapped the papers like a chess master, shifting the champions and setting the Bluestones in motion. He scoffed and spat that Snape was a foul man. But this could be Angelica's golden opening, her moment to shine. The very next day, they slapped the fighters' names up on the bulletin board for everyone to see. The host finally slammed open the doors to the Fist King tournament, and the very first matchup lit up Kelvin versus Eddie Grace. Bluestone and Rick huddled side by side, watching the champions' power explode in real time. When Eddie and Kelvin finally faced each other eye to eye, and Eddie lunged in with the first move, and Kelvin didn't flinch because he knew Eddie would pull that feint trick. And just like he feared, he let out a weak, fainting gasp. So he slammed his fist forward and nailed him right on the cheek. That clean hit instantly crushed Eddie's confidence, and his lightning-fast reaction barely kept him from going down. Bluestone warned that Kelvin's freaky special nose could spell nothing but trouble. Their nose was miles sharper than a human's, and Kelvin could track his opponent's every move just by scent. Kelvin wasn't done yet. He launched at Eddie and slammed his face straight into the ground. Eddie got knocked out cold, and Kelvin Ervolv walked away as the match's winner. Bluestone let out a quick smirk, then practically fizzed with excitement to match with him on Tinder. Yeah, the matching part. When Bluestone got the next match, he didn't even break a sweat. One brutal punch ended it instantly, and the crowd roared, R.I.P. Rick turns the guy who's been forced into a living centrifuge, and then his blood and all the nasty bits get ripped apart into separate pieces. Angelica, like clockwork, tore through the darkness and flashed her dark cave. After their first match ended, they flopped onto the bleachers and waited on pins and needles for the final pair to take the stage. Jesus snapped into action, and Herman Muller answered the call. Their physiques looked wildly different, like night and day. G cracked open the match with a huge yawn. Then Herman seized the moment and smashed a punch into him, cursing all the way as he warned him to stop messing around. He rained hit after hit on G's body from all angles, but G still didn't budge him from where he stood. G's frustration sparked, and he swung his arm at Herman, who tilted his head and smirked like he'd just gotten exactly the reaction he wanted. Giz's swing slammed into its mark with a bone-jarring boom that echoed everywhere. That shock hit Herman hard, then the host praised G's raw physical strength, and Herman's body broke into a cold, sudden sweat. But he shoved those doubts aside and came roaring back, launching wave after wave of attacks at his opponent. Angelica couldn't take her eyes off how Jesus responded, and couldn't stop wondering how many brutal blows it would take to drop him. She told him Herman smashed her again, knocking her out cold the last time. Rage surged through Herman as he poured every ounce of strength into his fists, grinding through the frustration. G let out a heavy sigh and admitted, "I'm getting thirsty." So he balled up his fist and slammed it into that annoying worm that was tickling him to death. He slammed his fists into the ground, and the hit ripped the floor apart. The explosion's smokescreen blasted into the air, and Herman couldn't see his opponent for a single second. G swung his arm in a blur and caught the worm right in the face, grinning at the impact. Herman ate the blow full force and slammed into the wall hard enough to rattle him. Knocked out, the host stared in disbelief at just how brutally strong that sponsored athlete was. The crowd was roaring his name, cheering him on, but G cursed under his breath and couldn't stand how loud they were. Snape just smirked, thinking G was in a great mood. Then Rick noticed how weird G was, because he's brutally strong and rock hard, but he fights like a total newbie. The two of them strode into the hallway, and right there they caught Giz pounding down his drink. Gulp after gulp. Angelica told Giz he looked weirdly calm about tomorrow's match. Then Giz blinked, totally lost, and asked who she was. Angelica grinned and said she'd be his opponent tomorrow, and Giz froze for a second before it clicked. He finally remembered her thanks to Snape. He swore he'd dodge her eyes so her face stayed perfect for her wedding, and Angelica clenched her teeth, furious at the stunt. G shot her a look and warned her not to burn herself out with pointless hard work. Angelica snapped her voice as she halted him, demanding to know if he still had any respect left for the other gladiators. G scoffed and said he had none. They said those idiots trained nonstop and somehow still ended up weaker than worms. Angelica swore there was no way he could have built a body like that without training then. Right when they thought they had it figured out, shock hit them. G's finally admitted the truth. He was born exactly like that. Just before they left, he warned Angelica to dial down her attitude and behave for tomorrow's match, and the second G said he'd avoid her stomach so she could still have kids with Snape. Rage hit her so hard she started shaking. She snapped at him, swearing she'd have him beaten to a pulp. On day 2 of the Fist King tournament, the pressure hit harder. Rykig's teachers spotted him and grabbed his attention. He strode over, and Eldwarf said they were there to hype him up, but Rykig just smirked, knowing he was only showing up for free food and women. A voice suddenly snapped his name, Snape, and asked if the seat beside him was free. He nodded that it was empty, and Snape slid in, leaving Rick staring like, why isn't he in the VIP section? He figured Rick already got it, the reason that his brother and fiancé were paired up in the first place. The moment the match between Angelica and Git got announced, then dizziness hit him out of nowhere, and Angelica clocked it instantly, but she refused to drop her guard before he could strike. As soon as the match officially kicked off, she vanished in a flash step and reappeared right in front of him, and drove a brutal kick straight into his Ziegfeld area. But when she tried it, nothing happened, and that silence hit her like a punch to the gut. Gid snapped in irritation because she ignored his advice yesterday. Angelica snapped out of the way at the last second, and somehow he pulled back just enough for that fatal punch not to finish him, thinking she could unleash serious damage. Gid shot his arm out toward her in a snap. Angelica burst into a flash step just in time to dodge it. She skimmed across the floor like a blade, landing with a smooth, deadly grace. The commentator leaned in and said Angelica was dragging Gids around like she owned the match, and he couldn't believe how savage her strengthening magic was. Logic Gid scratched his head, annoyed out of his mind. Angelica grilled him on why he even showed up. Was he just annoyed? She couldn't believe Gid would ever say yes to his brother's demands. He only smirked and said he wasn't there by accident. He had his own goals. Angelica realized her punches were useless. He wasn't taking a single bit of damage. She scanned the bleachers, and there was Lynette, cheering her heart out. Merced and Gid went wide-eyed as her aura suddenly shifted. Angelica swore she'd prove why he can't mock her hard work, then exploded forward with a flash step, pumping mana into an inverse reflection. That's what Lynette drilled into her, how to forge a sword out of nothing but her bare hand. That day, Rick told Lynette her movements needed to move like lightning, so he demanded she demonstrate them. In the blink of an eye, Lynette sliced her arm then. At the same instant, that huge rock got cleaved clean down the middle. Angelica stared in disbelief at how Lynette could slice through thread with her hands, no magic at all, and Lynette explained that cutting thread is one of the moves used in body control. When Rick told her they'd teach her, Angelica snapped, "You're asking for way too much from some ordinary human." Lynette told Angelica it wasn't that big of a deal, and that even Rick could pull it off. Angelica swung to cut the paper and missed, but Rick snapped back that she was barely getting started, so she had nothing to fear. She stared at the paper, and a burning thought hit her. If she could crack this, she'd get noticeably stronger. It's now or never, so the second she found out, she had to act. She felt the air rush past her, then snapped her arm out and swiped right at the very tip. Angelica sliced clean through Giz with the cutting thread, and Giz choked on a surge of shock as blood blasted from the cut on his side. Snape couldn't wrap his head around how she'd managed to carve right through Giz's skin. Lynette said Angelica made it look effortless, like she'd learned that brutal technique all by herself and even pulled off mana inverse reflection with ease. Eldwarf said it was like clamping a running hose shut, then ripping it back open so the magic could pour out harder, and Rick worried it might tear her up until he remembered her hellish training, which made it look like nothing at all. Her flash steps surged forward by 120, and once she snapped out that cutting thread, it turned into her deadliest move. He snarled and raged at her, then slammed the ground and burst into a cloud of smoke. His massive hand burst through the smoke, and that nail was just a few inches from crushing her eyeballs. "Back off, so I can finally get away from him." She clocked it instantly. Giz never saw her dodge coming. She snapped, then launched a devastating counterattack. She snapped into a flash step Ren, then hurled mana inverse reflection like a blade. But when she whipped her arm up for the deadly cutting thread, everyone gasped like the air got punched out of them. Giz turned and faced the one who was standing right behind her. Just as she tried to pivot, his fist crashed into her side, and then yanked her off the ground. Angelica had to apologize to Snape for hurting that annoying little runt, but the second they called her a small fry, fury surged through her veins. They figured it might have been a trick, like Snape wanted himself to lose on purpose. He was locked in, ready to win this fight no matter what. Snape grinned and admitted he'd already wagered a fortune on his brother, then laid out his plan to make Giz look weak, just so his opponent would drop their guard. Rick figured Snape was way too confident in his brother's brute strength, then realized Snape quit gladiator fights because of Giz. When Giz was 8, Snape was already carving out his reputation, then his little brother absolutely wrecked him. Giz was a born genius, and yeah, he was a real monster. Angelica's strength was slipping away day by day, like the power draining from her body in real time. Giz stared her down and warned that even after all the training in the world, she'd still need to bite back a grudge at her mommy and daddy for dumping her into the world with no talent. Then he scoffed and spat that trash parents only produce more trash. Angelica shrieked with rage, convinced Giz was looking down on everyone's hard work when he'd never busted his own ass a day in his life. She fired up her continuous flash step and let the world blur into nothing. And Giz finally snapped, sick of watching it. He copied her move and bolted alongside her. Angelica gasped in pure shock when she saw him right there, sprinting toward her. Then Giz yanked her hair, and the moment snapped into chaos. He grunted as she smashed him into the wall. Then he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and Giz erupted into a devilish laugh. He said that this wild rush pounding through his body was the best feeling of all, and then he admitted he loved stomping straight through everyone's misery. Angelica was wobbling like she might collapse as she clawed at the ground to stand. But Rick already sensed she'd pushed way past her breaking point. Angelica planted her trembling foot forward, desperate to fight back because she refused to lose to someone like him. And even as tears streamed down her face, pain crushed her body and her mind. But Giz was seething, watching her struggle and still fight back. He lunged at her, his long, sharp nails ready to strike. Rick's heart hammered as he yelled at the referee to stop him too late. The referee had missed his warning. But his eyes snapped wide the moment his attention. The attack got shoved aside at the last second. Angelica's strength snapped, her eyes rolled back, and she crumpled onto the floor. He couldn't stop wondering why his attack missed until he spotted the smoking shoe that had crashed onto the floor. He figured it had nailed him, so he snapped his head toward the source, then his brows knit into a furious frown when he saw who had thrown it. Rick was the one who launched it, and when his aura hit, everything felt wrong. He'd played the kind, patient guy for so long, but this moment shattered that act and flipped him into something else. And that poor lizard boy, he's about to face a real monster that'll cook him into crispy lizard with soy sauce. Angelica was dragged onto a stretcher and rushed straight into the infirmary. Lynette snapped that she couldn't watch a girl get hurt, but then she realized Rick was missing. Alicette blurted that Rick was furious with her little voice, and Eldwarf just scoffed, saying that lizard was the one thing most likely to set Rick off. So they couldn't help but feel bad for what came next. While Rick was strolling, he suddenly ran into Gistelda. The lizard snapped at him, saying he was the one who hurled the shoe after all. He'd finally found some incredible prey. Rick stayed quiet and unshaken, but Gis hated it, and he snapped, screaming at him to finally talk. He swung a kick at Rick, but in the blink of an eye, Rick was already a few meters away. Then he snapped, "Be patient," because tomorrow he'd blast him flying straight in front of the crowd. He stormed off, and Gis was left furious as hell. Rage flared, and he slammed his fist through the wall, just a poor, helpless wall. Gis narrowed his eyes and grinned, saying he couldn't wait to get into that match. Nicholas leaned in and told his buddy, "Rick just came out." His friend let out a laugh and goes, "So why do you keep throwing bets at Rick?" Then he smirked and said, "You should be voting for someone like Bluestone. At least he wins in a way that looks way cooler." Nicholas snapped, "That was the mindset of an amateur flashy moves. Don't mean real strength, because Rick's strength is the quiet, reserved kind." And his friend shot back, "So what if Rick's walking into a bad matchup today? Because he's about to clash with Michelangelo. Yeah, he's young, but his skills hit like lightning." Nicholas let out a scoff and snapped that the kid was only in it for the cash. His friend only grinned and said he'd buy the kid a drink with the money he was about to win. Nicholas blinked, noticing Rick's aura had suddenly shifted and his mind raced, scrambling to figure out what just happened. As soon as the fight between Michael and Rick kicked off, the kid clocked the fury in his face and warned him that losing his cool over a money-earning tournament would backfire, but Rick completely ignored him. Michael slammed his palm forward and unleashed his seventh-order magic. In the blink of an eye, Rick drove his steel hard fist into his skull, and the impact ripped through the floor, cracking it apart in a violent ripple. All across the Coliseum, every single person's jaw hit the floor in total shock. Eldworf broke into a chuckle the second he saw what he was expecting. Poor little guy was still stuck in the hospital for months after this. Guaranteed, I guess. The host blasted the official winner's name and made it official to everyone watching. The whole crowd erupted, hands flying, voices roaring for Rick, and Nicholas just burst into laughter, swearing that was Rick's real strength. After his match, Rick bolted out of the arena so fast it felt like he couldn't wait another second. He immediately rushed out and stormed into the infirmary to make sure Angelica was okay. The nurse snapped at him to calm down, then told him straight Angelica was getting rocked by the treatment. He peered through the window and spotted her passed out on the bed. Rick knew she'd be furious after getting wiped by that lizard, after all that hellish training she'd put herself through. Rick leaned in and talked straight to her, telling her to come back tomorrow because he wanted her in the stands for his match against Gis. Meanwhile, inside the Coliseum, everyone was, or roaring as Bluestone keeps smashing, extending his unbeaten streak of punches. The undefeated champion stepped up next, and the whole arena held its breath. And just like everyone predicted, he crushed the match without breaking a sweat. The host blasted the official top four. These were the teams who fought their way this far. Rick's about to clash with Gis, and his teacher, Bluestone, is facing off against Kelvin. Right after it all went down, Rick hauled himself out of the city and hammered his power day after day in the middle of nowhere. He kept grinding, polishing, and perfecting his skills with relentless focus. And the moment the tournament's third day finally hit, the Coliseum was absolutely packed to the brim, like it could barely breathe. Rick strode down the hall, then he stopped dead in his tracks, frozen in terror. And then he spotted Angelica closing in on him. She couldn't bring herself to meet his eyes, embarrassment burning hot. He asked what she felt, and she told him, "Bluestone healed me." She sucked in a shaky breath, then shot him an apology like it was the last thing she could do. Rick blinked in shock as she broke into his father, saying all his training had gone to waste, and she'd feel sick knowing she wasted his time on someone talentless, like her. She wiped her tears and swore she'd always have to fight for her dream with her own power. Then, in a panic, she wondered if she should just stop struggling, listen to Snape and marry him so she could finally coast through life. Rick watched her push herself without a single complaint, and he finally owned up this mess was on him, because he never saw just how strong Gishti really was. So he told her, "Watch this match closely," and she tried to stop him, scrambling to explain. It because Rick was gone for real. Angelica hauled herself to the bleachers, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Snape was sitting right beside them. With a sly smile, he told Angelica she should stop warming up to him, because they'd be married in just a few days. Bluestone barged in and told Snape that Gist's victory wasn't locked in yet, but Snape was absolutely convinced his brother would win, even knowing just how deadly strong Rick was. Snape suddenly leaned in and demanded no tricks, no bias who they truly thought would win. And the four of them shouted Rick's name at the same time. Everyone leaned in, eyes locked on Rick and Gisti, as their semi-final match was about to explode. Gist cornered her and asked how the woman he beat yesterday was doing because he wanted to apologize. Gist let out a bitter sigh and snapped, "If I don't cut in, you'll still be stuck living this miserable life, watching yourself suffer because you think you've got no talent." Gist ordered Rick to forfeit, saying it would make things easier for a commoner like him, but Rick ignored him anyway, and now Gist demands he show the scrappy result of all that hard work. But before he could even finish, a brutal slap cracked into his thick face and snapped his words in half. The whole room held its breath. Gist grunted, then coughed up blood. He got shoved back a few brutal meters, and then the moment he finally landed the momentum, he snapped to a stop, clutching his head, swearing at Rick, "I can't believe a commoner can hit a genius like this." Rick just shrugged and told him, "Keep throwing punches at someone who looks pathetic." A cursed fate clings to him as he rubs his aching jaw. He glared at Rick and snapped that he better not get cocky. Then he lunged straight at Rick, setting up a brutal power-packed strike. Rick snapped his arm up and drove a brutal punch into his abdomen. Bluestone smirked like a proud mentor and watched his student slide away from him. Angelica stared at Rick, completely lost, like, "Wait, what did you just do?" So Bluestone told her it was an internal hit, and it left her even more lost than before. So Eldwarf explained that this technique didn't hit the outside at all. It crushed the opponent from the inside with the full force of the blow. Angelica spotted Snape's eerie calm, let out a sigh, and snapped that this still wasn't going to rattle Giss's victory. And it was crystal clear things were about to get even worse for Rick. Once Giss finally bounced back, Rick swooped in and mocked him, asking if he was ready to throw in the towel. Snap said his brothers usually just stuck in play mode, but tonight, they're about to see Giss's real terrifying side. Jeez shot his hand up and slammed strengthening magic into his body, boosting his power in an instant. Only the Dragon Force, exclusive to the Dragonborn. He snapped the question right back at Rick, "So you surrender?" But Rick just wouldn't answer. Giss burst forward like a bullet, and in the blink of an eye, he was already right in front of their eyes. Luckily for Rick, he snapped his guard up just in time. That impact yanked the ground out from under him. Giz refused to let that second slip. He kept going, no hesitation. Snapped an attack out of the air mid-flight. The wall finally exploded, blasting apart in a shower of wreckage. Rick sprinted immediately, trying to put as much distance as he could between him and the blast. The second he clocked that Giz was right on his tail, Giz picked up his movement, whipped around, and kicked his face. He got blasted into the air. Angelica couldn't even wrap her head around it. Giz snapped back to Rick's feint shockingly fast. But Snape laid it out plain. Giz was born with it, and that gift was exactly why he could pull off what he did. Bluestone said their Dragon Force guzzles a ton of mana. Snape smirked and snapped that Giz never trained a drop of mana. He just got this capacity at birth. Rick let out a heavy sigh and swore he'd been dealt a cruel fate just for being born in some tiny manor reserve. Then Giz snapped that he should aim his complaints at his trashy parents. When Rick came charging in, Giz slammed his iron body to life. So when Rick finally unleashed that internal punch, Giz lunged for his counterattack, snapping his arm forward like a blade to unleash a razor-cutting thread. And Rick's eyes widened when he spotted a fresh cut in his clothes. He somehow slips through right behind him, and when Rick is seconds from turning around, everything changes. Giz snapped an internal punch into him. Rick crumpled to the ground, and Angelica stared in shock as Giz copied those moves like it was nothing. Giz leaned in and told Rick, "Watch me once I see it, I can copy that move." Snape flat out told them this was the reason he could stay completely calm. Giz suddenly burst into devilish laughter, taunting Rick and sneering that he was just a filthy commoner. Then he snapped at him to get up, insisting he couldn't save her, tormenting someone who looked so pathetic. Nicholas and everyone around him froze in stunned silence as they watched Rick get turned into pure chaos. When Rick crumpled to the ground, Giz shot a glance at the crowd and felt the silence hit like a punch. He figured a genius like him, flattening some common nobody, was way too predictable to even get them worked up. Snape snapped that it was painfully obvious the four of them were wrong. Then Bluestone stared at him and demanded, "What are you even talking about?" Snape leaned in and reminded him Rick was supposed to win this match. But Bluestone clocked exactly what Snape was peering into, and Snape looked downright baffled. So Bluestone snapped that the whole situation didn't matter anymore. He dialed Angelica and told her that, in her eyes, this match mattered more than anything. When Giz threw yet another punch at Rick, sweat poured off him, and he was gasping for air, clearly running out of breath. Rick let out a heavy sigh and told Giz that his stamina was finally running dry. Giz snapped in shock when he realized Rick was deliberately trying to drain him, and he saw it after those attacks. Rick didn't have a single drop of blood. Rick grinned and said it was a body manipulation skill called fluid body, letting the damage spread through his whole body instead of ripping him apart. Giz's stamina had been getting picked apart little by little, so he snapped at Rick for cutting corners the entire time. Rick had been pushing his limits just to keep himself matching Angelica's physical level, and Delica's jaw dropped at what she heard now. That's a flex drop. His power down to match his opponent's last beaten foe and still wreck him. Eldwarf broke into a chuckle, remembering that slap, and said, "That's just Rick being pissed." Bluestone told her straight up that winning meant nothing to him. He just wanted to prove to Angelica what she could become. Rick basically wanted Angelica to picture herself doing this fight against Gis. The lizard couldn't believe some lowly commoner dared to mess with him, and he snarled that he'd exterminate him in a blink. Then Rick shot back, telling him to move based on how much stamina he had left. Gis straight up ignored him, then powered up his iron body and clenched a crushing, unbreakable fist. He lunged ahead with a blink step Ren he straight up copied from Angelica. Rick let out a heavy sigh and admitted his sloppy copying was basically doomed. Then Gis finally unleashed his attack. Rick slipped under him and drove a deadly internal punch straight into his abdomen. Gis couldn't even scream, just crumpled to his knees in agony, and Rick stared down at him, saying this was the price for never training all the way to exhaustion. Gis's voice cracked with pure disbelief as the host declared he'd been driven straight to his knees, making Snape's mind race as he wondered if Rick had more talent than Gis. So the four teachers all declared Rick was just an average guy, and Angelica's jaw dropped because it felt like they were admitting he had almost no talent for them at all. Bluestone said a talent might sound common, but the real activation rules were absurdly rare, so Snape snapped, "How did Rick pull it off and drown a super genius like Gis?" Angelica finally clicked, sure, she'd busted through hellish training, but now she'd earned the same relative strength. Rick pushed himself through even more trials because he trained 20 times harder than she did, and the results were honestly beyond comprehension. G's had never been drained a day in his life, so when fatigue finally hit, he had no clue how to move. Rick told him those hard workers he mocked kept training even when their bodies screamed for rest, and that real strength doesn't show up until after you've been utterly exhausted. Gis snarled a curse and surged forward, driving his fist straight toward him. But Rick snapped it out of the air and slammed his internal strike right away. The shock surged through his arms like lightning, and the moment it hit his system, he crumpled to the floor. He told him that even without working, he was already built like a weapon, but when it came to geniuses, he was still brand new, stuck at level 1. He said the real gifted don't just coast on talent, they harness the body and instincts they were born with, then grind relentlessly to sharpen it. Because he'd witnessed those people do it, and that's exactly why they're his teachers. He warned him, "You might still lose to me like this, but if Gis dares to fight his teachers, he'll be shattered in a heartbeat." And the world suddenly felt endless. He got this far purely by luck. Hearing those words about luck instantly ticked off Gis more he was not having it. He screamed at the top of his lungs, swearing he'd slaughter him and everyone he claimed was stronger. He screamed as his body spasmed and his form started to shift. His muscles swelled to double size and he suddenly looked way more powerful than ever. Snape told them Gis had summoned his roots, the Earth Dragons, to take on this form, and as he stared Rick down, Gis growled like a threat come alive. He slammed his thick fist into Rick with a brutal, rapid crunch, which made him dig deeper and lock in. Rick grunted as the impact slammed into him. Even with that fluid body, he still got rocked. Angelica broke out in cold sweat, thinking, if that hit me, I wouldn't make it. Rick copied the blink step ring's move, and he slammed an internal strike into him. But Gis mocked him, smirking while some fly buzzed around, desperate to sting him, while Rick clocked the fact he still hadn't switched on his iron body, and somehow Gis's own body was already rock hard, like metal. He skittered back just as Gis suddenly came swinging with his arm. He clenched his teeth and realized his attacks were now coming faster than ever. But Gis yanked a follow-up attack with his tail, and the move caught him totally off guard. Angelica could barely track a single punch, and she thought, if Rick keeps leaning on her physical skill to fight Gis, then at this point, there's no way we win. Rick shoved himself to his feet and praised his blessed body, finally realizing Angelica couldn't beat him, not ever. Angelica might be at a disadvantage right now, but if anyone can't afford to quit, it's her, so giving up isn't an option. And it's precisely for nights like those that you've got to push yourself until death. He shut his eyes and channeled Angelica's strength after 6 long months. And just like that, he vanished into thin air. Gis stared in shock, then snapped into full alert mode. When he finally spotted him lurking behind him, everything changed in an instant. He whipped his arm back, then the moment was already gone, and it was too late. For 9 brutal months, he absorbed Angelica's power, piece by piece, and then unleashed a brutal internal strike that hit like a thunderbolt. Gis groaned through clenched teeth and lunged after him, desperate to grab him. But after 12 months of training with Angelica, she'd start moving this fast, maybe even faster than Sonic, and Snape couldn't believe his eyes. Angelica finally clocked it. Rick wasn't just training, he'd been copying the same skills she used to flex her power. And if she kept that brutal year-long drill going, she'd burn right through it. Rick told him, straight up, that he couldn't beat the gap in the physical gifts they were born with. Still, winning would demand one more year of brutal training. After making it this far, he demanded to know which way her scale leaned. Angelica slammed her fist against her forehead. She blurted out that she was born with a scale that only tilts one way, and that even if it took her a whole year to reach that point, she still wanted Rick to wait patiently while she proved, step by step, that she could catch him. This right here. That's what a real master does when he's training his disciple. Giz started to get crushed under the sheer speed of Rick. Exhaustion gnawed at him till he felt drained to the bone. And Rick warned him, you only win if you clash with the fury of a beast backed by the will to die. Meanwhile, Giz just looked down at the commoners like their effort was barely worth the dust. Giz scoffed, spat out a curse, and demanded why someone as brilliant as him would ever act so pathetic. Rick clocked that his pride was steering the whole disaster. But deep down, he'd already checked out and accepted the loss. When Giz heard that, fury exploded in his chest. Rick watched him lunge in a desperate rush, and with a heavy sigh, Rick decided, nope, you're going home. And just like Angelica said, the whole trick was to read the air, then tap it with a gentle swing right at the very tip. In the blink of an eye, Rick whipped out the cutting thread and launched it at him as they barreled forward. The wound tore open and sprayed blood everywhere. He let out a shaky breath, because he'd nailed that cut the way Lynette did it, and if it had been Giz, she would have been split in two on the spot. That's the end of the fight, Lizard versus Rick. Snape stood there, completely stunned, trying to wrap his head around what happened to his brother and his money. Rick told Giz he should be thankful his fight with Angelica wasn't scheduled a whole year away. He glanced to the side and shot Angelica a raised thumb. This guy, he's a total gigachat. The author didn't nerf him, he nerfed himself. Giz was rushed straight into the infirmary the moment those few seconds were up. The crowd still erupted in nonstop screams, riding the intensity of that fight like it was an electric storm. Angelica confronts Snape and demands to know why he isn't even upset after his brothers get wiped out and his money vanishes, while Snape himself is stunned by how he reacts. A ruthless part of him wanted to watch Giz get shut down cold. They shut down his very existence. As a gladiator, Giz's overwhelming talent was so brutal, it left him with nothing. Watching him slip somehow eased Snape's heart, and when he finally met her eyes, he admitted with a sharp regret that he wouldn't get to marry her. But Angelica snapped that he was nothing but a sore loser and that she'd never marry a man like him. Snape snapped his head side to side and said it had nothing to do with his plan. He just wanted one thing, the chance to marry an incredible woman like her. He suddenly realized what he'd said sounded painfully embarrassing, so he quickly made an excuse and slipped out. Angelica blinked at the shock and couldn't help wondering if she really was that kind of dragon. Bluestone sprang to his feet because the moment his turn finally came was too perfect to ignore. Now rewind 7 years back to that day when this city was pure chaos, cruelty everywhere you looked. Weak, defenseless people got picked apart and exploited without mercy. A man passing by muttered that this city was nowhere near Heracotopia, and he couldn't wrap his head around how a place this wild could even exist. 2 guys showed up to check out the slum's starving wolf and size him up for the tournament, and the moment they reached his house, they practically begged he wasn't still starving. The second they peeked inside, a towering heap of lifeless bodies hit their eyes, and the wolf snapped to attention the moment it sensed them. The shocked man stared at the stacked, poor bodies, but the eye-patched stranger didn't flinch. He kept his eyes locked on him. He got asked if he was the wolf of the slums, and the wolf just nodded, then shot back, "Did more of your gang members go there to wipe me out?" He was ready for it, but when they said no, shock hit him hard. Then he grinned, feeling the intense aura pouring off the two, like a warning, because the eye-patched man knew the wolf's bloodline was powerful, yet their magic affinity was painfully low. The second you lay eyes on him, that insane aura just blasts off his body like it's got its own power. He demanded to know who they were, then joked that it'd be awesome if they were a cleaning crew, and the eye-patch guy shrugged and said he was the owner of a gym. He showed up in person to size him up, and the wolf was absolutely stunned. He told him his fist wasn't just for show, it had a mission, and then he invited him to Heracutopia, where the only way to get fed was to beat people stronger than him. Wolf let out a dark little chuckle, convinced his offer was too good to ignore. That's how Kelvin's name shot into the spotlight and lit up the whole stage. Back in the semifinals, he marched down the hallway when a woman stopped him and asked what he felt. Sylvan leaned in and told them, "As the champion, it's my job to win and make the whole crowd lose their minds." That woman wasn't buying it, and she pressed him right into his soul, so Kelvin stood his ground, faced them head on, and said his body just adapts to his opponent's raw strength, and he leaned in, grinning, hoping his opponent would be even tougher so he could prove his perfect form in a real fight. Just as he slipped into the bleachers, his friends and teachers lit up and greeted him. Then Angelica stepped up, looked him in the eye, bowed deeply, and thanked him for every single thing he'd taught her. He couldn't believe it. So Rick leaned in and told her, "I just won my match, those goals are mine." Angelica flashed a grin, and the moment the crowd went wild, I leaned over and saw Kelvin grinning at the crowd like he already knew how the night would go. Angelica froze when she saw how the crowd reacted the moment Kelvin stepped in, because Bluestone was his perfect opponent, and everyone had been starving for this showdown. The two of them locked eyes and just stared like neither of them was ready to blink first. Everyone around them gaped as the wall nearby detonated with a violent blast, knocking the air right out of the scene. Kelvin snapped his guard up the second he felt something was off. Gist burst out of the holes, growling like a beast ready to tear into anything in his way. Mape's jaw hit the floor as he realized Gist had finally blacked out. Gist went berserk as the dragon's blood hijacked his mind. Then he sprinted straight for Kelvin. It stayed calm, and with his bare hand it stopped him dead. Then he smirked and thought Gist's attack hit harder than he ever expected. In the blink of an eye, Giz got launched and slammed into the very wall he'd wrecked before, while Kelvin just let out a chuckle, claiming it wasn't bad at all, but still not enough to pause his match. Angelica's jaw dropped when the undefeated champion ended Gist's streak in a single devastating blow. Rick bragged that Gist was a top-A ranker adventurer, so he knew Kelvin might already be stepping into the world of S-rank. Bluestone grinned and told everyone Kelvin was doing great. Kelvin just laughed back, saying he'd never felt this alive, and the host finally soothed the crowd before stepping forward to introduce the adventurers about to compete. This match will decide whether Kelvin Ervil takes the crown or if Bluestone Ashork steals it first. Alvin grinned as he clocked the orc standing like a statue, zero slack, not a single gap in that defense. So the second the match officially kicked off, Kelvin didn't waste a single heartbeat and he launched the first strike and sprinted straight at Bluestone. He landed a barrage of punches so fast and so hidden they looked invisible to the naked eye. Glowstone stood perfectly still, daring Kelvin to blow up with his tantrums. Kelvin snapped his leg up and swung it at him. Stone shot his arm up, bracing to block it. Kelvin slid across the floor and followed up with a deadly second strike. Bluestone snatched the attack out of thin air without even glancing, then whipped his arm, sending Kelvin tumbling through the air. Kelvin twisted around and slammed his weight forward with a vicious kick, but Bluestone snapped up the block and stopped him cold. He hit the floor, and his shock exploded when he saw his fist hanging right in front of his face. So he shot to the side and dodged it at the last second. Luckily, that swing missed him because if it landed, it would have ended everything right there. The crowd watching them let out a sharp gasp. Kelvin burst out laughing, telling Bluestone he'd never faced anyone stronger. Finally, a real worthy opponent, and swearing their fight would be legendary. Then he added, "Just don't forget, you're probably the tank in our party, so I'm basically digging my own grave." Then everything went dead quiet. After only a few seconds of action, the host was so hyped, it sent the whole stadium into a roaring frenzy. Rick studied the fight like it was a puzzle he could crack. The champion's attacks got slapped away again and again, one brutal block after another. But somehow he dodged Bluestone's flawless soul strike at the last second, guided by his sharp sense of smell. Angelica clocked how Bluestone usually let the other guy swing first on purpose. But this time he snapped up the block, then Rick told her his teacher could land a KO, though he likely guessed Kelvin would just slip out of it. Even Kelvin knew that if he'd eaten that hit head-on, his brains would have been splattered everywhere by now after the barrage ended. Kelvin finally pinned down exactly what kind of threat he was. He looked at that and figured Bluestone had insane stats in every single category. He demanded to know why he hadn't moved an inch and accused him of trying to hand him a built-in handicap. Bluestone stared at his foot and realized he hadn't taken a step, then snapped that he wasn't about to hand Kelvin a handicap. Kelvin grinned and promised he'd have him running laps in no time. He realized his powerful guards weren't going to handle themselves, so he had to act fast. He burst forward, aimed straight for the guy, and whoosh closed the distance with his own blazing hands and determination, and rained down brutal punches on him. He yanked his right arm back and unleashed his rolling fang technique. That attack snapped so fast that even Bluestone jolted and flinched in pure shock. He reached to block it, but that tiny split second just wasn't going to save him. So he snapped his head left to dodge the strike, and Kelvin smirked the second he saw the move. Angelica said that technique would read his opponent's guard, mimic it on purpose, and then slam his arm aside to throw them off. When Kelvin darted in for another round of punches Angelica's eyes went wide. Kelvin started hammering her with a savage storm of punches, feints, and rolling fangs, all of it flying at her with no rhyme or reason, and slammed shut, blocked by Bluestone. He tried to creep in and slip under for the swing, then he stopped cold when his nose caught something in the air. He groaned and stumbled to the side as Bluestone's fist rocketed in, then boom, the impact hit the ground with a thunderous explosion. Kelvin started to sweat as he hunted for an opening right after forcing Bluestone to block, but he didn't expect to turn it into a setup when he drove a kick into him, knowing that strike wouldn't hurt much. Bluestone went on the offensive, and they both crashed forward with a new attack. Kelton's ribs screamed. One crack had formed from that impact, so he zeroed in on him again. But his stats were already punching past the limit. Even Kelvin's manager dropped his jaw at the sheer power Bluestone packed. Angelica clocked Rick going quiet, like something heavy just hit him. So Rick said the champion's movements felt off to him, like something just didn't sit right. Bluestone let out a heavy sigh and murmured a question in a low voice so quiet that only Kelvin could catch it. He demanded to know why he kept pulling his punches, and that question hit Kelvin like a sudden punch to the gut. Angelica knitted her brows, straining to catch what those two were saying, but all she could hear was silence. Kelvin asked why he thought like that, and Bluestone snapped back that the question wouldn't quit staying lodged in his head every time Kelvin stepped into the ring. He said it might be pure motivation and adrenaline, especially when he's up against someone brutal. Then he pushed harder, wondering if Kelvin somehow had a fighting power that just automatically tunes itself, so he always lands in a good match. Even if Kelvin can clench his restraint against some weak opponent, the real truth hits when he faces someone like Bluestone. You can bet something feels wrong. Kelvin let out a heavy sigh and admitted with zero doubt that this was the first time anyone had felt this good to him in 4 straight years. So Bluestone pressed again, demanding to know why he had to hold back. Kelvin froze for a split second, then snapped that he couldn't fight for real anymore. That wild day when Kelvin finally crashed into Heracutopia for the very first time. He stared in disbelief at the people and the whole place, because nothing about this looked like the slums where he'd been born and raised. He slipped out of the slums without a single soul stopping him because nobody could, and the only welcome waiting for him out there was 2 guys trading punches like it was the local handshake. The manager knew it would hurt to adjust to the city, but he couldn't just stand there. He had to deal with that filthy getup. They tore up to the Red Rings gym. His manager shrugged and said it might not sound huge, but he swore they had monsters on their roster fighters who stormed all the way into the King Fist's tournament's top 4. Kelvin smirked and demanded, "So where are the fighters?" The manager yanked out a call and demanded that someone become Kelvin's partner. While he was getting ready, he demanded to know the rules, and the answer was simple: no weapons, no armor, period. He grinned when the match kicked off and leaned in to warn his partner, "Don't freak out if I end up tagging you." He tried to end it strong, but after the match, he face-planted and kissed the floor. Kelvin's partner took the win, then shot him an apology, admitted he'd hurt him, and leapt off the ring. He might not have the power to topple the top 4, but the manager could see it. Kelvin had bigger potential, forged by his talent and experience. This was the first time Kelvin ever tasted defeat in a fight. And for him, fighting wasn't just fun, it was pure pleasure, the kind that made his heart race. But in the slums, nobody could ever beat him. Beating those guys left him bored out of his mind. Since he kept getting wiped out, he gritted his teeth, trained nonstop, and finally chased a way stronger fighter just to prove he could win. So yeah, he got beaten again, then he doubled down, trained like his life depended on it, and clawed at every chance to win, by digging into mouth-watering dishes he'd never laid eyes on before. After a full year of relentless training, and somehow he crushed his way into the Fist King tournament and slammed into the finals. The manager leaned in and warned him he'd be facing a king who'd already been crowned twice. He nodded, and the truth hit him hard. He wasn't about to lose. So the moment he snapped up, he stalked down the tunnel. The match kicked off, and in mere seconds, the whole crowd went silent. Kelvin swept the champion aside so easily it felt unreal, and there was zero joy on his face because all he could see ahead were endless battles, the kind you don't escape from. Just give him a belly rub and he'll fold. Because yeah, he's from the dog race, and that's why this man's success was just pure suffering. That night, the gym crowd erupted in cheers for Kelvin's win, beer in hand. Food piled up at a nearby restaurant. The manager got teased for thinking this would make him famous, and he just let out a quick chuckle. And one of his men let out a chuckle, saying the owner looked cool, but he was basically on the verge of tears once Kelvin pulled the win. The boys started heckling him, and they all cracked up like it was the funniest thing in the world then. But Kelvin just stood there staring into nothing. Then the former top four clocked him and shot, "How you holding up?" And Kelvin muttered that he was tired before his voice cut off. From the very first day of the tournament, he knew it. Everything he did just clicked for him perfectly. He tore through his opponent without breaking a sweat, and that effortless win made everything feel as dull as those same fights in the slums. He'd already climbed this far in a single year, but he could feel it. He wasn't done yet, and he still had to grow stronger. He couldn't stop wondering, what if he never quit training back then? Maybe he'd be happier now, still buzzing with that same fire for every single match. Even when the laughs wouldn't come, he still refused to stop when he couldn't get any joy out of. And the one thing he could truly savor was this getting stronger, even as the ending closed in. And he crushed every last expectation his manager threw at him, because the guy who dragged him out of the slums was the one standing there. And to repay him, he trained nonstop, grinding day after day. After another year on top as the champion, he blitzed the second tournament again and still walked away with a hollow feeling. He knew this job brought him no joy, but the moment he saw the owner grinning like he'd just won himself, he figured maybe winning that tournament wasn't so terrible after all. A whole year blew by, and then right in the middle of his session one day, he cracked open the gold slime bag, grabbed a mop to wipe up the chaos, and when he passed the owner's office, he accidentally caught someone saying his name. The guy with the glasses snapped that Kelvin's matches barely drew a crowd. Fans were sick of how he ends every fight with one brutal blow. So if he keeps racking up wins like this, people are going to start getting bored and his popularity will tank. The owner let out a heavy sigh and admitted, "It's okay, I guess." The man rubbed his head, stunned, as they warned him other groups and businesses were ghosting him because they didn't want Kelvin anywhere near their matches, or his gym would tip into bankruptcy. The owner even snapped that he'd never fix Kelvin's fights and asked if he'd suggest the change instead, and demanded Kelvin rise as the strongest champion history has ever seen. The owner snapped that he wouldn't care if his gym got torn apart. Kelvin heard this and froze because the thought of fixing a match made him want to bail on the spot, so he bolted out of there. The man snapped, asking what kept him so long, and Kelvin only froze to wonder why the owner was putting so much pressure on him too, leaving the guy totally stunned by the sudden question. He let out a heavy sigh and warned him, "Don't you tell the owner what I'm about to say." Then he sucked in a deep breath and they said the owner had a kid in his life, and that kid's personality was basically his mirror. His kid's dream was simple: win the tournament, and everyone already knew he was built different, strong, talented, and ready to take the title. But he died before he could ever meet the owner, gone at 19 in a brutal accident. And if that owner's kid had survived, he'd have been the same age as Kelvin. From that day on, he swallowed his son's failed dream and handed the whole thing to Kelvin to carry. The owner treats him like his very own son, but the owner kept it to himself, knowing he'd blow up and make a huge fuss the second he found out. The next day, he stormed into the Coliseum. Everyone was dead silent, and he couldn't stop thinking, this is pathetic. He finally realized he didn't even want the title because all it would do is drag problems straight onto the owner. So deep in his thoughts, he completely lost track of the fact that, hey, he was still in the middle of a match. He snapped a curse as the opponent's fist tore toward his face. Then he lunged sideways and slipped out of the impact. He watched the attack crawl through the air. He could have dodged it, but then he realized he'd have to smash into that hit and take it head on. There, when that punch finally slammed into his face, he crumpled onto the floor, and the whole room burst into stunned gasps. The crowd erupted, roaring in shock and wild excitement. like the whole place suddenly came to life. Kelvin let out a heavy sigh, staring at all that joy like it didn't belong because no matter how bright everyone looked, he felt completely crushed inside. Guilt twisted his chest for the owner, but he swallowed it down. No more trouble. Not now. He wasn't fighting for thrills anymore. He was throwing down to keep the owner's dream alive and make the crowd cheer. In that moment, Kelvin played it like a true athlete, taking every twist and turn, riding the highs and lows, and somehow lighting up the whole crowd while his fans went wild. He kept his strength under control, then timed every burst just to keep everyone cheering. Kelvin told Bluestone that everything from then on lit a fire in the crowd, and their gym got bigger, expanded for more people. Kelvin was an animal in the slums, throwing his fist at strangers without thinking. But when the owner flipped his life around and taught him the value of that power, Kelvin decided the only way to repay that kindness was to put his fist to use. If Kelvin ever quit acting, everyone would instantly realize he'd been performing the whole time. And that's why he couldn't take Bluestone seriously in a real fight. This guy belongs in WWE. Kelvin warned him the world would be sickened if they ever found out. But Bluestone shot back that he was just putting others first, and that's exactly how a real pro moves. Kelvin shot him a grateful nod for understanding, then swore he'd keep fighting no matter what while still acting. Bluestone had no choice. He looked him dead in the eye and told him he'd fight back using his 2 fingers. Kelvin went wide-eyed and speechless, and Bluestone fired back that he'd hold his feet still, too leaning into his handicap so they could both have a real match. Killed him, mocked him, and told him they should have just fought a normal battle because they were both still holding back. He sprinted straight at him like lightning, closing the distance in a blink. And right as he struck, his opponent's fingers snapped up to block every move. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Bluestone actually swallowed his attacks and blocked every single one. The moment he unleashed that rolling fang, he swore he could smash right through her defense like nothing could stop him now. Now he was wrong, and the moment Bluestone landed, it snapped between his fingers, yanking him off the ground and into the air. Air slammed into him and flipped him hard to the floor. Kelvin howled in agony from the impact, just as Bluestone raised his fingers to drive them through his abdomen. Kelvin sprang up and dodged in the nick of time. He skated backward, and the thoughts started racing through his head. Bluestone looked like he was going to flatten him, like he was crushing him with every ounce of restraint. He couldn't stop wondering, what if neither of them held back? What if they just joined the Orichalcum First Guild and went all in, no breaks at all? A brand new member like that would be huge. He jerked back hard the second he heard the owner snap, calling him a dumbass. He spun toward him and froze because the guy was shouting at him, screaming that he better not look down on their opponent. Kelvin snapped his eyes to the owner the second he heard his voice, and the whole crowd went silent because everyone was suddenly asking the same question: who was this pirate-looking guy? Kelvin demanded, why, and snapped that their talk had nothing to do with him. But the owner still caught the lie. He warned Kelvin not to try to pull the wool over his eyes, because he already knew exactly what they were discussing. He said the ultimate dream he carried in his heart was to train the strongest fighter in history. And it wasn't his son's doing at all. He just wanted Kelvin to become the strongest. He urged him to chase his dream and make it real because that was the only move he could make to pay the favor back. Kelvin went dead quiet as the owner shot a scoff, straightened his mood, and dared him to beat his opponent, then added that being strong was already getting boring. Kelvin let out a chuckle. Then it hit him. This was the moment to go all out, make his fans scream, and satisfy himself for real. Out, he had only one mission: tear into that monster and end it. He figured if he won this match, he'd finally make the owner's dream come true. Then he let out a heavy sigh. Then in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Bluestone snapped to attention, and the alarm hit. He was reeled in, and he snapped his hand up and caught his fist in an instant. Kelvin smirked and bragged that Bluestone was all 5 fingers. But Bluestone just shot back that he wasn't playing around. He was only using the defense he needed. Angelica blinked at the sudden shift in Kelvin's moves, and Rick clocked it instantly. He knew exactly what was going on. Kelvin realized that if his power shifted this hard, even a kid would spot it, so he vowed to be meticulous and leave nothing to chance. The Bluestone snapped a lightning-fast punch straight into the action. He slid back with a smug chuckle, then laughed at him for missing it. He raised his palm and slammed the command Fifth Order. Flaming magic erupted. A massive wall of fire burst up from the ground, and Angelica instantly felt it. Kelvin's power was far stronger than his brother's. Even the owner had no clue his athlete could pull off something this insane. As the raging flame wave charged toward Bluestone, he slammed his foot down and conjured a giant boulder to shield himself. Then he pressed his palm to it, flooding the boulder with mana until it became tougher and fire couldn't chew through it anymore. The moment the impact hit, fire slithered through the boulder like a snake, and the Bluestone stayed totally untouched. After the flames ripped through the air, Angelica stared in disbelief as he beamed and praised Kelvin's raw power, because everyone knew Kelvin's kind, dogmen like him, were only supposed to be good up to the third order. Rick looked at Kelvin and straight up praised him, saying his magic talent was unreal and his body was blessed. He's nothing like the other guys, he's built different. Because Kelvin's a total genius, just like the ones Rick's teachers said could change everything. Angelica sensed Kelvin was holding back. And the moment Rick noticed, nerves hit him hard like he'd already started counting the casualties. Kelvin flashed a smug grin, then roared into his next move, chanting the Emperor of Lighting like it was about to strike. So Bluestone grabbed the boulder, smashed it to rubble, and launched it screaming straight at him. Kelvin snapped into flash step, popping sideways in a blink to slam a defense before anything could hit him. Angelica's jaw dropped as he dumped every last shred of mana from his weaving, then snapped it into a blazing flash step. Mid-air, Kelvin snapped on a 7th order magic spell right in the sky. A rope of living darkness suddenly burst out from under the Bluestone and cinched him up from head to toe. Kelvin didn't even pause. He slammed the next incantation and kept the magic rolling. A massive wave of magic crashed around him as he unleashed the 8th order magic Angelica's breath caught, because only a tiny handful of people could ever reach that height. A thunderous rumble tore through the sky, and the moment the citizens near the Colosseum spotted a giant blazing meteor barreling toward their home, they shrieked and scattered in terror. Meanwhile, Rick froze in place, clutching his head as panic hit, his mind racing over what to do since he knew his teacher better than anyone. Man, Bluestone is about to stop pulling his punches if it keeps going like this. Kelvin let out a sharp chuckle, convinced his opponent couldn't possibly dodge this massive strike, and that if they did, it still wouldn't stop it from putting countless lives on the line Bluestone's side. In the span of just a few seconds, he tore those thick vines apart like they were nothing but paper. Kelvin's eyes blew wide with pure shock when he realized just how effortlessly he ripped it apart. Bluestone curled his fingers into a hard fist, yanked his arm back, and drove it forward with all his weight behind it. He flung it onto the meteor's surface, and the instant it hit, a blinding flash erupted in pure white light. A brutal blast from his fist rattled the meteor, and then one hit after another it tore apart into nothing but wreckage. Some of it crumbled into ashes, but the rest slammed into the nearby facilities. So just look at our MC sweating buckets like he's been holding it in for over an hour. Kelvin stood there completely stunned, unable to even process what he just saw. And Bluestone patted him on the back, telling him to answer now with his true level of strength and heart. Rick spotted Bluestone's hand signal, those quarter thumbs up vibes. That gesture screamed, "We're not dodging or blocking, bring the fight to me." And yeah, orcs did that kind of thing all the time. So now Bluestone was set to unleash every ounce of his strength on his next turn, ready to smash into the attack. Kelvin felt a sudden shiver crawl down his spine, cold sweat pouring off him. This was the first time he'd ever been hit by fear this brutal. Bluestone strode toward him, radiating an intimidating presence that made the air feel heavy. But Kelvin clenched his fear in his fist and went for it, casting yet another 6th order magic Emperor of Lightning. An electric blast screamed toward him, but he stayed ice cold, letting the vast lightning tore past him inches from his skin. His shadow loomed there, standing unshaken. Bluestone demanded to know why he wasn't going all out, and shoved him into action, telling him to unleash everything he had. Alvin was still reeling, trying to wrap his mind around what just happened. In the blink of an eye, Bluestone's fist was already flying straight at him. He gulped in a breath, panic surging as he realized he might not have time to dodge it. Then right as disaster struck, he dodged just in time. That brutal hit would have hurt a ton of spectators. The owner was stunned that Brownstone hadn't thrown a single ounce of magic. Everyone's eyes were locked on them, and Kelvin's nose wouldn't help at all, because Bluestone moved too fast. With no choice left, he roared through every ounce of magic he had: fire, earth, water, and lightning, just to make it work. The host stared in total awe at the wild, diverse magic swirling around him. But none of that worked on the thick-headed orc. Kelvin's frustration exploded as he couldn't shove him back even 1 single centimeter, and somehow he couldn't even get the guy to blink. Teeth clenched so hard it hurt, he plotted his next move, then he kicked a foot back and unleashed another chant for his attack. But that mid-sentence Bluestone was already barreling right toward his face, and that terrifying flash of his total defeat hit him. He knew there was no dodging it this time, so he threw up every last bit of defense he had. So he used his fluid body to spread the damage away cleanly, instantly, and just in time, while executing a blink step to slip away at the last second. He poured the rest of his mana into a defensive spell, firing it off to shield himself. A shield burst open to eat Bluestone's punch, but the moment it cracked apart, Bluestone's opponent's eyes went wide in shock. His fist slammed through and drove straight into his abdomen. Then that fatal hit stole his breath in a single deadly gasp. His body was ripped away by the blast, and the shockwave tore up everything around it. Rick saw the defense cut the damage, but it still wasn't going to be enough. Kelvin felt his flesh and organs pounding with brutal pain, and when he tried to breathe, blood poured out from the wreckage inside him. He could only shout Kelvin's name in panic, but Kelvin couldn't answer. Searing agony crushed every sound from his throat. He locked eyes with his opponent and for a split second thought, maybe it'd be easier if he just quit. Then the memory hit him. He'd wished for someone stronger than him. So he shot to his feet and went after his dream, no backing down. Bluestone kept his eyes on him and then clocked it. Kelvin had burned through every last bit of strength. Then he slammed the moment shut, shouted that he wasn't finished, and erupted into a scream as he activated 7th Order magic. Flame Sword, Storm Javelin, Water Hammer, and Lightning Axe erupted together, and the crowd couldn't even breathe from the sheer force of that stacked magic. Once the spell finally died, thick smoke swallowed the ground. Kelvin staggered, gasping for air, just long enough to check his mana status. When the smoke finally cleared, Bluestone stood there untouched, unscarred, unshaken, and he snapped, asking if Kelvin had truly used every last bit of his strength. But he shut him down hard, swore he still had the stamina to burn, and then he exploded forward, screaming, winging his fist at him, raining wave after wave of attacks down on Bluestone's body. Angelica went wide-eyed because that was the fastest barrage ever, fueled by his crushing rolling fangs, and even the owner was still staring in disbelief at the brutal strength Kelvin was unleashing. He was wheezing for every breath, barely able to move an inch. Bluestone was about to ask if he still had any powers. Then he caught Kelvin wobbling his balance, slipping fast, and Kelvin dropped to one knee. In the dead hush that followed, even the host couldn't process what he was seeing. The champion crashed to his knees, and Kelvin's fans burst into tears. He felt it in his bones. He'd hit his limit, and he couldn't possibly beat his opponent, and now he was finally admitting that all that was left was. But he still flinched when that young boy screamed at him to do his best. The boy kept shouting at him with that shaky, cracking voice, and the crowd turned toward the kid, then erupted, cheering Kelvin too. Melvin was stunned by how hard the crowd reacted to the final result. The owner swept the room with his gaze, and suddenly, his eyes burned with tears. Angelica and Rick could barely contain their excitement, thrilled to witness this historic moment. Kelvin couldn't stop himself from feeling grateful for the people's love, even though he'd been deceiving them. He sucked in a deep breath and let out a small, shaky howl. He rose to his feet slowly, then ripped a long, echoing howl through the air that hung there like a haunting ghost. He drove himself to throw one more punch, rolled his hand into a brutal fist, and wrapped it with the last shred of his spirit, without him even realizing that his own birth had sparked a brand new technique. The rolling fang overloaded his grip blink step. A fortified fist and a handful of deadly magic all got slammed into his hand. Was going to be called the Kayet Resenjeb, and the wolf's bite crushed into Bluestone with a shock so huge it made everything ring. When the smoke finally cleared, it turned out his punch bounced right off Bluestone's body, didn't even leave a mark, and he just nodded like, "Nice try, my attack still landed," praising it like he'd done something incredible. He stumbled back, and it was clear his body got shoved a few inches farther than before. Kelvin may have already burned through every ounce of strength, but he still pulled out a laugh. Kelvin stood tall and told him, straight to his face, that it was the most fun he'd ever had in his life. Bluestone grinned at him and set his jaw dropping. Fighting earned his absolute respect. Kelvin took the hit straight on, refusing to flinch or dodge. The owner just went silent. Yeah, Kelvin did lose this match, but that "but" is where everything gets interesting. But for him, there was no question he was still the deadliest gladiator anyone had ever seen. The crowd erupted into applause because seeing Kelvin push himself to the limit lit up their hearts, and those soothing claps hit just right, making him grin before he even realized it. Right before he passed out, and once again, Bluestone got hailed as the winner. Yeah, Kelvin's a total Chad. Looks like Rick's going to face Bluestone in the finals now, and Rick's going to be like, oh, freak. Here we go again, another day where the mother and father die. 2 years back, Rick burst back into town and, arriving at the Breakheel Castle for the very first time, the moment he stepped inside, Bluestone crossed his path, and Rick shot out his hand for a shake, only for Bluestone to clock that Rick's mana was the absolute lowest class. So Rick is stunned, one shake of his hand, and he already knows. Bluestone stared at his own body and demanded, do you know about the 4 pillars? And Rick shot back, yeah, of course. Bluestone shrugged and admitted he's got no special talents or skills whatsoever. But that one-of-a-kind skill would most likely only kick in under strict conditions, and since he hasn't used it for the last 20 years, those chances are razor thin. Rick let out a heavy sigh and admitted it plain as day he just didn't have the skills or talent to cut it as an adventurer, and he'd known that all along. He snapped his gaze up and asked if Bluestone was basically telling him to quit, but to his shock, Bluestone said, no. Bluestone said he was just checking whether Rick could handle training hundreds of times tougher than a talented kid's, and that simple question is what kicked Rick off on the road to becoming an adventurer. Rick fixed his eyes on the bulletin board like it was about to spill a secret, and then he spotted his own name right as his teacher and the rest of them surged toward the finals. They rushed over to congratulate his teacher right as he stepped out, and Angelica practically burst out, that win was overwhelming. He smiled because they'd finally snagged another of the 6 jewels then. Just as he was about to say he'd forfeit, Bluestone cut in and told him to get ready, because the finals were next. Rick was completely stunned, staring as his teachers backed away. Angelica tried to yell his name, but he was already panicking, his hair tearing loose and cold sweat pouring out. Guess bro just wanted to live on for one more round. The very next day, the Coliseum erupted as a massive crowd packed in, ready to witness yet another fight that would go down in history. A few of the most famous fighters jumped into an exhibition match, putting on a wild show just to thrill the crowd. Kelvin and the owner slipped into one of the rooms, grabbed the newspaper, and saw people flooding in demanding the former champion finally apologize for the deception. But his fans leapt to his defense, insisting Kelvin was just trying to crank up the tournament's excitement. Kelvin let out a loud chuckle, basically telling his fans, you've got the advantage, you're too much for me. They were mid-conversation when the door ripped open out of nowhere. Bluestone burst in, quickly threw out an apology, and demanded to know how Kelvin's wounds were doing. Kelvin shot him a grateful look, because he'd heard Bluestone had already gone after the folks who were trashing him, so Bluestone just shrugged and said he was only telling the truth. And then Kelvin warned that now a whole crowd would come for his head. Bluestone grinned and handed him the task, take those people head on, and Kelvin smirked right back, saying he was ready to charge in. After the exhibition wrapped, Angelica darted to a nearby inn. Back at where Lynette and the others were staying, Lynette pulled her in, welcomed her with open arms, and congratulated her for crushing the exhibition and winning big. Angelica suddenly realized Rick was gone, so she snapped, where's he at? Lynette let out a heavy sigh and said Bluestone had made it clear that Rick was locked in. He wanted to go straight for the finals. Rick slammed himself shut in his room, squirming and rolling like a sushi piece gone wild, back and forth like his joints had snapped loose. Angelica slammed a fist against his door and snapped, stop acting like a kid. But Rick kept yelling, no, no, and shaking his head like he refused to do it. Snape and the others stormed up to his door, trying to talk him around. Snape leaned in and told him the crowd was losing their minds in a way he'd never seen in any other year. Rick swallowed his pride, then apologized because his life mattered more than that tournament. Snape let out a heavy sigh, warned that hundreds of millions of gold were on the line, and then 10,000 people leaned in with shaking anticipation for the match. Snape spun around and flat out told him he'd stop bothering him. Angelica let out a heavy sigh and told Rick, lose your life in that match, and the Bluestone will surely bring you back. But he slammed the truth into her. She had no clue what it's like to face death and live through the terror. Angelica stopped dead for a second, then calmly told him she could only imagine what kind of trauma Bluestone's training had carved into him. But he'd shoved through it for 2 whole years, so she told him, all right, now it's time to be brave. Rick kept shutting her down, insisting she'd never get him. So Angelica threw in the towel. She told him she might have respected him as her teacher, then admitted she'd totally misjudged him. The moment she tore out of the room, the silence hit like a punch. Alice padded to the door with her tiny feet and told Rick that Bluestone couldn't wait to play with him, but Rick didn't say a word back. Eldwarf finally snapped and told Rick to stop ignoring the big mystery why Bluestone handed him a detailed training form 2 years ago right at the very start of his training. Rick mulled it over and told Bluestone to start recruiting allies, anyone who could help wipe out Arecipido. That was true. Eldwarf leaned in and told him Bluestone was drilling him just to forge a rival where their fists could finally meet on equal ground. Rick froze in disbelief at the reveal. Then Eldwarf hit him with the real reason Bluestone had grown far too strong, got swallowed by loneliness for a long, long time, just like Kelvin. Bluestone's dream burned so bright he wanted a fair, equal fight where he could finally throw everything he had at the other guy. And that dream could come true tomorrow. Before he left, he leaned in and told Rick he could pull the withdrawal anytime, and he only ever filled him in on what Bluestone was feeling. Lynette promised she'd stand by Rick and wait for him no matter what hit them. The whole day dragged on, and Rick stayed locked in his room, chewing on his feelings and sorting through his thoughts. The very next day, seats nearly vanished because the long-awaited day was finally here. Even the host button shot off from sheer excitement. She gasped, yanked it away, and kept going while he barreled through her sentences. Angelica stared at Snape as sweat poured down his face, laughing at how jumpy he was. Then Snape snapped back that he had no clue what to do if Rick never showed up. The moment the host shouted Bluestone's name, he burst out the doorway like a spark, and the crowd erupted. Everyone had been holding their breath for his entrance, and then the host called Rick's name. When Rick finally burst out, Snape let out a heavy breath while Rick's teachers practically exploded with excitement, cheering like crazy for them. Nildwarf rose to his feet and told Snape he'd lay protection magic right on the battleground, while Snape demanded to know what it was for. But he only said it was for the better. Alice pressed her palm to Eldwarf and poured in a massive load of mana right as he snapped into furious chanting. An invisible barrier, an airbrake wall, was slammed into place. As soon as Rick and Bluestone stepped inside, they locked eyes and stopped cold. Lowstone beamed because Rick finally showed up, and Rick was practically drenched, soaked with sweat and trembling with nerves. But deep down, he knew he was standing in Bluestone's shadow, and he owed him a debt he could never ignore. When the host finally called out the adventurers who fought their way all the way to the finals, Rick shot his guard up, bracing for impact. This is about to be a freaking clash of art. In the bleachers, Nicholas's friends stared at Rick like he'd just pulled off the impossible. Shocked he'd actually made it to the finals, then he blurted out who Nicholas had bet on. And he said he'd bet on Rick just to test how sharp his fighter's eyes really were. Eldwarf tossed out a challenge for a wager, and the whole crew went wild, everybody hyped up, and signed on to his plan. Mizat, Eldwarf, and Elicit slammed their beds down onto the Bluestones. They're convinced Rick's strong, but not even close to Bluestone's level. Angelica wants in on the Bluestone bets too, yet betting on Rick would crank the drama way up. She picked Rick, and Lynette nodded like, count me in, I'll bet on Rick too. Eldwarf gave a smug chuckle and promised that if he won, he'd blow up his workshop. Meanwhile, Alice demanded an eat-all-you-can hamburger binge for a whole week. Lynette begged for a no-chores vacation, and Angelica wanted one thing above all time: to finally visit their castle. Bluestone stood his ground and told Rick, all right, now we kick this fight off. Kelvin and the owner clocked it. Bluestone might look relaxed, but his defense never opens up. Not even a crack. Then, Kelvin's mind snaps to one thing: how strong is Rick? Really, because he can tell Rick's been holding back this whole fight against Gistons. Angelica couldn't sit still. She was buzzing with excitement to witness Rick unleash his full strength. And Rick knew he had to go all out in this match or risk losing his life. Fear still shook his bones, but out of respect for his teacher, he chose to dodge first. He yanked his foot back. Then, like a blink of an eye, he vanished into thin air. Everyone froze in shock, holding their breath. And when Rick unleashed his fist, all they could see was a blinding explosion, too fast for anyone to even grasp what just happened. Then the debris smashed into the barrier. Bluestone raised his arm, and there it was, a nasty laceration slicing across his skin. The host kept tripping over her own words because Rick still managed to scratch Bluestone at the speed of light. Snape finally clocked why that barrier had to exist, then turned to Eldwarf and thanked him for locking it in place. Snape snapped his gaze over the wreckage and demanded what kind of magic they were pulling, only for Olivia to swear they weren't casting a single spell. Angelica knitted her eyebrows together, feeling something off, like those two weren't just doing body-strengthening moves. Lynette praised her and told her she'd spotted it with real skill. Rick tore off toward Bluestone full speed. He unleashed a rapid storm of strikes that hit before the naked eye could even catch a single move. Bluestone slammed into his right fist, cutting off the strike dead in its tracks. Those punches tore through the air with raw power, exploding into a huge, thunderous bang. But when Bluestone unleashed an uppercut, Rick snapped to attention and sprang back fast, carving out a little distance before it could connect. Rick slammed his feet onto the wall, then kicked off hard, using the momentum to drive forward and push. He shoved himself back up to his teacher, sprinting like his life depended on it. And when Bluestone swung a brutal punch, Rich shoved it aside and dropped low, ready to unleash his final attack. He shot down the slide, and in the blink of an eye, he landed a brutal cutting threat on him. Then it all went silent. People just stood there, stunned, trying to wrap their heads around what they'd just seen. When they finally spotted the blood on Bluestone's body, the whole crowd erupted in cheers. The host's jaw dropped as they stared in disbelief at the absolute chaos of this incredible battle. Even Kelvin couldn't track their moves, and it left him reeling. Just how lost would everyone else feel? Angelica kept his gaze locked on them. And he realized she might have gotten stronger until he saw it, because these two monsters weren't just tough. They were trapped in a whole different realm. All she could do was picture the absolute chaos Rick went through during those 2 years to forge himself into someone this ridiculously strong. He's drenched in sweat, fighting through multiple PTSD waves as he tries to push forward and survive. If this drags into a long, brutal brawl, his mind will snap before he even finishes, and he can't believe the trauma hitting him this hard. Bluestone glanced around and snapped that it'd be rude to keep defending now that Rick had already set his mind on fighting. Rick sucked in a deep breath, wondering what his teacher was about to do. Then Bluestone yanked his fist back. Rick couldn't believe how far it stretched. His blood turned to ice when he finally saw what his own fist could unleash. Bluestone's fist struck the air so hard it lit up a halo of raw, overwhelming natural power, and then the power ripped from his hand like a giant bullet, screaming straight at Rick, so Rick tensed every muscle and launched himself sideways, barely dodging it. Right before it hit, he managed to swerve out of the way just in time. He still couldn't wrap his head around how brutally powerful Bluestone's punches were. Out of nowhere, Bluestone unleashed a furious barrage, Hadouken, 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 and I swear Goku would have given this attack his full stamp of approval. Rick nearly lost it from pure shock. Then Eldwarf laughed and told him those weren't anything special, just the usual orc punches, so Bluestone could keep that chain rolling. Right beneath him, Bluestone suddenly reared up out of nowhere. That Hadouken wasn't meant to land, it was bait, just to knock his guard out of position, and that meant Rick had to eat the punch with zero time to dodge, exactly like Kelvin did before. Bluestone's attack detonated with a thunderous blast, blasting out a brutal shockwave, making Angelica panic for Rick, while Kelvin wondered if Rick had just taken that attack head-on. But just when they thought he was done for, Rick luckily threw himself aside and dodged it with a first-order spell named Air Cushion. They couldn't believe it because it was their very first time. All right, time to watch someone use it for real without even chanting the spell. Angelica had only heard whispers that it might be possible, but nobody had ever pulled it off. Not even once. Not a single recorded case. Bluestone let out a smug chuckle and praised Rick's magic control. His precision was absolutely unreal. Angelica froze on the spot, staring at those two monsters like they'd just blown past every shred of what humans were ever capable of. Because this absolutely screamed East Rank versus Adventurers, and it was about to go down. How many times does he have to die just to spit out chantless magic on instinct? Sure, a slash of a thread is simple, but this time, it's enough to make Bluestone tremble. He got the idea to unleash his special move with an air shot. But when Bluestone told him, "You've gotten way stronger," surprise hit him hard, and Bluestone even bragged that his plan to train Rick was spot on, pushing Rick even further than anyone expected. Bluestone broke into a smile, dubbed him his disciple, and declared right to his face that he deserved real respect. Rick went totally speechless, because he knew his teacher would never lie or hand out a fake compliment. He could still remember the days he spent training with him. He was moved to the core and told him, "I'm honored to have you." Those were the happiest words his master could have handed him, until Bluestone's dream slammed back into his mind. He spoke up and told him, Eldwarf trained me so I could stand in a fistfight as his equal. The glowstone stared at Eldwarf like it couldn't believe he was pretending not to hear it, and Eldwarf just exhaled, told Rick not to panic because calling it a dream was stretching things, and if it even happened, it would only be a sweet little bonus. You could feel his passion in every swing while he trained Bluestone, and it hit just how serious it all was, so Bluestone stepped up and told him he wanted to return the favor. He took a deep breath, squared up, and promised that if he honored him and fought his way, he'd sincerely show his respect to his teacher. Six shot a sudden question, "Why do you want to fistfight with me as equals?" And Bluestone froze for half a second, realizing he'd never told Rick the real reason their guild was built. Stone's biggest dream tied straight to the day the Aura Column Fist Guild was born. That was 46 years ago, back when he was still living among the orcs, before everything got divided, because the males and females were kept apart. So yeah, he stayed with his dad and two older brothers breathing down his neck. At around 5 years old, Bluestone suddenly realized he wasn't like everyone else. Not only did his gray skin clash with an orc's natural green, but his brains were on a whole other level too. Snatched up the books humans left behind, devoured the meaning of letters and language, and he even stole the habit of using individual names, then binge-read a novel and picked a name that matched one of its characters, Bluestone. He studied martial arts and devoured spell knowledge from the books, then focused hard on healing magic because when orcs go at it in fistfights, injuries hit fast. And yeah, they've got a strict hierarchy. Bluestone's dad runs the whole tribe. One day, his dad snapped because he'd been glued to nothing but books. But he ended up beating the guy into a bloody pulp. Even though he was only 10, Bluestone still got the nod and became the boss. He grabbed every lesson from those books and turned it into real change, lifting his people's lives every single day. He built houses and cooked meals over roaring flames, then taught them a whole new way to talk without a single word. Then it all spiraled. His own people started seeing him like a living god. No one dared cross him or throw down with fists. Even his own dad and brothers only bowed to him from a distance. None of them dared to get close. He just sat up top, grinning as they slugged it out and settled everything with their fists, then laughed it off afterward while all he could do was stare down from his seat. Up on that peak, loneliness crushed him like a weight he couldn't shake. After living like that for a full decade, he finally snapped into action and headed out to grab supplies because a landslide could hit any moment. But when he finally came back, everything was already over, everyone was gone, and his whole village had been erased. He was stunned because of what actually just happened. Because when he got separated from his family and tribe, not a shred of sadness ever hit him. That hit him like a thunderclap, and it finally proved just how alone he really was. After that, he roamed with zero plan, and one day he stumbled on a village getting crushed by a monster. He strode into that zone and fired off one brutal punch, smashing the monster. He was just about to check on the humans when they suddenly bolted away, terrified of him. A man came crashing down from above and shouted at the human to run for safety. Glowstone snapped to attention the moment the human adventurer lunged into an all-out attack on him. The man clocked how insanely precise his fighting was, then asked straight up if he was the one who saved the villagers, because this was his first time ever meeting an intelligent orc like him. The man couldn't stop smiling and blurted out, "Can I talk to you?" Glowstone said yes, and it lit him up so hard he couldn't wait. He pulled him in to keep talking over drinks. By the river, the two huddled close to the heat while Blowstone fired up his tale for the adventurer and made it clear he was hunting for allies who could stand on his level. So the man urged him to chase his dream with everything he had, and Blowstone just froze, utterly confused. The man leaned in and told him, "You're one of the people who stood shoulder to shoulder with the hero Yamato 200 years ago. Now you're known as the Legendary Five." Then Bluestone asked if his dream was to crush Kaiser Arasaki, and the man just nodded, like it was already destiny. Lowstone cracked open that book, read Hiro Yamato's tale for himself, and still couldn't believe it was real, because right in front of him stood one of the party members, and the orc even knew the book, leaving the man staring in shock. So he shoved him forward and told him to chase those outrageous dreams because he wanted only the strongest of the strong, rivals who could match him, to rise and gather. Blowstone threw their hat into adventuring, forged the Orcatolum fist, and just like that, the strong ones showed up and swarmed into his guild. Everyone there had their own kind of power, so he couldn't just drag them into a straight-up fistfight. That's when it hit him. He had a training plan ready to go, but the members shot it down fast, swearing nobody could survive that brutal level of training. So he tried to brush it off, convincing himself it was just some tiny dream, but the world stayed mysterious, and then he got brought. All right, Rick. Bluestone let out a grin, then hurriedly apologized for dragging him through his never-ending ramble. Nick shut his eyes tight and tried to stop his brain from drifting toward the idea of using that special move. Thanks to his teacher, he finally sprinted toward the dream he'd been chasing. He still remembered the day he asked Bluestone why orcs stuck out their thumb, and Bluestone hit him with the truth. It was their way of declaring, "I won't block or defend. Just stand there and punch with pure intent." Rick shot his arm up and flashed a quarter with a thumbs up, and it totally caught Bluestone off guard. He let out a low chuckle and a warm smile lit up his face. He smashed his fist in with a quarter-grade thumbs up, the kind of Chad fist bump that turns man-to-man talk into pure legend, Bluestone-level beauty. So if that doesn't have you bowling your eyes out, then something's wrong. And yeah, my tears are different. They're manly tears, as both of them yanked their fists back, ready to strike. Punches slammed into their faces at the exact same moment. The shockwave slammed through the room so hard the floor shuddered, then split apart into rubble. Debris tore up from the ground and blasted straight into the barrier. But that brutal impact finally split through Bam. The crowd in the bleachers erupted into screams, yanking their hands over their faces on instinct. And Eldwar just knew his barrier was seconds from giving up. Meanwhile, Rick and Bluestone coughed up blood and got shoved back a few brutal meters. They snapped their eyes back on each other, like the whole world paused mid-breath. In the blink of an eye, the two were already unleashing another round of brutal fist attacks. Their rock-hard fists slammed into them so hard it felt like their facial bones were about to shatter. The fight's intensity kept climbing, each impact hit like a fresh shockwave, louder and more ruthless than before. It left her staring in shock, heart pounding. She couldn't believe how lightning fast everything spiraled out of control. Shockwaves slammed the barrier one more time, then a hole tore open, and the whole thing shattered, slow and terrifying, like glass hitting the floor. Mildworth calmly ordered Snape to clear the spectators, so he rose and snapped at the host to tell the audience to evacuate right now. The host grabbed the mic and ordered everyone to bolt out of the Coliseum right now, but seconds later, Rick and Bluestone blasted out another brutal shockwave. This time, the blast detonated the barrier, yet somehow, most people still managed to scramble out in time. Angelica's scream tore through the air as the impact hit. While the host barked orders for everyone to stay calm, the other spectators sprinted into the evacuation like their lives depended on it. The owner leaned in and demanded, "Kelvin, why aren't you moving?" He peered down and told them, straight-faced, that he'd won. Watch him tear into an intense fight fighting for his own life. Angelica groaned, like her body was getting weightless. And then bam, she was snatched by that brutal force. In the blink of an eye, Lynette heard her scream and shot into action. But she was still way too far to stop it. Luckily, a sudden hand clamped down on her wrist. It was Snape. He yanked her down to the floor with a sudden, ruthless force. When she finally came back to her senses, she snapped, "Why didn't you run?" Then Snape steadied himself, about to claim he's the one in charge of this tournament. But Angelica snaps in right there, telling him, Snape used to be a gladiator, and he's sure he wants to witness this historic clash too. Brick and Bluestone got shoved apart again like the universe refused to let them stay together. They were gasping for breath, blood pouring from their faces, and somehow they'd both landed the same number of punches. But they knew Bluestone's punches hit with way more force than anyone expected. Rick wailed in raw agony and barreled toward his teacher, screaming like it hurt to breathe. He closed the distance and started hammering Bluestone's body with a barrage of punches. The blast shoved him a few meters away from where he'd been standing, then Angelica clocked it. Rick's stamina suddenly dipped, like he'd hit the wall and got worn out. Rick's hit blasted him clean into the air, and his impact turned the Coliseum's thick wall into rubble. Smoke and clouds of dust hung in the air, refusing to let the scene go. Rick slumped in place, drenched in blood, his breath coming in tiny fading gasps. He could feel his flesh and bones getting ripped apart, but he still kept fighting. His trauma didn't win until the moment he started to think about giving up. And he finally clocked it. This wasn't a war yet, just a brutal fistfight with no idea of what's coming next. It wasn't even close to being Bluestone's equal, so he clenched his bloody fist, grit roaring in his chest, and forced himself to push even harder. Teachers grinned to themselves because they all knew Rick wasn't finished yet. Angelica snapped back to Rick's rare gift Bluestone had banned it, but Alice told her they trained Rick to control it without a single word from Bluestone, so the moment would hit him like a sucker punch. And the trick they were obsessed with had to name the activation condition. Rick tore past his breaking point and threw himself at an even tougher opponent. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this guy's got Seon blood in his veins. Then a blinding bolt of lightning ripped across the sky. Rick's rare skill roared to life. Angelica asked if that power kicked in on its own, and Eldwarf snapped back, "No, this isn't mana or stamina. It's my sheer force of will." Rick had already snapped into a Super Saiyan like the universe was calling his bluff. So yeah, Sangoku would have been screaming proud. Meanwhile, Bluestone just got stuck trapped in total stillness. His eyes went wide, pure shock crashing over him. Friend burst into laughter at the sight of Rick's hilarious reaction, and that made Angelica beam with pride because between his tough Bluestone training and this special training, Rick had earned it. Bluestone yanked his prayer beads off in one sharp motion. Annette told him it was special gear that cranks up the power of healing magic. So that's when it hit Bluestone he decided Rick didn't need to be healed. When he flung the beads, the floor beneath where they hit got crushed instantly. The weight smashed through the floorboards, and Kelvin's excitement detonated because now he'd finally get to see all of their raw, full power. The world went dead quiet, and all they could hear was Rick's signature skill humming in the silence. He snapped a punch into his face hard, and Bluestone's mouth erupted with blood. But underneath it all, a brutal impact slammed down. Bluestone drove a killing punch straight into his abdomen, and he jerked as blood erupted from his mouth. Every punch and kick batters the battleground into rubble, like the whole arena is getting demolished in real time. They're both packing the same power, but Bluestone's hits land with way more damage than the rest. The folks packed into the bleachers could feel it. This wasn't just a student versus teacher scrap. It was something way bigger. The glowstone shot to life with a sudden, unmistakable realization. He'd been so consumed with the idea of getting into a fistfight that nothing else mattered. He had people who were counting on him, and they'd clawed through hell just to make this fight finally happen. Stone snapped to it he wasn't alone. That feeling hit him, and he broke into a relieved grin. In the blink of an eye, Rick snapped forward and drove a punch into him, blasting him backward. Gasping, they clutched their breaths and surged through the aftermath of that brutal fight, pushing Angelica and Kelvin to the edge until the very next punch would decide who walked away as the tournament champ. They both shrieked at the top of their lungs and barreled straight at each other. Boom! Their fists smashed together. A savage shockwave ripped through the air and nearly yanked the broken floor loose. Smoke and dust exploded around them, swallowing everything up. But when the dust cleared, the two were still standing somehow. Rick let out a smug chuckle and told his teacher, "You're seriously amazing." And no matter what he tried after all that, he still couldn't claw out a victory. He stumbled, pitched forward, and slammed onto the floor knocked out cold. From up top, the host leaned in for a better look, and then he blared the news Bluestone Ashwork had just claimed the 113th tournament title. Stone let out a chuckle and told Rick that he'd finally lived out his dream, and that in this very battle, Rick was the one he defeated. He lost his balance and everything went black as he collapsed unconscious. That's so intense it could make a grown man break down because I've never seen a fight this magnificent, this manly, and it stays clean, not messy or chaotic at all. Days slipped by after the finals, one intense moment at a time. Rick finally snapped awake from that deep, heavy sleep. The moment he rose, Lynette greeted him, and Rick groaned hard from the brutal aftershock still tearing through his body. Then the teachers and Angelica walked in, smiling wide as they greeted him. Eric wiped the sweat off his face and demanded, "How did it end when the dragon attacked?" But they just shrugged it off. His memories were all scrambled. Melissa bragged that Bluestone won, but Bluestone snapped back that Rick won it right on his behalf. Rick felt a surge of relief when the Bluestone appeared, but he also knew one brutal truth. If Bluestone unleashed magic attacks, he couldn't beat him. Then his teacher snapped to his feet and called out Elisat, Mizit, Lynette, and Rick. Rick swore he'd honor them, then thanked them for turning his dream into reality. Rick froze in disbelief and demanded to know what she meant. And Angelica snapped back that his teachers had drilled his weird gift so he could pull off that Bluestone surprise. That old dwarf just cackled and said they'd kept it from him to stop the pressure from crushing him, Then Rick finally got it. That's why they pushed him so hard to train, and why it all had to happen without Bluestone. That same day, the Eastern Arena was buzzing because it was time for the belt award ceremony. During the finals, the Coliseum got obliterated, crushed to bits. Nicholas's friend groaned that losing his bet on Rick was a real shame, but Nicholas was dead sure Rick was the real deal. Because of those brutal finals, Nicholas got injured, but he still couldn't stop smiling after witnessing a match this incredible. Right as the top 3 finishers burst through the doors, they stood there on the platform, and the crowd erupted louder and louder. Rick's teachers erupted in laughter the second they laid eyes on Bluestone's ridiculous face, while the owner couldn't stand it, because Kelvin was sitting in 3rd place. After Gist had his fighter registration wiped out, the system just shoved him straight into 3rd place and hurled his fist into the air like he just won everything. Rick Gladiator was yanked on stage for the 2nd place award, but his face looked like he was about to unleash the most disgusting disaster imaginable, and he was sweating buckets like his body was in panic mode. And they finally called the grand champion the strongest man this tournament has ever seen. Bluestone's face crumpled into a full-blown sulk. After a few brutal hours, they ditched the hunt and stumbled back to the end to crash and recharge. Let's talk about the second jewel of the 6. This royal yellow gem was bolted right onto the belt, like it was made to be seen. They yanked at it, and it shot out with 0 resistance. Mildwarf snapped at them to make Alice sit, then pour mana into the replacement tank. So once they finished, they locked it up inside a safe box. After that insanely good fight, we need more, all right, enough hype, let's keep going. Kelvin pounded on Snape's door the very next day, asked why he'd shouted for him. Nick swallowed his pride and apologized for cutting in on his training. Bluestone and Rick handed the belt back, wiped their fighter registration clean, and vanished like the whole thing never even happened. Kelvin stayed ice calm because he knew what was coming, and Snape clocked that composure, so Kelvin shrugged off the details. Because their real mission wasn't to win. Snape snatched the belt, then leaned in and ordered Kelvin to take it. More than just lending the belt for a while, Kelvin froze in pure confusion, gasping like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Snape shrugged and said it was because he'd already gotten so used to guarding the belt. So Kelvin stared at it, and boom, he realized the monsters had actually swapped the jewel. At the edge of the city, Bluestone and the crew shoved their gear into the carriage, ready to bolt. Alice begged Angelica to come to the castle, and Angelica shot back that she'd show up only if everyone agreed. Then Lynette and Eldwarf heard that and told her to come too. She was about to haul herself up onto the carriage when Bluestone cut in. "Nope, this one's for the luggage. Eldwarf and Alice go with me." Bluestone promised that the physical types would sprint home after training, and Angelica's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe she'd joined their physical type group. She let out a weary sigh, accepted her fate, and then shot the question, were they really running 200 kilometers? But when Rick said it was 2,800 kilometers, she almost lost it because that kind of distance usually takes a whole week by carriage. Rick promised they'd reach it in 3 days if they just kept sprinting the whole way. He stared up at the clear sky, and it instantly pulled him back to when he was a kid, dreaming with all his heart about making it into the Fist King tournament. And now he's about to fight his way straight through to the finals. Deep in the city's pulse, Kelvin strode along with the belt slung over his shoulder. The man called him over and demanded, "Why do you have the belt?" But he just snapped back that something had happened. Right as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped cold because the Kingdom Knights just appeared in front of him. That dark-haired guy snapped his attention the hardest because Trollo was done sitting around waiting for Hex EH to come back. So he jumped into a different series for now. Kelvin nearly choked on pure terror from that monstrous aura, and suddenly he couldn't stop asking why in the world was a special class knight judging him based on his uniform. The man stopped dead when the match finally died out. Bro was scribbling words in cursive like, seriously, then he let out a heavy sigh and muttered that he'd had 0 luck catching any matches. After 7 brutal days of running, Rick's crew finally slammed into the castle, and Angelica dropped onto the floor, spent out cold with exhaustion. She was gasping for breath, and the words came out in a rush. If they hadn't been there, she would have shattered a world record with that. Everyone spilled in and cheered as they welcomed Angelica to the Orichalcum Fist's home base. The moment she showed up, every boy barreled toward her to squeeze her into a hug, and Eldwarf immediately snapped that they should cast strengthening magic on the horse so they could reach the castle way earlier. But they had no clue someone was tracking their every move. Rick demanded to know why she'd want to tour their castle, but Angelica shut him down fast, claiming it was all just for official business. She told him that the moment she saw how Rick portrayed her after all that brutal training, it hit her hard. She decided to train the way Rick had been trained. He was so stunned he stammered, telling her the training he'd survived wasn't just tough, it was leagues of hell. She said she was ready to crank her power up and get stronger no matter what. Rick's blood went cold the moment that familiar presence hit him. Stone flashed a grin and told Angelica to follow him. Then Angelica froze, shocked, and begged him to let her rest first. A Bluestone yanked her along, and she heard that a breather for training was way too soon. Then Rick, inside Angelica's head, snapped that she was going to die. Hours later, Angelica tore the air apart with a scream that came straight from the bottom of her lungs. She sprinted up out of the pit, weights strapped to her limbs, gasping for answers as she demanded Bluestone explain what kind of torture this was. She insisted she just wanted to learn how to train on her own, and the moment she said it, she got tortured anyway. The monster kept straining to claw its way out of the hole, and Bluestone just stayed cool, telling it this was the perfect workout to get all her muscles balanced. Stone told Rick he managed to crawl free of that pit for 10 whole hours. Then Angelica abruptly started slipping, and her pace began to vanish. Her heart hammered like a war drum as that monster closed in fast. She shrieked, tried to bolt ahead, but her footing betrayed her. She went down in a messy slip on the floor. Her mind snapped, and she shrieked in pure terror. The screaming stopped, and then blood splattered everywhere. A few minutes later, Angelica shot up awake. Rick asked, "So how do you feel?" Because this was his first time ever seeing someone dragged back from death. Angelica clutched her throbbing head and snapped, "Did I pass out?" And when Rick said, "You lost your life a second ago," she hissed, "Shh." She went ice cold, then stared down at herself and saw her clothes ripped to shreds. When the truth that none of it had been a dream finally hit him, and color all but drained from her body. She slumped onto the floor and stared into nothing, like her whole world had shut off. Bluestone figured she was just in shock, so he backed off and let her catch her breath. Angelica called Rick and threw him an apology because she'd criticized him for panicking about dying during the finals. Lynette told Rick she'd died and crawled back to life over and over, more times than she could even count. Then Angelica huffed, "Yeah, you're horrible at cheering people up." Alice dashed up to her and begged her to play and share a meal together. Angelica shot to her feet and demanded, "So where are we headed?" Elizette yanked her and Lynette along, dragging them straight toward the pool area. Once they slip into their swimsuits, they strut straight to the poolside. As Elizette dove into the pool, Lynette snapped, warning her not to force herself too hard. Angelica brushed it off, but losing her life still rattled her, and it made her wonder if Rick's willpower was truly solid. She told herself she wasn't weak at all. Rick was just on a whole other level. Lynette nodded, then admitted they still couldn't wrap their heads around Rick's sheer strength of will. Angelica stared at her and spotted something on her side, then blurted out, "Is that a dragon tattoo?" Lynette cut him off with a sharp no, and then shut the whole thing down because it was messy and hard to explain. Angelica shot an apology his way, but then a shady message blared and lured them over right now. The two grinned and dove into the pool, blasting splashes and laughing until Angelica's whole body suddenly went numb. Angelica's vision blurred, spinning out of control inch by inch, when her strength snapped and consciousness slipped away. Lynette stepped in, lent a hand, and then she caught Elisette saying, "Yeah, I'm sleepy too." Lynette stared into the pool water and snapped to the brutal truth someone had drugged it with anesthetic to snatch Angelica. She scanned the room and knew deep down this still wasn't going to be enough to get her past. Then the moment she blinked, the world yanked her under her eyes, went blank, and she collapsed into darkness. The second Angelica snapped back into consciousness, she sucked in a sharp breath like the world had just punched her in the face. A cold shiver ripped through her, and she blurted, "Did I die again?" Lynette shot back, "No, you just fainted." But her stomach dropped when she realized the three of them were hogtied inside a dark cave. The moment he heard their voices, a man burst inside, already wondering how the two of them managed to wake up so early. He yanked his knife free and demanded to know exactly who they were. Angelica huffed in disbelief. Wait, they were the ones supposed to be asking that. The man swallowed his pride and apologized, then introduced himself as Gunas, the commanding officer of the Black Curse. Lynette locked eyes with him and dropped the bombshell that their group was the biggest criminal crew on the whole continent. Angelica revealed that this crew has 2,000 members, and they're out there doing illegal hits like assassinations and kidnapping. Boone couldn't help but grin, because he already knew that crew like the back of his hand. Gunas explained he'd shown up for Angelica de Remudo since Simon de Remudo had hired him. Then the moment that familiar name hit, Angelica froze in shock. Gunas went on, saying the guy still hadn't given up on forcing her marriage to Snape, and Lynette, completely lost, demanded to know who he even was. She was going to speak up, but when Angelica dropped the truth that it was her grandfather, the words died in her throat. Angelica is hit with a warning from Goon, don't fight back. Alyssa had heard it all, and she shot Lynette a question. Was he a bad guy? And Lynette snapped, yes. Before they could even react, the rope that was tied around them suddenly snapped free. Leaving Dunas completely off guard, then Angelica shot the signal and everything changed instantly. The three of them slammed into Gunas at once, and he froze midair, completely paralyzed. Inside the castle, Rick prowled around like he was hunting for girls, and the longer he searched, the more dread clawed at him. What if something terrible had happened to them? After a few minutes, the three slipped past the gate, and he demanded where they were headed. Then they casually admitted they'd been kidnapped, and they sent him soaring into the sky with Team Rocket. The second Bluestone spotted them, he marched right up and blurted, Angelica heard them promise, we're jumping right back into training. Angelica begged for her life one last time, but Bluestone yanked her along without a blink, and their training kept going. Angelica shrieked and shrieked until she paid for it with her life once more. Then Bluestone slammed her back to life, and after a grueling day of training, Angelica, Lynette, and Alice jumped into a hot tub together, and I did not see those melon-sized surprises coming. It totally caught me off guard. After they finished their bath, they hauled everyone outside and tore into a full-on feast together. Watched the fireworks light up the sky, and right at midnight, they snacked in secret and traded nonstop chatter. Before they even thought about sleep, these three were joined at the hip, inseparable. Angelica shoved her things into her bag and thanked everyone. Then Alice asked if she'd return. Angelica promised yes, but her smile froze when Bluestone slipped her a set of weights as a gift. Rick pressed her about whether she'd fully recovered, and she gave a weird little chuckle, like she was telling him to stop losing heart right there. She snatched up her stuff, flashed a quick smile, and then said her goodbye to everyone. She launched straight back to her hometown, chasing her destination with burning determination. In a town where colossal balls were latched to her limbs like she was stuck in training. Meanwhile, the Orochoka crew crowded into a room and kicked off a heated meeting. They stared down the map, hunting the exact spot of the next jewel. Rick couldn't wrap his head around how that jewel even ended up inside a school. That school they kept talking about wasn't some ordinary classroom. It was the kingdom's brand new night recruit training facility. Rick let out a heavy sigh at how the kingdom's guarding made this place so tough to breach. Then he froze mid-sentence when Eldwarf swung his gaze and cocked the gun. And he demanded, so when do we leave? What time should we get there? Right there, his teacher strode forward in perfect lockstep, and Rick's eyes went wide as he blurted out, so you guys seriously planning to start a war? Bluestone shot him a look and said they just couldn't afford to lose Lynette, then asked, so is there any way to reach it without using force? Rick fell silent for a beat, thinking. He leaned in and told them to infiltrate first, snag the intel, and then slide in through negotiation because once they started talking about infiltrating. Allison pops the idea of going bowing and jumping in, but they shut her down fast, saying it's basically the same as using force. Then Lynette chimes in with a new planned slip into the School of Knights as students. But they don't even know how to pull off becoming students there. Bluestone leaned in and revealed he had the perfect idea. Rick's nerves jumped immediately, but then Bluestone mentioned he'd met a young lady named Mia. He totally froze in confusion. He blurted out who that lady was, and it was like everyone else already knew her except him. When Mia Alaciate was just a kid, the Marchiones plus Restora and her parents were wiped out, leaving her alone. Nia yanked the curtain open and stared into the bright blue sky right as she took over as the feudal lord of their territory, calling it such a peaceful day like the calm would never break. She yanked her butler over and demanded a cup of straight, black tea. Meanwhile, right outside her mansion, the Orch Alchem Fist finally showed up, and Rick stared at Eldwarf like, seeing you step out for something like this is crazy rare. A loud commotion erupted near the gate as the guards snapped at a merchant to get lost. No invitation. No entry. Rick shot Bluestone a question. How do we get in without one? And Bluestone told him to relax. While the guard was busy shoving the man aside, Bluestone slipped away and begged, can you open the gates for us? The guard's eyes locked on him, then a cold shiver raced down his spine as soon as he realized the orichalcum fists had just arrived. Panic filled the mansion, people scattered in fear, and Mia jolted when she heard her butler losing his mind, telling her to bolt into the inner bedroom and hide right now. He slammed the door shut and told her that the orichalcum fist was already charging toward her. Mia's eyes went wide, icy sweat broke out, her body turned numb, and her cup clattered to the floor. She couldn't wrap her head around them coming back. The butler squeezed the door shut with everything he had and snapped at his lady leave, buying them time as he delayed the attack. He stared at her and swore to her parents he'd keep her safe no matter what it cost him, even his life. But before he could blink, Bluestone swung that door open and blasted him flying through the air. Poor Sebastian, wait, it's the butler. The butler blasted off and flew a few meters through the air. He slammed to the floor, and Mia burst into tears when she saw her butler lying there. Bluestone shot them a quick apology for scaring them and smashing the lock. Then Rick snapped, "You guys okay?" But Mia couldn't even get a word out. She was completely stunned. So she shot him a shaky look and, with zero confidence, awkwardly greeted him back. When they got here 6 months ago, he brought Rick in like a brand new recruit, telling her straight up he wasn't pro yet. Mia stared at Rick, flashed him a warm greeting, and instantly clocked it. His aura felt totally different from theirs. Rick leaned over and asked his teacher how it all started, and Bluestone grinned, saying they've got a give-and-take relationship. He explained that when the Restora territory got attacked, they begged their guild for help and promised to back them with their own activities as payment. I pulled them aside and demanded to know what they wanted this time. Bluestone leaned in and barked at her to set up a 5-slot entry for the Eastern Knight Academy. Bluestone told her it should be simple enough for her. Mia let out an awkward little chuckle and said yes with pure sarcasm. All 3 men bowed, thanked her, and then took off before saying their goodbyes. The butler bolted to her side and demanded to know if his lady was okay. Mia let out a shaky breath and said, "I swear they seem nice, but I still get terrified, like I can't shake the fear of upsetting them because they're way too strong." After a week of nonstop waiting, the Orichalcum First Guild got a letter that basically screamed, "Only 1 slot is open." Lynette had a feeling this was coming the moment she realized 5 slots at a time was going to be an absolute nightmare. The guild members packed into a room, all set for a meeting that felt like it could change everything. Rick flipped through the book and muttered that new recruits have averaged around 18, then smirked that Lynette and Eldwarf could slip right in, thanks to their 2 young faces. Lynette straight up told them the Academy's hunting men as recruits. As Eldwarf said it, he slammed those knights for treating half-elves like some kind of unwanted attention magnet. Rick instantly ruled out Bluestone and Alice, like no way too old for what he had in mind, and their looks didn't match either. He figured joining the Academy might make him stand out, but Bluestone snapped that this place had a different age limit, so Rick immediately demanded, "What's the age limit?" So when Bluestone claimed it hit 32, Rick grinned and warned that picking anyone but him would unleash chaos, and Eldwarf just laughed back that his plainness would keep him safely out of the spotlight. Bluestone fired off a warning to everyone, "Forget this route, find a new way to slip into the Academy." After I spent a few days gearing up, all set, Rick strutted down the city in his uniform, while this old student looked like trouble had kicked him out of school after school. Back at the Coliseum, he'd managed to blend in. Now he'd have to hold back even harder, or he'd draw eyes instantly. He skidded to a stop the moment he spotted the sign. He finally burst through the gates of the Royal Kingdom Knights Recruit Training Academy. Right here, they'll finally dig up the 3rd jewel, and that'll point them straight to the dungeon's location, where you could find Kaiser Arisapi II lurking. When Rick burst inside, he swept his eyes around, hunting for his room, then stopped dead right in front of 402. He stepped inside, whipped his gaze around, and he spotted it was meant for 4, but the place was empty, and the moment he realized it, his mind raced, where were the others? The second he heard that door creak, he spotted a frightened cat frozen in place. Rick clocked it instantly. Something was seriously stressing him out. So he finally played it cool and greeted the guy first like a grown man, but the moment his voice hit, the man shrieked with pure fear. He burst into apologies and swore he'd do whatever he was told, and Rick was left completely dumbfounded by the whole thing. So he grabbed his shoulders and told him to calm down right now. The man shot to his feet and apologized. Admitting he was shy and a total coward, Rick just nodded, because everyone could already see it. Rick leaned in and introduced himself, and the man snapped back his name, Then Henry shoved Fidefia forward, forcing the moment to happen. Rick grabbed his hand, promised he wouldn't linger there, and said he'd be right in their care soon. Henry dropped his bag on the floor and said he'd read in silence, begging him to speak up if he was getting in the way, but Rob's shyness was so intense it practically swallowed him. Rick's eyes instantly popped wide the moment he spotted the book in his hands. Rick asked if Henry was into the legends of the hero Yamato. Henry froze in surprise, then blurted out, "Yeah, I do." Rick yanked the book from his back and shoved it in front of him like, "See, I'm into this too." He leaned in right in front of him and demanded, "What's your favorite scene?" Henry shrugged and said there were a bunch of great ones. Rick nodded and agreed because, honestly, picking just one was brutal for him too. Then he pointed out how the moment Yamato refused to fold when he decided to face the Demon Lord alone, his crew finally rallied, recovered, and came sprinting in to back him up. Rick even said he always breaks down crying in that moment. So Henry snapped back that anyone who claims they didn't cry there has no right to talk about Lahia. Rick leaned in and asked what his favorite line from La Jolla was. Then both of them blurted out, "Give up," and admitted they had no clue what that word even meant. The two kept talking until Rick snapped, out of nowhere asking why he'd chosen to become a knight because, honestly, he didn't look like he cared. Henry told everyone his father used to be an A-rank adventurer, and while his mom and siblings worked the fields at the top of their game, he stood apart. Something about him was different. Henry devoured books like they were oxygen, yet he still saw himself as utterly useless, and that crushed him, turning self-hate into a constant ache. His dad drilled it into him every day. One day, he'd grow into a true great man, and he'd always believe it. Today, to make sure his father wouldn't be disappointed, Henry forced himself to change, then slipped into the night and took the entrance exam. That bookworm routine paid off big time. He crushed the written exam and topped the whole thing. So he passed, but his practical exam hit like a train and turned into a full disaster. Rick said it was awesome he'd still taken the exam, even though he'd slipped in a little late. Henry clocked that his age was way too rare to pop up in a fresh recruit, so he pressed him why Rick wouldn't meet his eyes and just muttered that it was complicated. Then they heard footsteps coming straight for them. They spotted a towering guy rocking Elvis Presley's hair, and Henry let out a terrified shriek the second he saw him. Rick strode up, introduced himself, and the man's eyes flicked over his wrinkled face before he muttered that seeing someone that age here was pretty rare. Then he revealed he was Guile Coblin's second son. Rick jabbed a finger at Henry, shouted his name, and admitted he was a bit too shy like a scared chicken. Henry's whole body shook as he choked out whispers, begging not to hurt him while tears poured down his face. Rick let out a heavy sigh and snapped that he was acting like he'd seen a cold-blooded killer. Henry told me he freaks out like this every single time a woman or some random dude stands taller than him. Guile let out a wicked chuckle, dragged him with a four-eyed chicken jab, and announced he was taking him under his wing right as his new little bro. Rick let out a heavy sigh, realizing his two roommates were exact opposites in every way. Kyle's eyes widened when he saw the book they were reading, and he blurted out, "Can I borrow it?" The second the door swung open, the whole room went dead silent. And when everyone turned around, wow, they spotted this insanely gorgeous guy standing in the doorway. Henry's eyes started snapping shut from sheer nerves. So Rick snapped, "What the heck is going on with me?" Henry said the guy was smaller than him, but that creepy, menacing vibe still made Rick's nerves spike. Rick shut out his name, but the man just brushed him off, claiming he had no interest in getting to know anyone. Because they'd only ended up in the same room by pure coincidence, silence hit hard. Rick spoke up, again saying they'd be stuck in that room all semester, and he made sure they knew exactly how to talk to each other. He let out a heavy sigh, then finally told him his name, Arc Gervais. Suddenly, Giles burst into wild laughter, because their room was basically run by some old, wrinkled menace. A skinny chicken nerd, all awkward energy and big dreams, and a weak-looking, frail-haired guy. And he leaned in and swore he was the only real good guy in the whole place. He called Arc up and gushed that he was lucky to share the room with him, then promised to take him in as his little bro, and Arc just ignored him. Giles snapped with fury and ordered him, "Don't you dare ignore a man like me." Rick started to panic, so he made himself blend in before anyone noticed. He had to crack this fast before a fight erupted. Arch apologized and said it felt wrong that anyone would set themselves even lower than someone who was already beneath them. Giles' eyes jumped with rage. He snapped at Arc and demanded to know his family's rank, and Arc only shrugged, saying he was just a commoner. So Giles leaned in and threatened him, snarling, "Watch your mouth." Mark just smirked back, too locked in on his family's title to care. When Giles asked if Ark wanted to go, Rick tried to block them, but the two of them ignored him completely and slammed into each other with a fierce swing. With a thunderous crash, the whole room lit up with sound. Then the two went still as Rick snatched a grip on their fists and he snapped, "Relax, calm down." Henry bolted upright, stunned because Rick had been right beside him a second ago, and now he was gone. Kyle clenched his teeth and snapped at him, "Let me go." But the second he tried to yank away, his hand wouldn't budge. His arm had locked in place like it was welded to a rock. Kyle couldn't wrap his head around how brutally strong Rick was, because on their practical exam, Rick was literally the strongest one there. They couldn't shake the question, who was that middle-aged guy, really? Rick couldn't deny it, the two of them were seriously impressive. Gale was insanely strong, and Ark mastered his body with magic like it was second nature. But he couldn't read Henry's power at all. Henry just stayed tucked inside that shell like a sealed mystery. He leaned in and told them, "Every single one of you came here to become knights." And he'd keep hurting their comrades just to feed his own stupid pride. He said it was basically a lucky break that they all ended up in the same group, so they'd better learn to get along. The second the bell rang, everyone snapped their heads up, and that speaker's voice barked, "Assemble in the auditorium within 5 minutes before the ceremony starts." Rick grinned and told them to rush right now because this school doesn't play around. When he stepped out, all of them started talking at once. Rick wasn't normal. They said Guile asked if Rick had seemed weird to Henry, and Henry shot back that they were talking just normally. They strode toward the hallway behind Rick, and then, whoa, his name hit them like a deja vu, like they'd seen it somewhere before. Once everyone finally settled into their seats, they called up the representative from the new students. Rick and Giles nearly jumped out of their seats when they heard Ark's name called to come straight to the front. Inside one of the academy's rooms, they kicked off a high-stakes meeting. Klein, headmaster of the academy, looked like he'd been spoiled by his own mother, then proudly said, "This year, we've got a batch of truly promising students." He stared down the papers, hunting for names who were these students in the special training squad. Then they introduced Ark, Giles, and Henry. And huge thanks to Rick for the special squad. Klein even said it's almost unheard of for the very top of the class to make it in. Every one of them had flaws, but that's exactly why they got picked for this squad. So they turned this moment into a shining example for the other students with great grades, basically allowed, "Keep grinding, don't stop." The headmaster looked like he was seconds from panic, like he knew something terrible was coming. So let's roll right back to our MC. Pettick herded them into the field and laid out the next 6 months in one breath. Rick shot his teacher a quick, sharp scan. He thought his instructor looked like a perfect little demon, but the second he checked on Henry, his mouth foamed and bubbled like fear had poisoned him, because his teacher was way taller than him. Pettick jabbed a finger at the colossal mountain looming nearby, and promised there'd be tags with. The squads were counted on the summit, so they had no choice. They had to drag that tag back. He told them the trip would crush them 20 kilometers total, a brutal round run up that steep mountain. They've got just 2 hours to pull it off because if even one member misses the deadline, the whole plan falls apart. Their squad would swallow the punishment to force them to learn cooperation and teamwork the hard way. As soon as the training kicked off, everyone hit the ground running until Pettick shouted, "Rick Squad." The teacher lit them up and declared, "Your squad is the one picked for special training because you're stacked with standout talent," when he promised they'd be running straight through a tougher, more rugged trail. And then he sprinted away like he meant it, while Rick pumped Henry up to give it everything he had. Pettick flashed a devilish smirk and decided the route would chew up a full 3 hours for a pro, so there was no way they could pull it off. After an hour of sprinting through the woods, Guile barked for everyone to move faster because time was about to run out. That punishing climb stretched on and on, higher than ever, and when they finally reached the rock climbing area, Guile looked like a candle burning out, sweat pouring off him. He figured he'd already nailed the practical exam's top spot, then his jaw dropped when they still weren't on the summit. He spotted Ark and Henry trailing way back behind him. He stared in pure disbelief. Right in front of him stood the old man, stone calm, with not a single bead of sweat on his skin. Him when he was pouring out like a broken fountain. Nick suddenly felt someone's stare digging into him, and his gut screamed, "Am I going too fast?" He wrestled with the idea of playing it up like he was totally worn out, started huffing hard for air, and then Guile caught him and snapped, "You suck at acting." He huffed out a curse, shaking with breath, and demanded who in the world the frick he even was. Rick let out an awkward chuckle and shrugged like, "Yeah, it just comes with age." Like Ilya said, a grown man at 30 didn't stand a chance. This place was a whole other dimension. Rick figured a 20-kilometer stretch would be a breeze for everyone, but now he looked like something was seriously off. Meanwhile, exhaustion crushed Henry so hard he couldn't even get a word out. Then his strength snapped, and he blacked out. The three heard a heavy crash like he'd just crumpled to the floor, and Guile's jaw dropped as Rick unleashed those lightning-fast moves. Rick shook him hard to wake him up, and thanked the stars Henry finally stirred once his eyes opened. He burst into tears and screamed that this was the end of his dream to become a knight. Guile froze in shock when he saw Ark pushing forward. He called out, and Ark promised he'd head to the summit, then come back to the school. But Guile couldn't wrap his head around Ark leaving his comrade behind. But Ark snapped that they were already maxed out, and if they dared to stop for this, there was no way they'd make it on time. Guile let out a sharp scoff as he watched Ark slip down the cliff, then growled that this was as far as he could go too, because the truth was, with things the way they were right now, there was no way either of them could scale this wall. Rick hoisted Henry up and slammed him onto his back. Kyle asked what Rick had in mind, and Rick snapped back that cooperation and teamwork were everything, just like their instructor had been preaching. Kyle was about to say there was no way he could make it to the summit with Henry riding on his back when Rick snatched the words away and told him to hand it to his elder. Ark and Kyle stood there, utterly speechless, like the world had gone quiet just for them. Right as Rick told them to jump on him too, the two were still in shock then, after a few more minutes. The instructor's patience snapped. He glanced at his watch and realized the special training squad had only 10 minutes left. He started brainstorming the next kind of brutal, hell-level training he was going to unleash on them, when he heard a voice shriek that Squad 402 had just stormed in. Rick praised Gale and Ark for powering through the final 5 kilometers completely on their own. Pettick boasted that his crew was the first back, and Rick snapped their squad number then. Their teacher lit up and said they were the very first squad to hit the goal 10 whole minutes early with every single member accounted for. The Pettick froze for a second, then went totally gassed the moment he clocked what he'd just said. He couldn't even process it. This special squad showed up first. He figured they must have bent the rules somehow, so he checked the card only to find it was real. Then he clocked it. Those three had clearly pushed way past their limits and looked wrecked. Yet Rick stood there, perfectly dry, not a drop of sweat in sight. Rick walked up to their instructor and promised, "I'll bring Henry to the infirmary." When the night finally rolled in, they headed straight to their room to crash, and Rick demanded Ark like it was the last thing keeping him steady. But Giles insisted he hadn't laid eyes on him. Giles's pride got absolutely shattered when an old man scooped him up after Giles had mocked him, even calling him his little brother. The next day, the students poured onto the field, and Pettick pulled another wild trick from his sleeve to push the special training squad even harder. He burst out that they were staging a mock battle with another instructor, one who'd just been promoted all the way up to first class night. When the instructor marched in, Angelica burst out, whipped around, and demanded why Rick was there. Rick just chuckled and greeted her. PTSD already claws at her, and she thought her training would finally let her flex on a bunch of noobs. She had no idea death was practically knocking next door, stacking a brand new trauma every time. Angelica's hands started to shake when Petticky pressed her, asking if she knew his student. She swallowed hard, cleared her throat, and muttered that he was just a casual acquaintance. When Pettig snapped that it was time to start the mock battle, Angelica's skin went clammy, because if she had to spar with Rick, everyone would see her for the fool she feared she'd be. He chuckled and said that their second training day might be a touch too soon for strength training. When the training kicked off, the students sprinted back from the river, and Squad 402 burst in first. Pettig snapped a nasty click from his tongue, and Angelica told Rick, "Hold up, talk to me for a second." They headed straight for the back of the building, and Angelica blurted, "Is this about the 6 jewels?" Rick grinned and nodded, then shot back, "Yeah, and you're crazy good at guessing." Angelica let out a heavy sigh and told him she wouldn't waste time asking how he could get enrolled, so he straight up asked whether they'd already pinned down where the jewel was hidden in the academy. Rick shrugged. He had no idea because he'd been too busy dodging every suspicious look. Angelica decided to jump in and help him because Rick's innocent vibe kept screaming suspicion. So Rick let out a huge breath of relief, finally glad he heard that. Angelica pressed him for answers, and he smirked that his teachers would slip in through another door so soon enough, those intruders were going to come knocking. Angelica thanked Rick for the training, and honestly, she shot up her rank so fast it felt unreal. Then she laughed and admitted that seeing herself in the first-class knight uniform while Rick wore the new recruit gear made her feel totally on top. Once they were done talking, they headed back to the field, and Giles snapped, "Where'd you go?" only for him to admit he'd slipped off to use the bathroom. The ARC didn't just name it, he suddenly crowned it as the first-class knight Duramudo. He introduced himself with serious poise, straight up told her he admired her, and swore he wanted to become a knight like her. He stepped closer and said he had real respect for her being a first-class woman, even at her age. Arch lit up the moment Angelica told him he had a discerning eye and real potential, and Rick nearly choked with surprise seeing Arch smile like that. That night, Rick burst the door wide open and practically bouncing, told everyone they had to take a bath. He jerked around and realized Arch was gone. Giles and Henry threw out their apologies because their bodies were still throbbing with pain. In the headmaster's office, two rivals faced off over a chessboard like their lives depended on it. Klein nodded and admitted he wasn't standing a chance against Arch, then hurriedly apologized for forcing him to go along with it. Mark said he was just thankful for the time and the enrollment, and Klein grinned, telling him his hopes for Mark were sky high. The very next day, they met up again in the field for a full-on mock battle. Pettick joked that Angelica might call it too soon. Then he surprised everyone by bringing in a whole new guy to run the mock battle. Pettick kicked things off by introducing the very first class knight, Vidar. Pettick shot a sly smirk as he watched Vidar's. "They say you should kick off your training with the 402 squad." Rick and his squad threw themselves into action when he called. Vidar let out a sharp scoff, because the second he locked eyes with them, he knew they still believed their squad was being handled like some kind of special case. He stared at the confident guy, the one who was out to shave their will down and fight. Then the name Gail Coblins rang out. So he marched straight up to the front, and he figured he could get crushed by Rick, but deep down he knew his strength was the real deal. During this training, they swung real wooden swords, so the moment the match kicked off, it was all on the line. Guy is about to unleash the very first strike. Vidar decided his brute strength didn't matter. Then he clenched up with his hardened fist and slammed into action, and slammed his wooden sword into Giles to stop him cold. Kyle clenched his teeth when he realized Vidar had locked in strengthening magic like he was cheating with power. The instructor stared at him and scoffed, convinced this kid didn't climb to the top of the class for no reason. Then the instructor decided to drag things out, toying around instead of taking him seriously. So he stood his ground and let Gale unleash every ounce of power into his body, and kept it from moving by slamming it away with one arm. Vidar started groaning as his attack surged in power, and with a brutal grip, he slammed the sturdy sword into his sturdy fist. Giles swung and his sword snapped mid-strike. I got completely caught off guard and got blasted flying a few meters away. He started to worry that this went way too far for a student, and then boom, his match ended. And as Vidar watched that student stride away, his heart hammered because the kid's power was way stronger than he'd ever expected. Arch got shoved up front the second they called his name, and Vidar just grinned like, "Oh, perfect." This common peasant was about to become the lesson for everyone. As soon as the match kicked off, Arch braced himself and kept his guard locked tight. He studied Giles' instructor up close, soaking in every dirty tactic he could steal. When Arch slammed power into his sword, he pushed off hard, shifting from training mode into full speed motion. Vidar didn't see it coming. Arch slammed into him so fast the attack hit before he could even react. He swore Arch's strikes were quicker than ever, yet somehow lighter. Then Arch let out a grunt as his sword got knocked aside. He slammed his foot to a stop and surged his whole body forward. He snapped into action, reorganizing his whole self in seconds. Vidar let out a heavy sigh, then snapped on his third order. Magic Arc's jaw dropped when she saw it cast with zero chance. And when an arrow blast came rocketing straight at him, he tried to stop it, but that puny sword got ripped away in an instant. His jaw dropped at the instructor's reckless move right when their match finally ended. But ours was drenched in sweat because he'd been shoved into using magic on a trainee and the nerves were eating him alive. But when he spotted the next student, confidence surged. Vidar grinned, recognizing them as the guy who'd been stuck at the bottom of the practical exam. Henry trembled with pure terror as Pettit snapped his name into the air. The second the match kicked off, Henry was drenched in sweat, and Vidar chuckled like, "Seriously, even a wooden sword feels too heavy for you." He checked if he was okay, then told him to make the first move. Henry backed him and charged straight in, swinging his sword. Vidar's Henry new move would strike like it weighed nothing at all. And just like that, he drove a clean strike straight into his abdomen. Henry coughed from the slam, but Rick snapped because the instructor aimed right at a vital spot on purpose. Henry crumpled to the ground, curled up and clutching his aching abdomen, and when Vidar asked if he could go on, Henry threw in the towel. Vidar grinned and practically dared him if this was all it took to break him. He never should have become a knight in the first place. He snatched his clothes and locked in, ready to go pick him up. Henry got cut again. Vidar's relentless follow-up blows kept landing, and Henry screamed through the pain. Gale stared in shock, convinced something was off about their group training since day one. He could practically feel the instructor's hidden malice, like he was savoring every chance to torment his own students. He clamped down and gritted his teeth, because with their leader in trouble, there was nothing he could do for that four-eyed chicken. Henry got slammed onto the floor, blood pouring out as he begged the instructor to stop. Vidar pressed down on his abdomen, and the man choked up a mouthful of blood. Then Vidar snapped that he shouldn't be so soft but in. He let out a happy laugh, because his greed had finally been satisfied. Vidar warned him, "Get up or I'll come back swinging again." Giles and Ark grabbed his attention and yelled at the top of their lungs for him to get out of the way. But Rick ate the sword strike head on, swinging through it like it didn't even hurt, and Vidar's eyes went wide seeing him there. Rick said. Henry was tapped out. Now it was time to train him for real. Then he grinned and made it clear it was finally time to give Henry the butt-whooping he's been earning. Vidar sneered when he laid eyes on that fearless, stubborn student. Told Rick he needed to whip Henry into shape and earn the rank of a first-class knight, and just like that, Rick snapped his fingers, calling Giles to drag Henry straight to the infirmary. He stood up, looked you in the eye, and declared that what he did couldn't possibly be called training. Drake had survived way worse than this, thousands of tighter tests, but he pushed through because his teachers had his back. But this monkey, it was a straight-up nightmare, pure monster in every sense. Rick spun around with glaring eyes and snapped that if he wanted strict training, he should train with him instead. Vidar scoffed, then promised his old student a seriously special mock battle like the kind you don't forget. Their class marched into the locked-up gymnasium, and everyone froze by the doorway, staring like they couldn't look away. Real weapons sat on the floor. Right in front of them, Vidar told Rick he could grab any of them for their fight. He let out a first chuckle and said, "Yeah, we can't flat-out kill our opponent, but we sure can leave them with grave injuries." The students poured inside, and Vidar's grinned. This was his perfect shot to rip Rick's disgrace wide open. Panting from the run, Gale finally burst in and demanded Ark tell him did the battle start yet. Meanwhile, Angelica stepped outside and realized Teacher Pettit never called him for the training. She suddenly caught a group of students throwing down bets money on instructor Vidar's versus a trainee. She barged in and demanded answers from Ark what the heck was going on. Seeing her, he totally froze, then blurted out a stiff greeting, stuttering through every word, and Angelica snapped, "Just call me Angelica." Mark's cheeks flared red as he promised he'd do his best, and that's when he called Angelica. Then Giles' side snapped at them, saying, "Not now, stop flirting." He added that this old instructor was minutes away from a real weapon duel Rick. Angelica peered outside, stunned that this school didn't crack down on gambling at all, especially compared to the one she graduated from. Angelica snapped, then an idea lit up her head, and she ordered the two to do exactly what she said. When they finally spotted the scoreboard, most of the students were betting Rick would fold, so nearly all their cash was stacked on the instructor instead. Kirk burst out in a shocked gasp the moment Angelica said she'd make a bet. When Angelica blurted, "I'm betting on trainee Rick," the whole room froze. Ark's breath caught, and disbelief hit him like a slap. Angelica let out a sly chuckle and told them to follow her, then to bet everything they had. If they trained under Rick, they should have known he wasn't normal, so when she handed them their money back, she stared them down and promised she'd take the blame if they lost. Back in the heat of the battle, Vidir picked a massive, razor-sharp steel land made for crushing the fight. He went in smiling because the rest of the weapons were just regular iron, no way he was losing. Rick stared down the weapon and scanned it in one sharp, focused sweep. Remembered every word Bluestone had told him. He admitted that he'd been banned from using any weapon or even getting close to one. Vidir just stood there, impatiently waiting, and demanded to know whether he'd even bring a weapon. Rick nodded and swore these fists would become his weapon. Everyone went silent when he answered. Vidir burst out laughing and declared he'd hear zero excuses after that loss. Ark leaned in and asked Angelica if he'd be fine betting every last coin he had, even though he wasn't exactly rich. Then Angelica smiled and told him he'd get it all back, doubled. The student in charge of the betting snapped the deal shut, grinned like a devil, and then thanked those three idiots for lining their pockets with profit. As soon as the mock battle kicked off, Vidir surged forward without wasting a second, and the student's jaws dropped at how blazing fast he moved. Even with that speed, it still wasn't fast enough for Rick. He dodged it with zero effort. Vidir snapped his gaze back and shifted the momentum of his whole body. He spun his body so fast it felt like a blur. They reassured the students that betting on the teacher would pay off, and the laughs only grew louder when the three idiots tossed their money at the trainee. Paddock just chuckled, grateful that the gambling had turned everything into a wild show. Invaders tore in with yet another brutal attack. In a blink, slashes ripped in every direction around Rick. The deers burst into laughter as he hacked through Rick's clothes in a clean, brutal slash. He snapped that Rick was a talentless rookie and ordered him to know his place. Deers sprinted left to right and sneered that at his age he'd never make it as a knight, then laughed off the pathetic dream he kept chasing. Just like that, the four-eyed kid. Rick clenched his jaw and stayed quiet while the dog barked on and on. But when Vidir lunged in and swung his sword at him, Rick snapped his fist toward his sword, and in the blink of an eye, the blade got crushed to nothing. Then his fist shot through and smashed into that thick, ugly face. Pure, satisfying impact. A violent explosion ripped through the room the moment the Viders crashed onto the floor. Their souls nearly flew right out of their bodies from pure shock, except Angelica, because she saw this disaster coming. Look at that smug little smirk, easy money for her. Everyone froze. The Deers was sprawled on the floor, his face sunk and limp like a deflated ball. Angelica let out a wicked snicker and taunted the guy who handled the bettings. Kyle finally snapped, remembering exactly who that old guy was. He spotted him at the Fist Kings tournament and knew things were about to get real. Because he was a die-hard fan, he blocked out his calendar and watched it every single year. I'll never forget that day in the finals. He really thought he was just some run-of-the-mill old dude who couldn't do magic worth a damn. He totally blew him away, so cool it almost made him stop in his tracks. Ark nodded and agreed because the moment it clicked for him, he saw it too. Guile never expected Rick to pop up there at all and still stay hidden in plain sight. He still might not know who he really is. But now he finally knows this old man was the runner-up of the First King tournament. He paid on the spot and bolted straight to the Deers. He spat a curse at Rick for injuring an instructor, but Rick shot back, yet the Vidir had ordered them to treat the fight like it was the real thing. Then Patek freaked out and yelled that Rick was about to get kicked out of his squad for collective responsibility. Rick smirked and said it wouldn't even matter if he got expelled, then dared him to throw a beating back as payback. Patek felt ice-cold fear crawl down his spine. So he sprinted with Vidir shoved off his back and yelled at Rick to never forget this day. Angelica thanked him like he just handed her a fortune, but Ark was still reeling from the stacks of money he'd been lugging, while Rick stood there completely dumbfounded. Asked if Angelica knew what would happen, and Gale was right there on the side, stunned as he tried to process everything. That night, Rick and Angelica strode down the hallway side by side like something big was about to snap into place. He was poking an orb, and it just sat there, no glow, no reaction, so he shot back that it's meant to light up when it gets within 4 meters of high-density magic, like the 6 jewels. She thanked Angelica, waved off his worries, then promised she'd hunt for answers on her own too. Angelica asked if he'd ever considered letting his squad back him up, and Rick snapped that no, because if it went south, he'd risk getting kicked out of the team. He knew those 3 were dying to become knights, so he refused to crush their dreams. The moment they spotted the figure right in front of them, both of them slammed on the brakes. It was Lynette wrapped in a janitor's uniform like she was about to slip into trouble. Angelica blurted out, "Are you in disguise?" And Lynette gave a quick nod, like, "Nah, nobody will clock me." Then Rick pushed, "What about the others?" And Lynette assured him, "They'll be here any minute." She said they couldn't crack the front door, so the only move was getting help from someone already on the inside. The 3 of them strode straight to the corner where the academy's wall loomed up. They totally froze when they heard Bluestone, Alicete, and Eldwarf's voices coming from the other side. They asked if they were really going to jump the wall, and they shot back, "The barbed wire's right there, and if even one thread of your clothes catches, the guard will know you're inside." When Bluestone promised they'd rip open a hole straight through the wall, they made it sound like it was about to happen right then. Rick nearly choked on pure shock. Then he snapped that anyone would spot them in a heartbeat if they pulled something flashy like that. But they told her, "Don't stress." And the second Alice heard it, her eyes lit up. She blurted that she'd been practicing it for real. In the blink of an eye, a razor-sharp beam of light tore through the wall. Angelica shrieked in pure terror, yelling that this was way too dangerous. The laser snapped forward and carved a perfect box shape into the wall. Once Alice had finished, the wall was smoking like it just got cooked, and Mildwarf snapped at Rick, "Catch that, wall?" The ball skidded in, and before it could bounce away, he snatched it out of the air with his hands. The rest of the orichalcum fist finally blasted into the Night Academy, and Alice couldn't stop beaming when she spotted Angelica. Rick let out a heavy sigh and asked what they were going to do with that wall piece, and Bluestone snapped back, telling him to stop stressing. Eldwarf would turn it into a door. Mrs. Eldwarf snapped the wall into place and sealed it up as a door. Bluestone demanded an update on the search, and Rick snapped back that he still had to figure it out. Glowstone told them to pick who goes where, but Angelica's stomach dropped because one wrong move could expose them. Lowstone bragged that they could pull off any disguise, and Angelica jumped at the chance to hunt for food while Mazette grilled him about whether any female students were around. Then Rick snapped at them to stop messing around and ordered a full retreat. Inside one of the buildings, the board called for answers and grilled them hard. How was Squad 402 holding up after Vidar's incident, which forced him to spend 5 long months recovering? And Pastic was drenched in cold sweat as he admitted he'd just learned one of the squad's students was the Fist King tournament's first runner-up. The board demands they split Rick off from the others and keep drilling with the rest of the squad. Meanwhile, Ark sat in the head minister's office, trading sharp moves at the chessboard, and by the time the game ended, the clock was already close to 9 at night. Angelica and Rick slipped back inside, and she snapped at him to march straight to his room so nobody got suspicious. They called out their farewells too, and the moment slipped away. When he finally got back to his room, Giles hit him with the biggest reaction. Rick nearly jumped out of his skin when Giles blurted that he'd become a huge fan during the tournament finals. Rick was shocked Giles even knew him, so Giles admitted he only clocked at mid-fight after he saw just how strong he was. Then Giles vowed he'd apologize for every rude thing he'd said, properly this time, until Rick flustered out and told him, "It's okay." So they were squad mates too, and they decided he deserved to be treated as an equal. Gale erupted into full-on tears, and when he started boasting that strong people like him have a huge, warm heart, he barely stopped himself from farting. He told Giles to drop the polite talk, but Giles refused and even asked if he could speak casually to the people he actually respects. Henry cleared his throat, voice steady, and thanked him because saving him meant everything. Rick demanded to know if his wounds were okay, and Henry shot back that he was fine and that Rick shouldn't have acted so pathetic. Wells stared him down and said there was nothing pathetic about it, so he kept his grip and somehow didn't pass out until the very end. Henry's face lit up, and they immediately thanked Giles for saying it. Then Giles hurriedly apologized for being rude and promised that from this point on, he'd treat him like a real equal, like true friends. Britt flashed a huge smile and practically dared them to hit the bath together like, "See, we're all equal now." They nodded in sync, then shot off toward the bath. When they finally reached the huge bath, Rick snapped to the truth men and women didn't show up together, so there wasn't a separate men's bath or women's bath at all. Kyle clocked Rick's massive body and blurted, "Dude, you're huge." Rick just chuckled, flexed like crazy, and said he'd earned every bit of it through hard work. They caught a voice they knew all too well, coming from the tub, and immediately guessed it had to be Ark's. When they tore off every last piece of clothing, they practically bounced to the door, grinning like crazy, ready to jump in for a bath with the whole squad. They swung the door open and called for Ark. Then 2 exposed melons hit them first. Ark and Angelica were already inside, completely naked, and both of them froze when they finally clocked that Ark was actually a woman. And yeah, we just got flashbanged again. I hope it never stops kidding. After just a few minutes, Angelica cornered Rick, furious that he'd pluck her eyeball out to stop himself from repeating the same mistake, while Ark stayed inside, trembling and hiding. Once the chaos finally settles, they all storm back into the room and start tearing into what just happened. Arkside finally confessed, then threw himself back in front of everyone to apologize for keeping it hidden. Kyle was still reeling, so he blurted out, "Did Angelica know about it?" She swore she could spot it instantly, even with her chest kept hidden. Rick and Giles stared in shock, saying they couldn't believe a word of it. Ark even got a chance to talk to Angelica right after she hooked up with her squad. She got totally blindsided when Angelica blurted out, "I'm a woman," and then Angelica promised point blank she'd never spill her secret to a soul. And she promised she'd have her back the moment trouble hit inside the academy. Art shut her eyes and gushed that Angelica was a total goddess, pure respect lighting up her chest as she basically worshipped her. Guile asked if Henry saw it, but Henry pointed out she was 175 centimeters below him and said he felt something way off about her. And Angelica snapped her brows together and demanded if Art was the only one who didn't get what he was saying. Gale demanded why he was pretending to be a guy, but Angelica snapped at him and ordered him to show some delicacy. Ark let out a heavy sigh and admitted there was no point hiding it anymore. She finally spilled the truth. Her real name was Alma Gervais. And yeah, Ark was her little brother's name too. Most of the students there were noble kids, but like she said earlier, she wasn't one of them. She came from a commoner family. All four of them squeezed into a modest life, and somehow it stayed bright, warm, and full of real joy. A month back, their whole family hit the road to sell off their stuff. Art clocked his older sister always toting that wooden sword, and when Alma said she wanted to become a knight just like Angelica, everything suddenly felt like it had a mission. Their parents warned them to watch their step, because that place was crawling with tiny monsters. Their father finally exhaled with peace. Alma was right there, guarding Ark. Then the two started daydreaming, wondering what their lives would look like if Alma ever became a first-class knight. Alma promised Ark she'd protect him if a monster showed up, but Ark laughed it off and said he'd be fine now that he was 8 years old. She stared him down and promised she'd protect him no matter what. Always. Ark let out a deep sigh and said he'd allow it until he hit 10, but Alma patted his head and corrected him until he was taller than her. The moment he heard a terrifying scream blasting from behind, Alma's words hit so hard his soul almost flew out of him. Her parents were pouring blood, pinned beneath a monstrous rock scorpion. Only a first-class knight could save them. Her father's scream tore through the air, telling her to drag Ark to safety because she'd never stand a chance against that massive monster right now, while Alma shot back, refusing to leave them like this. But her father roared, swearing they'd be okay then. In the blink of an eye, a hole tore straight through his chest. Alma trembled with pure terror as she called out for her dad. Ark suddenly bolted toward her mom, racing in to protect her. But he never saw the scorpion's tail creeping up on him. Alma snapped into action and sprinted straight at him. She yanked him sideways in a heartbeat, barely dodging that razor-sharp tail as it came screaming in. She slammed down, then snapped, "Are you okay?" to her brother. But his eyes went wide when he saw his arm ripped open with a brutal, deep gash. Her eyes went huge the second she spotted the wound, then she realized it was soaked in poison. She froze when her mom's voice cut through the room, and for a second, everything else slipped out of reach. Tears streamed down her face as sorrow hid behind those fake smiles, begging Alma to protect her brother. In the blink of an eye, her mom's flesh and blood exploded through the air, raining down on them. Alma was drowning in pure torment, replaying everything that had just happened in her head. Numbness hit her the moment she saw the scorpion closing in on them. She clung to her brother with all her strength as the monster snatched them up. Then, with a blast of wind, two hulking knights ripped into the scene and slashed the monster's arm clean off. Her eyes went wide as she recognized them. The knight asked the men, "Are you okay?" Just a few minutes later, they got hauled straight to the hospital. The headmaster strode up to her. He swallowed his guilt and begged forgiveness for not being able to save their parents. Alma demanded news about her brother, and the headmaster reassured her that his life wasn't in danger. But the scorpion's poison had sunk too deep. Nothing could pull it out. He shoved the medical bills into the accountant's hands, and when Alma saw the price tag, her mouth fell open in pure shock. He told her they could only stretch Ark's life by 7 more months, and that hit her like a punch to the gut. The headmaster couldn't just walk away once things got this messy, so he leaned in and asked if she wanted to be a knight. Alma nodded and shot back, "Why?" He claimed he was the headmaster of the Knight Academy. Then he promised her the chance to graduate as an officer and claim the crown as the top of their school so the country would foot the bill for every single one of her family's medical expenses. He said she'd need 6 months to graduate so he could make it back on time and finally pay for ARC's treatment. Alma went still, sorting through the offer in her head, while the headmaster awkwardly chuckled and admitted he wanted to help with her medical fees, but it was more than he could handle. Alma locked eyes with him and nodded, then accepted his offer. She swore she'd do anything at all if it meant she could save her little brother. So she marched into the academy as a man because women weren't allowed to enroll yet, and she had no choice but to disguise herself until the moment she heard someone sobbing, her voice died in her throat. Angelica and Gail were sobbing so hard, it felt like the whole story of her life was ripping out of them. Henry and Giles stepped up, told her she could count on them anytime she needed help. Alma was flustered, and the two straight up told her not to treat it like a problem because they were teammates in the same squad. Alma froze, then burst into sobs because knowing her friends loved her like that shattered her in the best way, the love she'd been missing from her parents. Rick suddenly cut in and said they should write it down. It's pretty obvious by now their squad was acting totally different from everyone else. He warned that if this keeps going, Alma's life is about to get brutally hard. He flashed a grin and declared he'd be taking all three of them in for training. Rick told them the entrance exam was still 6 months away, but he snarled that they needed to crush the midterm in 3 because he was sure the instructor would cut them down as hard as possible. He blared that they needed to train hard enough to embarrass those instructors, and his whole squad grinned and nodded right along. Giles practically burst with excitement and blurted that he wanted to take on the exact same training as Rick. But then he shot back that he wasn't about to throw himself at death while he was still. This young Angelica snapped that the exam wouldn't have been the problem if his spirit had finally shattered. Giles went totally dumbfounded and blurted out if training was really that brutal, yet Rick cut in and said they needed to talk about it right now. He scanned his squad and laid out the big 4 foundations they'd drill on during training. Kyle's jaw dropped when he heard Rick was going to drill them with magic and test it on their written midterm. He told them, "There are a bunch of things outside my expertise." Then he turned and said, "Come with me, follow my lead." They rushed to the back of the school to spill his secret, because Ark had already spilled hers. He swallowed his pride, apologized, and confessed he'd joined the academy, hunting for answers, not chasing the title of a knight. 3 of them chuckled like they'd already figured it out, and Giles went, "I'm asking about that La Jolla jewel," which made Angelica groan because Rick couldn't keep a low profile to save his life. She and Rick shoved the bush aside and uncovered a door in the wall. Joel's eyes lit up fast, but Rick snapped, "Keep this quiet," because they'd be teaming up with outsiders beyond the school. Ark bet regular folks couldn't crack it, and sure enough, this door's lock would only open for Rick and his teachers. As soon as they stepped outside, they stumbled on the Oracle punching fists with someone deep in the woods, and they greeted everyone right on the spot. Rick stepped up and introduced the teachers who had forged him, then told them he'd already heard their situation, begging them to pull no punches during training. At that moment, it felt like he was rolling out death for his friends. Rick asked how Ark's little brother was doing after the healing, while Bluestone warned him that the rock scorpion's poison is brutal, because if you don't hit it with healing magic, the second the sickness takes hold, the healing just loses its punch fast. It's been a full month since the poison hit him, so even if he somehow comes back to life after dying, that venom won't vanish. They jumped when a brutal thud ripped through the air. Henry dropped like a log after spotting the Bluestone, blurting that he was 230 centimeters tall, and Angelica couldn't even blame him, because this orc looked straight out of a horror movie. Kyle was completely starstruck by Bluestone, because he knew no question Bluestone was the one who'd won the Fist Kings tournament. Angelica nodded and told Ark that Rick, Lynette, and Bluestone were all her teachers too, so Ark snapped her gaze to Rick and hurriedly apologized for being rude. They sprinted to a nearby open field, ready for whatever chaos was waiting. It was so wide that if they used it at night, no one would ever spot them, and before the training even started, they had to decide who would teach whom. When Alice and Mizet got assigned to train Guile, Mizet let out a dramatic sigh and joked that he'd rather teach Ark maybe about his love. Just kidding. Henry got assigned to work with Rick and Bluestone. Rick's job was to make sure Henry didn't get himself killed, basically shadowing his teacher every step of the way. ARC was paired up with Lynette, assigned to work alongside her in Angelica. Kirk leaned in to tell his teachers to do everything they could to stop casualties and to never push those three past their breaking point, because they weren't the kind to ease in like he did. Rick watched their faces and knew they weren't replying, but they definitely weren't tuning him out either. As night crept in, they huddled up for one last talk about their training before heading back to the academy. The next day after training, their squad started marching back to their room, and once again they couldn't miss how brutally they were treating their own people. Rick couldn't stop wondering why he was the only one getting easy training, but the squad basically said, "Yeah, that's because Vidar wiped the floor with him one punch." Rick snapped, "Eat up and rest a little before training." And Guile was absolutely jacked. Little did they know this hype would turn into full-on ugly crying later. After lights out, Angelica slipped over to that hidden door and checked on them. She could still hear the racket roaring out in the open field, so she let out a tired sigh and pushed deeper through the forest. And the moment she spotted them, they were getting chased, yanked around, and carved up like the whole world had turned into a living hell. Angelica erupted in a scream, demanding a meeting, then snapped, "What are we doing?" Allison just shrugged and said she was tossing mud balls packed with magic. He sprinted forward, yanking Guile again just like he'd done to her. Lynette insisted it was just normal sparring, but nothing they said matched what we were seeing because it looked like they were beating up the three. Angelica panted, rage blazing, and snapped that everything would have been fine if Rick was around. Then she remembered he was just as unhinged and realized she'd have to keep a close eye on Giles and Henry while training Ark. She planted a hand on her waist and snapped at them for forcing the students to endure this wild training while they stood there taking it. They nearly crumpled from pain and sheer exhaustion, but Giles still looked like a walking zombie. Then Bluestone sank his teeth into him. That cold little stone jarred Angelica's memory. He could heal them, and he had to so they could press on. But right out of nowhere, Ark snapped the silence with his voice. She swore she'd keep training for her brother, and as soon as Giles scoffed and said he wouldn't let her get left behind while Ark grew stronger, Henry nodded right along with him. The three stared them down and practically begged Angelica to let them keep training. She stood there in pure shock while Rick and Bluestone grinned like champions, thrilled they'd pulled off such a fearless feat. Ark warned her, "Do it at your own risk." And Angelica said, "Fine," letting it happen, but she outlawed the trainers from killing a single student. When they jumped back into training, Bluestone kicked things off with hardcore physical conditioning, so they'd have the stamina to survive whatever training threw at them. After a few minutes, the students scattered off to their own teachers, and Eldwarf stepped in to teach them body strengthening, revealed how to nail every single muscle movement with total precision. Lucido basically tore into a chaotic mukbang, chugging it down to crank up their mana and feed Lessid's cravings. After catching their breath, Angelica showed them how to blend their specialty into razor-sharp swordsmanship. And for Rick, they sprinted on, like the end would never show up. The very next day, all three of them were crashed out and sound asleep right in class. When the final bell rang, they hit the training ground again because the moment the lights went out, the grind started. Ned cooked up a feast for them to dig into, but the very next day, they were locked in and studying like their lives depended on it. Their squad was juggling everything at once, training, sharpening skills, and pushing higher every single day. They teamed up with one shared goal, and nothing was going to stop them. At least they somehow survived that training gauntlet. Another day hit, and it was time to tear up the mountain running course. Rick got stuck with a 20-kilometer run, while the rest of his squad got orders to push through a brutal 30-kilometer. Pettick stared in disbelief as Rick sprinted back onto the field. Only 15 minutes had passed since they started. He leaned in and asked Rick, "Is it really okay if I leave my squad behind?" But Rick was absolutely sure they'd make it on time. Pettick scoffed and decided Rick was just bluffing until an hour and 40 minutes passed. The three of them sprinted straight for the gate, right when they officially burst onto the scene with their arrival. Giles' eyes welled up with tears because he was damn proud Henry finished the whole course on his own, and Rick stepped in to praise the two of them for their incredible work. But Pettick just froze in shock, staring at what they'd done and scrambling to understand how they even pulled off that ridiculous course. That night, during their usual training session, Rick spotted Henry sprawled on the floor, just as he watched the two tear down the path. Henry let out a grin, admitting he could barely keep pace with them. Told him it was totally fine to take a breather for the midterm, but Henry's face tightened, and he looked off to the side. Rick leaned in and asked if Henry was scared he might not make it through. Henry nodded hard and admitted his biggest fear was getting torn away from the Guile and Arc. Henry was absolutely convinced they'd make it through. Henry got bullied so hard he couldn't find a single friend until now. Those two were the very first people who treated him like he mattered, like a real friend, not just some passing stranger. He let out a shaky sigh and admitted he was terrified he'd mess up, then get left behind and separated from them. He still remembered that sparring day when everyone else moved, but he just froze in place. And Henry feared that if they matched him with someone bigger, he'd chicken out for good. But Rick leaned in and swore, "It'll be fine," and Henry just shrugged, "I don't even care." Rick cut him off on the spot and fired back, "If you don't want to get torn away from your friends, then use that moment as fuel and turn it into strength." He said he'd been grinding for 3 straight months, and Rick shot back that everything would be fine. Then Henry finally cracked a smile and thanked Rick. The very next day, he faced a brutal written exam. The academy sat dead silent because every single student was locked in, gripping their exams like they were the only thing that mattered. When the timer hit 0, Giles's brain had dried out so badly it looked like someone tossed it straight in a dryer. Rick smirked, then asked, "You okay?" Their squad huddled up and burst out of the room. Then out of nowhere, Gale snapped, started screaming that he was finally going to unleash his rage in the practical. After lunch, the students poured onto the field for their practical exam, each squad about to clash head-on with another team. But before Angelica even called them over, the Rick squad already sensed something was off, like a storm was coming, and when she finally yelled for them, she promised she'd be cheering every step of the way. It called in the Rick squad and ordered Squad 416 to rush to the front. The moment Squad 416 rolled out, they looked like a crew of Jim Strong street toughs ready to cause trouble. Rick spoke up and demanded to know who these squads were. Pettit scoffed and snapped that they'd probably just forgotten them, too buried in their studies. Pettit called the students over and asked, "You know Squad 416, and every single one of them blurted, "Yeah." Rick clocked it instantly. These students had been herded into place, like they'd been put in line and told to stay there. Angelica could clock the weak link in that squad. He'd only reached second class at best when Rick started to speak, and Gale snapped, exploding with pure rage. He cursed and demanded to know just how dirty he'd be allowed to get before he felt satisfied. Then Guile stepped up and grinned, saying he'd beat them to it. Pettit grabs one of Squad 416 and spills the details on Giles's weaknesses straight to him. Henry and Ark clocked this guy as a magic user, and Giles, of all people, was dealing with his absolute worst matchup. The second it started, the two of them locked eyes and glared like they were ready to explode. The man snapped that anyone who couldn't use magic didn't deserve to graduate. Then he lit a flame in her left hand. Then the fire ray attack blasted straight for him. Rage still surged through him, so he barely moved. Then he powered up his iron body and clutched his sturdy sword. In the blink of an eye, Gale ripped it clean off with a savage slash. The man's defense caught him off guard. He stared in shock while Guile snapped that the attack was nowhere near strong enough. Compared to Alice's magic, he would have been reduced to ash ages ago. As soon as he lifted his sword and triggered that power-up attack, anxiety surged through him. This didn't match what he'd been promised. Giles slammed his wooden sword into him. His brute power drove the guy crashing to the floor, and the fight ended fast, leaving Pettit staring in total disbelief. Rick praised him as he marched back to his squad, and Henry and Ark beamed with smiles, grinned at him, and slapped a high five into his hand. Rick snapped who'd go next, and Ark stepped up, confident, as she marched to the front, because the best teachers in the world had trained her. Zark's opponent charged right up to the front, dead set on taking him down. Rick and Angelica both swore this guy was a straight-up power type. As soon as the match officially kicked off, he laughed at her and claimed she looked like a woman. Then he mocked her to her face, telling her to quit being a knight. But the second he swung his sword at Ark, she vanished into thin air. The man snapped back and flinched the instant a voice hissed from behind him. He lashed out with another sword swing, but it whiffed again, and Ark just laughed, telling him to aim better. The man snapped with a curse, flung his sword out again and again in the blink of an eye, and still archivated it like it was nothing. Ark told him, "If you can't land your hits, you're the weakest, no matter how strong you think you are." Frustration surged in the man, so Ark snapped and ended the match. She burst over right on time, while Angelica and Lynette drilled her. She yanked the cutting thread, and the man buckled with a guttural grunt, caught off guard. He crumpled to the floor and passed out cold, while Pedek shrieked in pure shock. Ark stormed back to her friends, and they erupted in cheers, congratulating her like she just crushed the whole show. She snapped their hands together with a crisp high five for both of them. From far away, Headmaster Klein kept his eyes on her, grinning like he was watching his proudest win. The moment Henry was told to step up, ice-cold sweat broke out on his skin. The next guy in line leaned in and demanded Pedek explain why his students' strengths didn't match what he'd promised them. Pedek told him to cool it because the next one didn't have a shred of combat talent, so the man kept moving, slowly like he had no choice. While Henry hammered the promise into his own head, he'd graduate with his friends. Squad 416's man lunged forward like a missile. Henry didn't even have time to react, but the trembling fear was already clawing its way through him. Swallowed him alive, then the man swung that sword straight at him. Everyone froze when the man cut off in the middle. Pure shock hit the crowd, and then silence swallowed the air before. The man straightened up and bluntly told him he couldn't strike someone who'd already lost the will to fight. Henry let out a heavy sigh, headed back to his squad, and then right when he needed it most, his friends lit up the air with cheers and turned his mood around. Rick struck him and told him trauma wasn't the kind of thing you could just shrug off and move past. Henry's hope crumbled because no matter how hard he trained, fear kept dragging him down and stealing every win. A giant who looked like Bluestone with a wig on stomped up front, and he warned Pedek, "Don't you stop me if my opponent starts screaming and crying from the pain." Pedek nodded once, and then the match kicked off. The man roared at Rick that he'd show zero mercy to a middle-aged guy like him. But before he could even finish the sentence, Rick blasted him, sent him flying, and that was the end of his life. The guy's been totally loony ever since. When the midterm exam results finally dropped, Rick told them, "Don't stress. I know you all gave it your best shot to pass that exam." Giles' nerves were wrecking him over his written exam, while Henry was on edge about his practical. Then Ark tore open her envelope. She beamed because she'd nailed the one spot in their class. Then Rick snapped his gaze to Giles. When he screamed with wild excitement, Rick couldn't help but chuckle as just like he thought it was over, everyone whipped around and stared at Henry. Memory he just stared at that envelope, frozen in blank silence. After a few brutal hours, Henry sat alone out in the field, eyes locked on the sunset as it burned across the sky. Rick spotted him and rushed over, closing the distance fast. Henry felt him closing in, so he spoke up and told him plain survival comes from practical skill, not luck, especially tonight. Rick told them to hunt down the instructors and beg for a second chance. Henry shrugged and said he was fine, but after that practical skill exam crushed him, he couldn't stop wondering how this school was going to deal with him next. He grinned and promised he'd quit school for now, but he wasn't done chasing his dream of becoming a knight because he'd enroll again next year. That year, tears spilled down his face as he swore he'd catch up to Ark and Giles. Rick could feel every ounce of that pain burning through him, but he had no words left to say. Henry wiped the tears off his face, swore he'd be gone by morning, and told him straight up that he owed him everything. Rick asked for a little time alone, and Rick just nodded okay. And meanwhile, Giles was stalking back and forth beside one of the buildings, restless and ready to explode. Ark told him to cool off a bit, but he insisted that Henry could have passed the exam, then fired back asking what they could do to help. Mark let out a heavy sigh and admitted she wanted to help too, but Giles suddenly jerked away, sprinting off while screaming that his head would explode from pure rage. Rick and Angelica strode down the hallway together. Angelica said it was a total shame Henry didn't make it. Rick let out a tired sigh, insisting he'd stop fretting by hunting the jewel, but no matter how he searched, Henry's situation kept yanking his focus away. Their party tore through every lead hunting the jewel, but all they found was silence, no clue at all. When Henry shoved back into their room, he was packing his stuff when he spots his favorite book, rips it open, and reads what Yamato wrote. Give up. His mind freezes because he's got no idea what that word even means. Everyone froze and stared at that phrase for minutes, replaying every meaning in their heads. Back at Ark, she got stuck alone on that bench, then a chill hit her as she spotted someone looming behind the bushes, eyes darting to study the shape. But she snapped into panic the moment the cloaked man barreled toward her, sword thin and deadly gripped in his hand. The Ark dropped low to dodge it, then led, and slammed a devastating blow into his abdomen. The man grunted, got blasted a few meters through the air, and Henry snapped his eyes shut at the brutal thud. Then he heard Ark bark, "So who are you?" The darkness itself seemed stunned when 5 more people crawled out of it. She froze in shock when a familiar face showed up again. The headmaster himself greeted her and praised her skills to the skies. The men circling Klein closed in fast and panic prickled up her spine. He shot her a creepy grin and quickly apologized for pulling this stunt earlier than he'd planned. Ark was totally baffled, so she blurted out, "What do you mean?" She couldn't shake the fear that he'd tricked her, and even the instructors along with him. Klein admitted he was using the academy like a smokescreen for his real plans. And with the instructors knocked out cold, he could do whatever he wanted, no limits. The headmaster stared them down and snapped, "Bring her in," while urging them to make it quick without doing heavy damage. 4 men burst in at the exact same time and attacked her. So she swung the sword she'd grabbed, fighting back with everything she had until the odds crushed her, because these weren't random thugs, they were knights, and their skill gave it away. She gasped as Guile burst out of nowhere and landed a brutal punch on the man who'd grabbed her arm. The man slammed onto the floor, and with a breathless glare, he demanded Ark, "Who are these people?" He froze in shock when he spotted the headmaster, and Ark told him, fast, that she still hadn't fully caught up with everything going on. Out of nowhere, a voice screamed, "First Order magic," and the words detonated like lightning against a cloaked man. Burke and Guile snapped his gaze that way, and there was Henry. Kyle punched him because he dared to step out of his room. In the blink of an eye, the headmaster was already standing right in front of Ark, and they couldn't believe how fast he moved. So Gale moved like lightning and swung his sword to carve right into him. But something impossible, and nobody could explain it, suddenly blew everything apart. His blade slipped right off the headmaster's head. Gile grunted as a brutal, heavy stab clamped his gut. Then he couldn't even squeeze out another sound while he was still flying through the air. Henry was slammed to the ground, and the moment he saw Gale, the whole world dropped out from under him. Gale slammed to the floor, and then lights out, he blacked out. Mark stared at them, stunned. How could an old man like him unleash this much raw power? Her eyes went wide as a sharp, tingling pain stabbed her back, caused her to collapse into unconsciousness, and one of Klein's men hauled her onto his shoulder like it was a rescue mission. Henry's shout snapped everyone to a halt. He begged them, voice cracking, to let ARC go. The headmaster let out a sly chuckle and ordered him to stop, then warned him not to follow them. He even had the nerve to talk back. His head started to feel like it was getting heavier by the second. Eventually fainted, Henry's body crumpled to the floor as a Klein turned and led his men, Ark disappearing with him. After just a few intense minutes, Rick. He pulled up and froze because what he saw was pure disaster. Rick let out a breath of relief the second Henry woke up, then asked if he was okay. Henry shot upright and demanded where Ark was, and Rick flat out told him she was nowhere to be found. So Henry admitted he had no clue why the headmaster kidnapped her. He stared at Giles, so Rick blurted that Bluestone had just sealed up his brutal injuries. Henry shot up and swore he was heading out, and Rick just stared, baffled. "Save Ark. Where are you going?" But Rick warned him his opponents were so dangerous they could wipe out all 3 of them. Henry stopped dead, said, "You might be right," and the fear still clung to him like a vice. But he insisted it wasn't a reason to leave his friend behind. He smiled and admitted he might not be able to gather the courage he'd need even for himself. He shoved his fear aside, ready to fight for the people who mattered most to him. Henry grinned at Rick's words, but his own body snitched, his legs started trembling, and fear hit him hard. He let out a heavy sigh, then turned around and called himself pathetic. He'd bombed out of school and still couldn't pull his friend back. Rick told him, "It's fine to be scared because if I were in your shoes, I'd be terrified too." He clutched his shoulder and told him, "Our friends aren't the kind to quit." Henry's jaw just dropped in pure shock. The orichalcum fist strode right up to them and promised help, then you blink and realize it's already time. Now go beat someone up. When they headed out to the field, Bluestone leaned in and told him he could already see Henry had a real gift for magic. He stared Rick down and ordered him to teach his tricks, like right now. Henry leaned in and asked what it was, and Rick grinned like he had a secret telling him he'd teach his surefire move. Minutes later, they were finished, sprinted back to their camp outside the academy, and Bluestone's healing slammed all their injuries shut. And Giles was out cold, peacefully sleeping like a baby. Then it burst in out of nowhere, blurting, "Are you two done with your prep?" And the pair just nodded. Rick demanded, "Are you sure it was the headmaster you saw?" Henry nodded hard and said Klein had left, then started talking about the hundreds of knights. The party huddled up, studying the map and plotting their next move. Stone asked Angelica if she could handle herself, and she flashed him a confident grin. This job would be a cakewalk for a night. It was assigned to deliver a familiar to Lady Mia. So once the party finished what they had to do, they charged forward straight toward rescuing Ark. Inside Mia's mansion, she leaned in and told her butler it was time to call it a night and get some rest. She exhaled, grateful beyond words that the orichalcum fist never came back after all the chaos from 3 months ago. The butler gave a firm nod and told her the guild had no right to come chasing them now for yet another request. Speaking of the devil, familiar shattered through the window. That adorable little bat fluttered in and told Mia, "We've got to ask you for one more favor." Meanwhile, Ark was starting to claw his way back to consciousness. Spotted that her wrists were bound tight to a pole, hit her with that unsettling smile, the kind that makes your skin crawl. He marched up to her and snapped that she was tucked inside the Knight's Eastern headquarters. Had already been battle-tested before, and it was the toughest office in the whole world. He told her, flat out, that no matter how tough her 32-year-old friend thought he was, he still wouldn't slip past their security. Just as the headmaster began spinning his story, he was suddenly yanked off to the front lines of the Great War. He told them he'd used a fake name at the academy and somehow piled on the pounds, so now he looked nothing like the person from the history book photos. Mark's mind spun when she heard her name was actually in a history book. So Klein finally dropped the truth. He wasn't just some knight. He was a special knight from the kingdom's chivalric order, alongside Klein, Gareth, and Noble. Mark jerked back in shock as Klein let out a chuckle and told her, "It's great to see you again." She knew the clock was brutal, only 13 knights in all, and she had to make it into that special class. And everyone in that brutal war knew Klein was a beast, an unstoppable warrior, and a leader who rallied people like nothing else. If you really thought Rick was going to have a tough time taking down this creep, think again. Mine sneered at her, ordering her to behave and stop those weak attempts to end it. Because if she dragged this out without pain, it would wreck her worth as a product arc just froze in shock. So Klein admitted, dead casually, that he was running human trafficking just to rake in the cash. He made a bold request for a girl the same age someone with insane magic power and real battle skill. Ark shot daggers at him and warned this mess would come back to him. But Klein snapped back that he'd already laid the groundwork. He made it look like the teachers had been robbed blind, so if a student vanished too, nobody would bat an eye. Klein locked eyes with her and smirked that with the power he'd gained, he could wipe his dirt clean in an instant. He told her to swallow the truth she'd be sold as merchandise, and Ark's mind immediately snapped to her brother. She agreed to go along with his plan just to save his brother. Then Klein burst into a weird chuckle and totally left her staring. He sneered that her little brother was nothing but a hostage, and once he finished selling her, he'd wipe him out. Her face drained of color the moment she finally saw just how completely messed up her situation was. Heard him call her naive, like she really thought every single thing that happened was just an accident. He smirked and told her he'd planned the whole thing, making her step into the academy right down to that scorpion he used to poison her brother. She stared at him like he'd just gone insane, then blurted out, "Where are my parents?" Klein snapped his eyebrows up, wrestling his brain for the name of who they even were. He finally snapped his parents were in the way, so he had to wipe them out. We couldn't wrap our heads around it. This creepy old guy was dropping all of that with a grin on his face, with zero sign of remorse. She exploded into tears and screamed at him that she'd crush him to ashes. She thrashed and tried to yank the tie off her wrist so she could reach him, but claimed her spirit could be sold for a fortune. To shut her up, Klein had to knock her out again right there on the road, no time to waste. She sobbed and begged him to stop, but the moment she shut her eyes, she heard a thunderous boom. Then he burst out the window and saw one of their walls erupt in flames, and one of his men shouted that invaders were tearing into their base. Klein snapped his gaze on him, demanded the numbers. The man said 4 people outside were trying to break in what the freak, that mom and dad Eldwarf, just showed up with a tank for the fight. Henry slipped to the back while those 4 put on a full-blown show. Dick told him, "Once we're inside, we split up to hunt for Ark." A whole pack of knights crowded the south gate, and when they spotted a maid, surprise hit them like a thunderclap. Lynette kept a poker face when she told them, "If anyone wants to surrender, come get me anytime." She crossed her arms in front of her with a sharp, sudden snap. Then just like that, she shot past them in a heartbeat, and a razor-thin gust threaded through their weapon and straight into their bodies. The knight itself groaned in pain right then and there, and it crashed to the floor. Those who saw it in the night would never forget. Lynette caught them off guard, and boom, they became her next victims. Another incoming knight raised their shields to block the impact as they surged toward her. But then, that didn't stop her. Lynette told them they were crazy lucky compared to the other three, because she was still staying in the human realm. At the east gate, the knights clutched Bluestone in their hands, like it could blast through anything. But then confused, he watched their attacks hit him and do absolutely nothing. Bluestone finally snapped into action and praised the first-class knight, hailing their strength for sharpening the weapon. But the moment he said they didn't have the strength, he snapped his arm forward and slammed the impact so hard that everyone got thrown off the ground. And their captain knew they'd never beat the orc. They hauled the giant golem they'd built into place. Stone examined it and said their squad could be cooking up something sinister, creating a man-made monster for who knows what. Gollum snarled at him, and the moment those dead eyes hit, it felt like he had to rein himself in. When the monster hurled its fist straight at him, the knights sucked in a breath when the explosion tore through everything, blasting a massive hole in their golem. And for a moment, it felt like death itself was already clocking them in. At the west gate, the knights nearly dropped their swords when they saw a kid sitting on a tank. Eldwarf burst out of his tank and hit the outside world like a shockwave. Two knights strode up to him with calm smiles, then demanded who ordered him to do this, talking to him like he was just a kid, but he gasped as two brutal loud bangs echoed, and then both of them collapsed straight to the floor. The bullet slammed into him and stole his breath, but his gun still blazed with electric magic, zapping his foes into unconsciousness. The knights only realized he was a threat when it was already far too late. Eldwarf had already mowed them down with ruthless bullets. Once the bullets ran dry, he snatched up another pair of guns in a flash. And when he finally wore out, he kept torturing anyway, grinning like he owned the pain. Bazooka and blew the hell out of them. While the other three were done, Eldwarf stayed locked in, blasting massive ranger attacks until those people finally threw in the towel. Meanwhile, Alice totally caught the knights off guard at the north gate, came tearing through the hole like she wasn't even trying, like it was just a game. And she burst out, thrilled that they'd told her to burn through as much magic as she wanted until everyone ended up bleeding out. He snorted a laugh and dove right into messing with them. In that split second, we watched another massacre unfold, this time powered by a whole new mix of magic. When the giant waves crashed in, a knight barked at the archers perched in the towers, "Loose your shots." But the second the arrow got close to Alice, it burst into ashes before it could even land. Allison flicked her fingers left, then right, and when the blast went off, she burst into a chuckle and said messing with them was totally hilarious, especially watching everyone except Alice talk themselves down like they're nothing. Clean scanned the chaos in his room and knew trouble was creeping in, so he ditched the scene and rushed to move everything somewhere else. He strode back to her and he pressed his palm to her head and guided her back to sleep, and as her eyelids finally sank, Ark's tears spilled heavy, helpless, and real. But just when they least expected it, Henry stormed in to shut that creep down. She locked eyes with him and flashed a wicked, mischievous grin. That silent night turned into a living nightmare for the poor knights who had to survive it. They all got sent out to the field, ready to fight with everything they had to protect their headquarters. And now Klein had no choice. He had to guard his merchandise with his life on the line. Henry's drenched in sweat, gasping for breath like the air is slipping away. Klein told him to quit right now because if he didn't, he'd get himself seriously hurt. He let him walk away because he refused to hurt a single one of his students. He said he could still slip back to his dorm bed anytime and keep studying. Before Henry could even finish his sentence, he stomped his feet and the line smirked like he already knew Henry wouldn't listen until Ark suddenly broke in, grinning as she told him she was so happy he came to save him. She shoved Henry back and snapped, "Get out of there. There's no way we beat this guy." Henry locked eyes with Klein and said, "Yeah, I knew it was you." Gareth's ignoble act and flash of shock hit hard because he'd already figured it out. Henry clocked Klein in an instant by the color of his hair and the way his body was shaped. Facial features and an inborn talent that basically sets him apart. The blind one smiled and refused to fold, and even with the odds staring him in the face, he still decided to take on the challenge. His grim smile sent a shiver down his spine as Klein accepted the challenge, and Henry was drenched in sweat, nerves rattling him to the core. Still, he threw himself forward and triggered a first-order magic spell, charging straight at Klein while Klein stayed icy calm. Henry suddenly stumbled over something in the blink of an eye. He crashed down hard, and his face smashed straight into the floor. Line snapped forward and smashed his face in. Ark shoved him off, and he slammed straight into the wall. Then Ark called out, worried. Henry started coughing up blood, and it looked like his body was running out of time fast. Klein told him that no matter how hard he swung, he'd never be able to touch Henry, so Henry snapped that he should quit and come back to the academy, and Ark screamed at Henry, told him to get out and save himself, scrambled up through the tangled ropes, then ordered him to listen to his friend and throw in the towel. Then Henry blurted, "Wait, give up. I have zero clue what those words even mean." Mark heard that familiar line, but this creepy old guy mixed it up and snapped, calling him stupid. Klein marched up to his wall. He gripped his sword and moved in to crush this challenge for good. Henry snatched up his glasses and Klein had just unlocked the secret to bending friction, controlling how two objects gripped each other exactly at the points where they slid side by side. Klein figured Henry would never get it in time anyway. Just as his thoughts started to spiral, Giles suddenly smashed into the window, crashing right through his focus, dug in, and tried to slam his kick straight onto the headmaster's head. But of course, he slipped out of the way like it was nothing. Kyle slid right beside Henry, stunned by the fact that he'd actually scaled that tall wall. Then Henry demanded to know how he even figured out where they were. He snickered and basically demanded this ancient villain be crowned king of the loud, chaotic place. He froze when he saw Ark tied up, but Klein was already racing over. If they wanted to rescue Ark, they had to take down the headmaster first. So Henry told Guile exactly how Klein unleashes his skills in a real battle. Klein's ability might look simple on the surface. He could shut down any physical attack completely. Klein could crank up the friction so his strike would be unavoidable and slam into them full force right up to a tight 7-meter radius. So he smirked and praised Henry for clocking it so brilliantly. He said he'd make sure they understood one thing when it came to him: they didn't stand a chance. Every fresh attempt tried to break him by blasting magic from just beyond the range where he could even fight back. He was second-guessing his magic, freaking out against a special class just like him. Suddenly, an idea snapped into his mind, and he knew he had to move. Henry leaned in and whispered, telling him they might not get the chance to hit him with, its surprise might slip away. They rushed to the finish line before Oniki even showed up. Niall clamped his strong fist tight as Henry began to chant, so that familiar chant hit Klein's nerves and made him squint hard. Henry shot straight onto Giles's palm like he'd just been launched by pure instinct, was yanked high into the air above the headmaster, unleashed the very first order magic. The air shot slammed straight into Klein's face, and for once, it totally caught him off guard, shoving him back just enough to matter. The look on their faces said it all. Their plan actually worked. That close-range spell was genius. He stretched it into a long-range attack and turned the whole situation on its head. But no matter how much power they threw at him, it couldn't even leave a single scratch. The closer he got to raising that sword, the more nervous the two of them started to sweat. And right there, a sharp climb waited, aiming its point at Henry like a warning, telling him he'd run out of time to mess around. Henry's instincts got slammed, and he realized there was no way he could dodge what was coming next. A terrifying sight burst across the scene. Guile threw himself forward and slammed his own body between the blade and the attack. When Guile crumpled to the ground and soaked himself in his own blood, Klein just let out a chuckle and acted like he'd only swatted a roach. Henry burst in, slammed a hand on the wound, and cried as he promised, "I'm taking you to Bluestone right now." Kyle suddenly erupted in a violent cough of blood, losing it way too fast. And as Henry stared, Kyle gasped that Henry was his very first friend, because the friends he'd had before only stayed close for one reason: fear of him. He grinned and told Henry that he'd never had a friend before Henry was his first. Right as he tried to finish his sentence, he erupted into a coughing fit, and Klein was already there. Blade raised high, Klein snapped at him to shut up, take it to the other side, and then swung his sword. But then a powerful force slammed the moment to a halt. Klein went wide-eyed when Rick showed up, apologized to their friends for being late, looked them in the eye, and told them to leave the rest to him. The line ripped his arm away from Rick on the spot. Rick warned Henry that hauling Giles to Bluestone in that condition would eat up way too much time. Henry was completely lost, not knowing a single move, and Rick snapped, "Do what you trained for right now." Henry gave Giles a firm nod and snapped, "Stay right there, don't move." That old guy got left in the dust during their physical training, so he switched gears and trained up in support magic to catch up. Magic, especially the kind that heals people and turns the tide in an instant. Henry craved the power of Yamato, but instead of rushing in, he vowed to do the things that would actually build him up. Rick finally threw his full trust behind Giles, and Henry was the one he handed it to. Now it was time to square up against this old monkey. He was still in shock, trying to figure out how this guy slipped in right beside him unnoticed, before he slammed the attack to a halt. Henry leaned in and told Rick about Klein's natural talent, and Rick broke out a huge thank you right on the spot. Was seconds away from kicking off the fight when the headmaster's low voice suddenly cut through the air. Rick said, "Sure, he's old, but this is still his special night class." And then Rick asked if that was basically his surrender statement. Klein grinned, dropped a ruthless threat, and made it clear if Ark's little life mattered, he'd do exactly what he promised to keep Alma's brother alive. Hearing that, both of them froze completely speechless. So Klein showed them a magic stone, a signal meant to light up his men inside the hospital and unleash an extermination of Ark. The hospital sat more than 30 kilometers away, so there was no way they could reach it right now. Biting down hard, he snapped and called Klein a dirty man, but Klein just grinned and took it like a compliment, since he was the human trafficker. Klein warned them to stand down, no moves, not even healing Giles. Henry jolted in shock, and Giles quickly told him it was fine since the bleeding had already stopped because the agony of her friend's suffering, with no way to help, was tormenting Alma. I shouted at Rick to freeze and hit me with every technique he could, anything to keep damage from landing. All Rick was told was to get back on his feet while Klein hauled off and tortured him. Rick said nothing and snapped to attention, following every one of those orders. In the blink of an eye, a fistful of impact slammed into his abdomen. Rick let out a pained grunt as that deadly blow slammed into him. He blasted off and slammed into the floor with a brutal crash. Alma realized that even if Rick was tough, catching that hit from a special class knight without guarding would have killed him outright. As Rick finally landed his foot, Klein let out a chuckle and praised him for surviving the hit, though it was only B rank. Rick was gasping for breath, praying this wasn't about to go sideways fast. Klein lunged back in and snapped a brutal punch into him that hit him like a sucker punch. Then the old man stomped down on his head and pinned him there, grinning as he promised he'd savor this moment for a while. He barked at Rick to get up. He wasn't done yet. Rick hauled himself to his feet, and the impact from that kick made him grunt. Klein yanked his sword, and Rick slid across the floor way sturdier than anyone expected. The headmaster stormed up to him and drove his sword straight through Rick's hand. Rick let out a raw, pained grunt. So Henry spoke up, telling Klein to do it to him instead. Then Klein's bravery just sparked irritation, and he slapped Henry's cheek. He warned them that anyone who refused the sale wouldn't survive the night in his room. He shot Giles a look and flashed a grin, then leaned in and said the boy was in agony right before he vowed to take away his pain. So he yanked his sword free and strode up to the unconscious Giles, staring him down. Alma could still hear the brawls raging outside, and it was too late. Those four never made it in time to help. Tremors ripped through her body as she feared Giles might die because of her. She tore a scream from the depths of her lungs, begging him to stop. Then out of nowhere, a bat squeaked and burst into the room like it had been summoned. Klein's attention snapped away, and he couldn't stop wondering what the heck that creature even was. That bat was Alice's familiar, and Rick heard her voice come through it like a haunting whisper in his head. Rick let out a breath of relief, grinned wide, and told her he was so happy to finally hear Angelica's voice. Angelica apologized because she had made him wait in a oops, and told him the little boy was safe and sound at last. Angelica smirked and told him to take all that rage straight to the headmaster. Klein was stunned. Angelica must have bolted to the hospital earlier, then he threw himself at the teachers. Rick's grin exploded now. He could finally face him with zero restraint, while Klein snickered and warned him not to get too excited, since he'd already lost his hostage. He said someone like him and B-rank fighter would stand zero chance against him. He thrust his sword forward and declared every knight had the secret kill technique. Then he maxed his sword's power to the limit and crushed friction down to absolute zero. Before Rick could even finish his sentence, he smashed his fist into the villain's face so fast the guy never even got a chance to shout his attack name. At last, Alma was rescued. She shot him a grateful smile for helping her, then spun around and started hunting for Giles, and watched Henry fire back up his healing magic on him. Giles, Rick, and Ark stepped in and praised him to the skies for all his hard work. Meanwhile, Klein lay crumpled on the floor, down to his last tooth because it had been knocked clean out. She demanded to know if he was already dead, and Rick snapped back, no, because he'd pulled his punches, and she even started thinking about ending his life for her mom and dad. But she, as a knight, chose to keep him alive instead of letting him fall. Henry bursts in and asks Rick if he hit the headmaster with any magic. And Rick just shrugs like always, nah, I only punched him. The moment Klein let out a brutal groan, the whole group went dead silent. The headmaster suddenly let out strange, choking noises. Then black liquid oozed from his eyes and all over his body. They all snapped with shock when that black mass twisted into a gigantic monster. Henry stared at it, and the moment he did, he knew this was the demon lord beast from Yamato's old legends. Rick froze when he spotted a glowing stone on its head and instantly knew it was one of the 6 jewels. Their guild hunted every clue and still came up empty because the jewel was sitting in the headmaster's own head the whole time. The demon lord let out a blood-curdling screech that tore through the whole area, bouncing off every wall. The monster lunged at them, and all 4 of them sprang off the ground at once. Half the building got obliterated into rubble. Rick and his crew were still out there alive, loud and kicking like the world hadn't even blinked. He ordered the 3 to fall back and unleash a full chanting strike at the demon. He orders Henry to study his fully chanted air shot, and Henry leans in hard as Rick starts the incantation. The surrounding force whirled, and you can look away, and he got crushed down into a smaller, sharper force that packed all the power. Henry stared in stunned disbelief, watching the mistake unfold before his eyes. Air snapped into place around Rick's fist in a blink. Henry barked at the 2 to back up and duck for cover, right as Rick drove his fist straight at the demon lord. He launched a brutal air shot that blasted the monster into oblivion. The rest of the building didn't stand a chance. It slammed shut and got crushed into total rubble. That air shot came in way wider than anyone expected, and it obliterated the demon so hard it was like the whole battlefield just vanished. They gasped as the glowing stone blazed across the sky because Rick had stayed clear of it. The demon grabbed the stone's power and used it to heal itself. It'd be nearly impossible to land another fully chanted attack using Rick's mana. Henry grabbed the sword with pure guts and charged straight at the demon. Rick lunged to stop him, but he shrugged it off and barreled forward anyway. Archangel sprinted after Henry, hot on his heels, and the 3 of them tore through everything unstoppable. Henry hurled the sword straight to Ark, and he ordered them to finally step into everything they'd been training for. Giles blared, screaming at the top of his lungs to jack up their morale. And Rick watched from a distance as Henry cranked up his magic. Giles pumped theirs with strengthening spells, and Ark swung the sword like a wrecking ball. Everything was perfectly timed in some special training Rick had no clue about. Henry snapped back to it what his dad had told him, hit his mind all at once. That pride swelled inside him for Henry, and he was dead sure Henry would become a great man someday. Then all at once it hit him. Those words weren't just talk. They were his dad's real feelings, finally clicking into place. After everything Henry had survived, he finally turned into the kind of man who could take action and save his friends. A guy who somehow turned himself into the perfect best son. The 3 snapped their skills into place and slammed the Trinity Saber right into the monster's face. In the blink of an eye, the demon lord's face got sliced clean in half. That eerie aura snapped like a curse and vanished into nothing. Rick was totally stunned because they were only half his age, yet they'd already pushed this far, and those eyes said it all. He could practically taste the jealousy burning in his chest as he watched them from a nearby village. A man riding inside a carriage spotted the headquarters, and the moment he did, he knew reinforcements weren't some joke. An older man leaned in and asked if they should head there, and the dark-haired guy just nodded, snapping back that he wanted to meet the person who'd fired the air shot. Racing back to the ruined headquarters, Rick grabbed the 3rd jewel in hand, and it clicked. Green Ego was the one I'd been chasing. He started to stare, stunned, at how it ended up in Klein's hand, then ripped it in and swallowed it straight into his own body. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone with the same kind of past was tugging the strings behind the scenes. Giles and the others rolled in, grilling him for his take on their secret, perfectly synced special move. Rick smirked and declared it was seriously impressive. Henry slid up to him and fired off, "So did you find what you were hunting?" And Rick said, "Yeah." Henry's chest tightened as the idea of Rick leaving the academy hit him hard. Rick flashed a bitter smile and told him he still had more things to handle. Henry nodded and said he'd dip too because he got expelled. Giles snapped in shock, realizing that meant they were losing both of them instantly. Rick lit up the mood, promising them they'd be able to visit his base sometime so they could kick back and hang out. Ever since Angelica dragged her little brother to their base, they jumped at the chance to show him the way there. The sun was just cracking over the mountain when they finally reached the field, only to find the knights wiped out. And yet somehow they're still breathing, and the shock hit them hard because the four somehow held the line like monsters, while all that chaos rained down, and those three couldn't believe it. The three of them bolted after Rick straight down the mountain. They reached the river and spotted a boat sitting there. Rick's teachers were aboard that boat, waving like crazy at them. Lynette spotted his bruises and demanded to know what happened, and right after that, Eldwarf rushed to check on everyone. They hit the switch right before the engine roared to life, and when that ship noise cut through the air, all three of them froze in pure shock. It was the first time they had ever seen a vehicle like that, so they couldn't stop wondering how in the world it was even moving. Rick kept driving it home this jewel was sealed inside the headmaster himself. Then he pointed at Klein and said, "A monster shaped like the demon lord crawled out, and that same stone was fused right into the creature's body." Bluestone looked completely lost and muttered that he had to ask someone about it, and Rick shot back, "Wait, are you talking about Reinhardt?" Bluestone just nodded. They pushed their boat out into open sea, already feeling untouchable, like nobody would dare chase them down. All five of them jerked with fear the instant that overwhelming presence slammed down behind them. Then they spun around, and there he was, standing right on the water. But it wasn't Jesus. Honestly, the dude totally gives me that Crawlo from Hunter x Hunter vibe. They didn't feel a single spark of magic, yet the man stood on the water like it was nothing total normal. Angelica clocked the familiar uniform, and at Bluestone's signal, he gave Alice. So she launched a massive spell straight at him, and the man yanked his sword free. He snapped the blade out and carved it clean in two one brutal swipe, and the sword's arc cut off mid-scream. Sent the water surging so hard it nearly flipped their boat right over. Rick's jaw dropped when he saw that man slice through Alicetta's magic, so before the reinforcements even showed up, Eldwarf slammed the boat into full speed. The man standing on the water locked eyes with them, staring hard as he wondered whether that magic blast had just shoved them aside. An older man barked his name, Mikhail, so he bolted back toward the land. The man let out a heavy sigh and demanded he pay real attention to his position. Mikhail shot out an apology and admitted he was still clueless about how the world really worked. He said a lazy guy like Klein never would have stood a chance against them, and the older man nodded because this way, they didn't have to waste the time punishing him. Klein was only a disgrace to their name anyway. Rick and his friend finally showed up after more than a day, and then they sprinted straight up the mountain, and by the time they reached the top, all three were seconds from blacking out from sheer exhaustion. The second they stepped inside, they were hit with pure awe at the colossal castle towering over them. Angelica greeted them at the castle doors, pulled them inside, and told them she'd been there over half a day ago. Alma dropped into a deep bow, thanking her with shining gratitude for saving her little brother. She led her straight to her brother's room, and the second they stepped inside, her brother was sprawled out on the bed, fast asleep. Her eyes turned warm and glassy, and the moment she called Ark, her tears spilled nonstop. That's when Giles snapped Ark was her brother's name, and somehow it felt like he'd gotten so used to calling her Ark that it stuck. Bluestone strode up to them and told him he'd examine him again. He swore the poison was still raging in his system and said he'd need a full 10 days before he could heal completely. A slow, thrilled smile spread across her face as she asked, "So how much?" But Bluestone cut in fast, saying it wouldn't cost a thing, because this was his way of thanking her for helping Rick. She burst into tears and couldn't stop thanking them, promising, "I'll repay you one day, just wait." But Bluestone insisted it wouldn't even be needed. Angelica told me to take a break right then, because school wasn't starting back up for a little while. 8 days later, a letter finally arrived laying out everything that went down at the academy. Angelica scanned the room for Ark or Elma. "I'm freaking lost right now." Then she grabbed the letter and read it out loud, and it promised that the academy would blast back open in the very first week of next month with a whole new lineup of instructors. All that academy unfairness got washed away, and the place hit the reset button, plus Henry Forsaphia's expulsion got overturned. When Giles and Henry heard it, they erupted with happiness. Giles was practically screaming his joy into the sky. Angelica told them Alma Gervais would get to keep going this term because the last headmaster tried to play dirty with her. Angelica tried to explain that it all happened because she petitioned for it, but the two of them sprinted straight for Ark's room to catch her before she could even react. They were completely stunned to see the siblings clutching each other in a tight, unbreakable hug. Ark rushes to apologize to her sister for making her worry, but Alma keeps sobbing and choking out nonstop thanks for how strong he is. A few days flew by, and then it was time, heart-pounding, to head back to the academy. Alma thanked them again, every last ounce of her heart pouring into the words. Rick thanked them too, because they made his mission way more fun. Gal may look like a monster, but for his friends, that big guy's got a soft heart. Henry flashed a grin at Rick and suggested they meet again next time, then he left without ever saying thank you because he vowed to thank him one day. He showed up wearing his night uniform. After a few days of being gone, they finally set off. Rick yanked in a sharp breath, staring at the tower of papers like it shouldn't even exist. Bluestone confessed they racked up yet another debt to Lady Mina, so now they had to scramble and wipe out the mess spreading across their territory. The rest of them nodded hard and backed him up. Everyone was like, yeah, we want to see Mia too. Rick snatched up the papers and told them straight up it was going to be brutal to sort the big cases from the tiny tasks. But Eldwarf couldn't help but stare in pure awe at just how incredible his skills were. Rick abruptly stopped cold when he spotted a case about freeing a village where a gang of black curses had planted themselves. The second Lynette heard it, her focus snapped into place. Alice demanded to know what it was, so Rick snapped that it was the world's biggest criminal syndicate and that one of its members was the very person who snatched them from their pool. Rick figured he could deal with it since it was their top priority at the time, but Bluestone shot him a worried look and asked if he'd be okay alone. Rick started to say yes, and then his answer got cut off. Lynette stepped up and volunteered to come along. Rick looked relieved and said this case would be easy to wrap up now, but Lynette stayed completely silent. Once they finished prepping, the two took off, and winter had already slammed into this place. Rick's first ever trip all the way to Restora's northern edge had him shivering like crazy. The cold was brutal. When they finally stumbled into the village, they spun around, scanning every corner like they were hunting for something, and immediately clocked a bunch of shady-looking dudes waiting there. Out of nowhere, he realized he hadn't been alone with Lynette since the exam, and heat rushed up his face. Saw two men shove a jittery guy around just to squeeze money out of him. The man snickered and bragged that he could sell off his own daughter. Rick's face twisted with a frown, and he realized these criminals were running wild with whatever they wanted. Seconds later, the two mobbed the guy, pinned him tight, and snatched their money. There were roughly 200 of them, but Lynette just grinned and promised it wouldn't be a problem for them. They sighed and couldn't believe the knights hadn't stepped in, while Lynette wondered if shady knights were behind it until a woman snapped that they were being rude. Angelica blurted that hauling a whole crew up this snowy mountain was a nightmare. Then she just kept respawning in every single arc. And honestly, it's hilarious. She finally clocked exactly who the two were. Her eyes went wide in pure shock and she blurted, "What the hell are we doing here?" Angelica was drenched in sweat just days ago. They'd said their goodbyes. And now every time she ran into them, cold dread crawled up her spine. She still couldn't wrap her head around it. Out of over 200 criminals, there were only 2 of them left. Lynette thanked her through tears, and everyone started wondering if she'd somehow been born without emotions. Rick was left in total shock because his precious alone time with Lynette got blown up. Then he demanded to know if Angelica wasn't freezing with that skirt. But she scoffed, said lots of skirt users can handle the cold. Yet her own body didn't buy it. She was trembling hard. She demanded, "Did you come for a duel?" And Rick snapped back that they were there on Lady Mia's order. Angelica said she was scouting because blasting a huge troop in while the enemy's guard was still up would be a nightmare, so she went out first to collect intel. But it looks like they're already stacked with way more than enough firepower to tear into anyone. The 3 of them locked in, teamed up, and decided to smash through it as fast as they could. A deafening scream echoed through the alley, hanging in the air like it wouldn't let go. 2 women were getting cornered by threats, forced to come over to the ones demanding them. But Angelica cut them off immediately. She screamed, "I'm putting all of you under arrest," then leaned hard on the night-shrouded authority she carried. The egghead let out a smug chuckle and mocked her, but Angelica snapped back, telling everyone not to fight and to surrender themselves so they wouldn't get hurt. The men spat curses at her and barreled forward, weapons raised and ready to strike. But just as they reached for her, Rick exploded forward, swinging his fist, and the force yanked them off their feet. The remaining men froze in pure shock as their 5 members came flying in one brutal strike. The guy gripping the girl snapped, "Don't move," and shoved the knife right under her chin. Rick and Angelica let out heavy sighs like, "Are you kidding? These villains are straight up dull." In the blink of an eye, he groaned, staggered out, and his blood poured out like a broken faucet. The rest of the men froze because the attack didn't come from the front, it came from somewhere else. And before they even had time to spot the attacker, their bodies started flooding with blood as they bled out. The bald man's nerves detonated the second he saw Lynette moving at full speed, and sweat started pouring down his face. Angelica warned them that taking hostages right now was a waste, and the rest of the organization rushed in to swarm them and gang up on the target. Rick shrugged off the first wave like it was nothing, mowing through them with pure brute strength. Lynette whipped her attack through the air in a blur. Angelica kept flashing us her cave, so I decided I'd storm over, scold her, and force her to put on some pants. The fight kept raging, and just minutes later, the village fell silent. Somehow they'd pinned them all down, but Angelica's gut screamed that everything was moving way too fast for comfort. A dark cave hid in the nearby mountain, waiting for someone to stumble into its secrets. And the egghead who clawed his way out alive from that brutal clash hauled himself to their boss. The boss snapped, asking if they'd been wiped out. Then the bald man nodded hard and said, "Yeah, there were 3 of them." But the moment he started, he hesitated. They said, "With people like us in the mix, there's no way they survive. Those guys won't stand a chance." Angelica just had one last task: clean up everything, and she was sure the whole mission would drag on for days, but somehow it was over in the blink of an eye. They halted when a man shouted their name. Then he bowed deeply and thanked them for saving his village. He claimed he was the village's doctor and its representative too, because the chief was getting too old to hold the reins. He said they just wanted to show some kind of gratitude, and Rick told him it was their job alone, but the doctor wouldn't budge. He told them their village was famous for its hot springs, then practically dared them to use it free of charge. He wouldn't let it go. He kept insisting over and over. So the 3 finally nodded and yeah, they were in, and the escort led them straight to the inn where things were about to go down. And when they finally arrived, it was absolutely massive, like an Eastern island nation, towering out of nowhere. The 3 were buzzing with excitement, and they couldn't wait for spring to arrive, especially for the food. The second they stepped inside, a woman in a kimono greeted them with a warm, welcoming smile. They rushed into a huge room to change clothes. Before Angelica and Lynette headed to the girls' room, she warned Rick, "Don't you dare sneak in. If you do, I'll rip your eyes out." He turned it over in his mind and couldn't shake the thought that everything would have been so much better if he'd only been with Lynette. The moment he blinked, they'd already transformed robes covering them, ready for whatever came next. The moment they slipped into the spring, the water hit them fresh, warm, and soothing like it was waiting just for them. Wall was splitting their tub away from Rick's, so Angelica called Rick up and checked on him. Then Rick realized having the tub all to himself didn't feel so bad after all. Angelica snapped to the truth. This was the first time she'd ever spoken to Lynette one-on-one. She stumbled out a few shaky words and, with cheeks burning, asked softly but hopeful if they were friends. Lynette nodded, stared at her, and basically confirmed, "That's exactly what I figured." Angelica startled at first, cheeks blazing as she quickly blurted out that she was glad. She said the night shift was mostly packed with men, and only once in a while would you see some old woman, and for Angelica, it was the first time in her whole life that she'd gotten a friend her age since she was a kid. She grinned and told her that knowing they were friends filled her with joy. Then Lynette smiled back, matching her happiness, and laughing as they had the time of their lives together. He kept mumbling in a low voice, and Rick couldn't stop himself from getting curious about what they were hiding because he realized real quick that being alone wasn't fun at all. Lynette said this was her first time making a friend, and Angelica's eyes lit up like, "Wait, tell me everything about you." She spotted something weird on her skin, and for a second she froze, scared to even ask what it was. So they swallowed their fear, then dared to ask about the mysterious mark. She reminded her she didn't have to force it if talking was hard, and Lynette quickly shook her head. She wanted Angelica to hear about it. But right as her words began, a thunderous noise crashed in and silenced her mid-sentence. Their tormenting aura sent them into a panic, so Rick snapped, "Look over the forest." The two burst out of the water and caught sight of an explosion ripping through the forest. They could tell it was ripped straight out of the jaws of a monster the size of a nightmare, and the danger rating would hit no less than 20. Rick let out a heavy sigh as he hauled himself up the wall completely bare, muttering that he'd sometimes just run out of time to throw on clothes like he normally would. Angelica's eyes widened as she saw him, and she practically barked, "Wrap a towel around you." But Rick didn't even hear her. So Lynette and Angelica trailed after him with towels clutched around their bodies. Angelica shoved the towel into Rick's hands, and they both scanned the area, no monster in sight. So they followed the track, pushing forward until it suddenly died out. Then they stumbled straight into the mouth of a massive opening in the mountains. Angelica whipped around, stunned to find a monster's nest, and the moment she got close, something felt dead wrong because the massive nest gave off 0 mana. The three of them slipped in, a torch blazing in Rick's grip. As they trekked deeper into the cave, they froze the second they spotted a glowing barrier blocking the way. I knew it wasn't some monster at all, it was a human, and something was lurking behind them. He tried to shake it off, but it fought back hard, so they finally understood just how terrifyingly powerful humans really were. The moment the barrier exploded into nothing, Lynette's eyes shot wide as that painful mana hit her like a jolt. Rick and Angelica snapped into panic when she crumpled to her knees. When Rick saw her writhing in pain, he snapped because dragons were inside her. 2 colossal dragons were growling them into silence, and Angelica's jaw dropped. She turned to Lynette, shouting, "Wait, what's going on?" The dragon stomped down hard, but all 3 just barely dodged out of the impact. Rick shot Angelica a warning, "Don't you fall behind because we're leaving at full speed." In the blink of an eye, Angelica's jaw dropped. There he was, already standing outside the cave. When they finally broke free, they were left. They hurried back to the village, bringing it all with. Lynette gets rushed to the hospital. The doctor looked them in the eye and said Lynette's life wasn't hanging by a thread. Angelica stared at Rick, demanding answers, and he finally snapped Lynette's trauma runs deep with the dragons, but he didn't have the details behind it. The doctor swore that an elf's body drinks magic harder than any other race, so when those 2 dragons' mana went wild, Lynette got hit and dropped unconscious. When Lynette cracked her eyes open and finally heard their voices, they sprinted toward her, blurting out, "Are you okay?" Angelica finally exhaled in relief. Turns out even someone superhuman like her has one deadly weakness. Lynette pushed herself to her feet and stared them down. Then she demanded, "Who are you?" And the silence broke as they were utterly stunned. Cold dread dumped into Rick's bones, while Lynette kept staring at them like she couldn't make sense of anything. And the 2 monkeys suddenly gasped when it hit them she might have amnesia. Rick stammered, asking if she was messing with him, but Angelica snapped back that Lynette would never say something like that. Then Lynette backed up a step, totally thrown off, because she couldn't figure out how they even knew her name. She demanded to know where her parents and Anne were. She knew her name, but everyone else was like, "Who is Anne?" While the doctor leaned in, studying every detail. And it felt like all that shattered mana had yanked her memories backwards straight to when she was just a little kid. He explained that these were Lynette's memories right before the trauma. Her brain's natural defense kicking in, Angelica stared in shock, because she couldn't believe the damage was that serious. So she blurted out, "Can you treat me?" And the doctor nodded, telling her yes, then ordered her to take the medicine and get plenty of rest. Angelica told Rick to treat Lynette like royalty, but before he could even start, Rick shut her down. Malika blinked in confusion when he stopped them, but he just said Lynette had woken up and he'd left her alone like it would be too much for her to deal with as a kid. Angelica nodded, cheeks burning, and admitted that growing up confused would have freaked her out. She stared at Lynette's. She slid right up to the bed's edge and introduced herself. Then Angelica leaned in and said, "My parents and Anne just went out to shop." She jabbed a finger at Rick and declared that this middle-aged guy was him, right in front of young Lynette, so Rick bristled with offense, and Lynette looked like she was finally starting to answer back. So Angelica leaned in and asked Lynette's age, and Lynette shot back that she was 7. Then the conversation between them kept rolling. They kept talking, and Rick's face lit up like they were family, like they were his siblings. He leaned into the doctor and demanded to know if it was actually okay for those dragons to be roaming around, and who, if anyone, was controlling them like a human puppeteer. Rick knew those monsters wouldn't start a rampage, but he couldn't let his guard down for a second. The doctor leaned in and asked if that guy was the same one who built their nest. Rick nodded without hesitation. He flinched when Lynette called him Mr., but she lit up with a real smile and told him to step outside with them to play in the snow. Vic's chest seized with sharp pain the second Lynette called him Mister. Lynette Angelica burst into a chuckle and said, "That's right, Mister. Let's go." Rick snapped at her to stop and warned that he might need a doctor, and Lynette rolled her eyes and called him Mister again. And then he suddenly clocked her huge melons. Rick immediately snapped open and spat out blood, and he instantly realized Lynette was about to dig into his mind in ways he never even dreamed possible. Once they swapped into their fresh clothes, they bolted to an open spot and jumped straight into their game. Angelica promised her a snowball fight, so she let Lynette go first, then Lynette launched the hardest throw she could. Lynette scooped up the snow and rolled it into a wicked little ball, and he hurled it at her with all he had, then it slipped past and missed. That razor-fast throw caught her completely off guard, and it even cleaved a tree behind Angelica straight in two. Angelica suddenly felt a prickling sting on her cheeks, and she realized her fighting power hadn't vanished at all. That snowball would have splattered her face and turned everything red if it landed. Lynette gasped in pure shock and blurted, "Why am I bleeding?" But Angelica couldn't believe what she was seeing because Lynette was acting like she'd never expected blood, even though she'd already hurt plenty. He chuckled, then steered the whole conversation straight into how to build a snowman. She told her that Mr. Rick was a powerhouse so strong he could build the biggest snowman on Earth. Bro got stabbed again and again, and right then he couldn't help wondering, did the real Lynette see him as just some old man too? Angelica hated watching Rick sew it shut, so she forced out an awkward chuckle and told Lynette, "Call him by his name." But Lynette froze up so stuck and confused that they both realized that plan was basically impossible. After a few minutes of smashing and shaping the snow, Rick shoved the snowman's head into place. No, the colossal one, and Lynette practically beamed at the massive sight in front of her. She was bouncing with pure joy, like a kid in a candy store. And when the two of them saw her having this much fun for the very first time, both of them smiled. And that's when everyone started spiraling. What could she possibly have endured to change this much? Then everything went quiet. But the second Lynette said she was hungry, everything changed. The three of them headed to a nearby restaurant and snapped into action, placing their food order right away. Lynette practically burst with excitement and said this was her very first time ever seeing food like that, and since it was the kind everyone in that village bragged about, it meant they'd finally gotten to taste it too. When Lynette took that savory bite, the flavor hit like a wave. She thanked Mr. Rick for letting her have it, while Rick groaned through the pain. Angelica just told him to swallow his fate and accept it. He remembered how the original Lynette longed to taste this food, and he practically burst with relief knowing she could finally eat it just like this. After they finished eating, they headed back to the hospital until Lynette, half asleep from the meal, started yawning midway. Lynette rubbed the sleep from her eyes and begged Mr. Rick to take her back to the hospital. But Rick's nerves exploded, and he blurted that carrying her around in a yukata would spell trouble in more ways than one. As soon as they walked into the clinic, the doctor met them with a warm, ready smile. Then he introduced his wife and daughter to them, right there face to face. Rick greeted them, and the doctor immediately waved for his daughter, Ari, to come say hello, so Ari popped in and greeted them. Angelica crouched down, greeted her, and shot off a question. "How old are you?" Ari flashed 5 fingers, and Angelica nodded with pride, praising her for counting them just like that. She promised, "Come on, play with me." As soon as they were gone, Rick leaned into the doctor and started getting everything ready. Then the thought hit him hard, was he really making the right call by turning Lynette back to her original self? He sees Lynette right now, grinning like that, and there's no way he could have pictured her pulling out all those faces. The doctor stared him down and demanded what Lynette would normally say. Rick froze for a split second, wrestling with the question of whether he wanted those memories back. A few minutes later, he rushed back to make sure she was okay, curled up on the bed like she belonged there. She stared at him with tired, hollow eyes and asked if they could meet again, and Rick just smiled, swearing he'd always be there. When she finally fell asleep, her mind leapt straight to her 7th birthday wrapped in warmth with her whole family by her side. And speaking of her childhood, brace yourself, because it sets everything in motion. Lynette was a bundle of joy, bright, cheerful, and the kind of kid who made everyone's day feel lighter. That day they huddled up, scheming hard about how they were going to cook their dinner. Her dad kicked the door open and came home. The family's got a helper who stays glued to her side the moment it's time to cook. At night, the whole family crowded around the table and ate together. Lynette stared at her parents, blurted, "So, are you both elves, and why does your skin look different?" Her dad lit up, thrilled, she finally asked. So he leaned in and told her the elves split into two groups. Her mom was a regular elf, but her dad, a dark elf. Their rivalry was straight up a mess, locked in bad blood and nonstop tension. Her mom came from nobility and her dad ruled as royalty, so a marriage between them was basically a fantasy with no chance. She lived a long way from both of those countries, and Lynette snapped the conversation short, then asked if they'd secretly eloped. They froze at her question, and her father snapped back that in their country she could have lived a royal wealthy dream if only they hadn't let selfishness ruin everything. Lynette snapped upright and told them loud and clear she didn't want to be one of the royals. Because life there sounded like a blast, her father lit up with a huge smile at her answer. Her mother held up a ring and swore it was the family wedding band cut from a gem you can only find in the dark elf country, no matter how far you hunt. She practically couldn't sit still when her mom promised, "I'll give it to you the moment you get married," and her whole world lit up. Annette propped her head on her hands, lost in thought, and couldn't stop wondering when marriage would finally find her. Her father rose to his feet and flat out told her she'd never have to get married. Her mother stopped him cold, and Lynette demanded to know why she even married, yet her father kept slamming the door shut with a stubborn no. Next morning, Anne, acting as their maid, grabbed the freshly washed clothes and raced to hang them up, while Lynette and her mother pitched in right beside her. Lynette couldn't believe it. Anne could do a dozen things like it was nothing, and she blurted out that one day she wanted to be a maid too, so she could do whatever she wanted. She begged Anne to take her in as a student, but her mom shut it down fast and told her not to bother Anne too much. Then, out of nowhere, her father barked Anne's name and ordered her to haul firewood from the cellar. Lynette sprinted ahead and promised she'd clear the woods, because as Anne's student, it was her duty. Her mom just chuckled and nudged Anne to let her daughter handle it until she was fully satisfied. The second Lynette slipped down into the cellar, she scanned the area, hunting for the woods. She hoisted the wood onto her arms, piled it steady, and once it felt right, she inched up the stairs with total care, step by careful step. But she completely froze as a blast of blazing fire tore overhead. She gasped, then she crumpled to the floor. But the impact slammed rocks and wood flying down in a chaotic crash. Lynette finally snapped back to consciousness right in that moment where everything changed. Blood streamed down her forehead. She jerked upright, a sharp throb blasting her head, and then like a switch flipped, she suddenly remembered her parents and Anne. She shot to her feet and charged up the stairs, but the instant she stepped outside, their house and the entire village got erased, gone in a blink. Once she stepped out, terror hit like ice, and sweat burst from her skin. Tears of panic kept stacking as she hyperventilated, like the walls were closing in. She screamed for her parents, but the house stayed silent. No answer, no footsteps. Lynette sobbed and stared at their wrecked home, shattered to the core. But when she spotted a burnt hand, she bolted over instantly, thinking the person must be desperately asking for help. But the moment she laid eyes on him, reality hit. He was a corpse. She let out a sharp shriek the second she spotted that familiar ring. She stuttered out her mom's name like the words were too big to fit. And when her mom's hand crumbled into ashes, the ring went clattering to the floor. The net just froze, totally clueless, like it didn't know the next move at all. She heard footsteps approach, and a voice bragged that his power had jumped a massive 23-8 compared to just 5 months ago. Lynette went stone still, staring at the man in the black coat like he was about to strike. She cleared her throat and nervously blurted, "So who are you?" He stared in shock. She was alive after that fire. He glanced over his shoulder at Lynette and figured she'd slipped into the cellar. Then he couldn't stop thinking if it didn't even sink 3 lousy meters under the ground, what the hell was he supposed to add? Lynette watched him completely ignore her, like he was locked in on someone else, and when she asked if he always did this, the man blinked in confusion, caught off guard, and wondered if she meant him. Annette asked again, voice steady and fearless, and the man paused, staring like, "Wait, is she talking about my experiment?" He glanced back at her and said, "Relax, this is just an experiment." Lynette looked at him like he'd lost his mind. Then the man let out a heavy sigh and admitted it was just a test fire, meant to prove his weapon's power, and Lynette was left reeling that he could say it so casually after tearing their lives apart. She screamed at him that he'd slaughtered too many just for that. And because she didn't seem to understand, he snapped back that he was testing his weapon to see how many people he could wipe out. She insisted that innocent people couldn't possibly deserve this. But the guy barely listened. He got distracted by her look and blurted that she was a rare mix of a high-class elf and a high-class dark elf. The man pictured taking her, then chose freedom instead because she was one of a kind, and he raised his scaly arm, bursting into a raging, roaring dragon out of nowhere. The shock hit the net so hard he froze up, and his thoughts just couldn't line up anymore. But the moment the dragon lunged at her, it snapped its jaws and tore into her side. Teeth clenched through the agony. She collapsed to the ground and screamed as her skin burned like it was on fire. With a sudden jolt, the dragon's mark ripped through her skin right there, in the blink of an eye. His arm snapped back to normal, and Lynette crumpled, crying through sharp, gutting pain. That guy casually apologized to her for wiping out her parents like it was a crime with a smile, yet somehow he kept perfect manners when he talked to anyone else. He begged her to swallow what happened, then promised him she'll live because he needs her to survive for him. He said he's the top of the Black Curse, and everyone knows him as the Dragon Lord. Lynette jolted awake and stared right up at his face. The Dragon Lord told her, "Grow up, get stronger, then come find me, Ian." Even though he didn't even know her name, and now I'm praying this guy finally gets punched by our favorite orc. After just a few hours, Lynette suddenly heard voices buzzing. People were talking about her strange, one-of-a-kind look. Everyone had been whispering that she might be half-elf. The moment they spotted that ring, shock hit them like a lightning bolt. One man pressed, "Where'd you get the girl?" And the other snapped back, "She's the only survivor from that village they wiped out." The man demanded the ring's price, and the young elf just stood there, utterly lost. Her man let out a wicked chuckle and snarled to the kid that she was his property, now meant to help him run his business. After a few minutes, Lynette blinked, and suddenly she was. He clung to the side of the carriage, shoulder to shoulder with two other people. They slammed on the brakes and stopped at a salon, and they hauled Lynette in to scrub up and strap on that totally weird collar. She was stick-thin, and in that dress she looked like one hard breath could shatter her. She stared him down and demanded to know what he was doing, but the second the man heard her tone, he yanked the collar to life, and Lynette instantly felt a brutal, searing shock. The man smirked, then snapped at her to speak nicer to her master. He warned her that the collar was a slave magic one that would end her life the moment she defied him. The man snapped that he was Walter and demanded to know her name, so Lynette told him, then straight up called him Sir. Walter nodded and told her, with confidence, that she was seriously smart. Lynette was told to shadow him straight to her first job. Minutes passed, and Lynette was finally stranded alone behind that massive door, while all she could hear was the crowd roaring, cheering, and screaming like a storm. The second the door swung open, her jaw hit the floor because people were everywhere, crowding in around her. Lynette blurted out where they were, and Walter told her it was an underground arena that they handed their wealthy clients the kind of entertainment that kept them hooked. She froze at the growl creeping nearby, and the moment another door swung open, sharp, piercing eyes snapped into focus on her. Rage boiled in the massive wild wolf as it snarled and lunged, desperate to reach her. Walter leaned in and told her, "That's your opponent, and your job is to take them down in full style." Then he walked off, leaving her alone, snatched the mic, and kicked off the match for real. Lynette was so rattled and trembling with fear that she could barely make out Walter's voice creeping in from the next instant. Walter pushed his energy higher and stared at the impossible sight. How could a 7-year-old rare elf still be standing against her opponent? The second the wolf was set free, it lunged straight for her. Lynette barely had time to sprint, and she couldn't run far enough. Then she got caught and slammed hard onto the floor. The crowd gasped because this showdown looked over in a blink. The kid was only 7, and he didn't stand a chance against someone like that. All she could do was crumble into tears and plead for anyone to help her. She suddenly snapped back to the man who branded a mark onto her skin. Right before the wolf sank its teeth into her head, Lynette's mark flared to life like a warning light. In the blink of an eye, an explosion detonated, and the blast slammed the monster's insides into silence. Everyone froze, gasping hard at the wild twist. The wolf slammed into the ground, rattling the air as, making Walter freeze in pure disbelief. Lynette shot up from her seat immediately and after seconds of brutal silence, the crowd erupted, the wolf got shut down, and Walter finally declared the official result of the match. After that match, he bolted back to his slave and snapped that he never expected her to actually win, then ordered her to keep going only for Lynette to stay silent. So Walter slapped the collar on and fired off a command. He scolded her and demanded she answer him. And Lynette groaned, then grudgingly snapped, yes. She still couldn't wrap her head around the fact that Mark had literally saved her life. She couldn't stop asking herself if she kept using it, could she really claw her way out and survive? She stayed quiet, but inside her mind roared with something dark, because she kept. She couldn't stop thinking, could she use it to end that man too? Walter caught the eerie aura rolling off her, and when he ordered her back to her cell, his words came out stuttering. When she returned, she cradled his lifeless body and curled herself around it, refusing to let go. She knew she had to claw back revenge against her parents and Anne for wrecking everything they had. All night, poor Lynette broke down and sobbed, and she couldn't stop missing the people she used to laugh with. Halfway through and after a full week trapped inside that arena, with the dragon mark back on her, she somehow kept her life intact again and decided she needed to forge his physique. So she buckled down and trained like crazy for an entire month. A whole year roared by, and she realized the only way to beat them was to strike using her insane speed. So after 2 grueling years of training, every match, she forged her attacking skills sharper and deadlier until they were truly unstoppable. And after 5 brutal years of slavery, they finally broke free. She just turned 15, and today is her 10,000th match. She'd ruled first place for 8 straight years, and Walter was running on fumes, desperate to find a monster that could actually stand up to her power. He reminded her that he'd lined up a special opponent just for her, and that he fully expected her match to prove all his hard work, because what he'd prepared deserved more than just showing up. Lynette nodded at her master and promised she'd handle it, but the second his back was turned, her mind was already cooking up a breakout plan to get out of this arena. When Lynette stormed into the arena, Walter barked orders for his men to unveil the monster. Then Lynette's eyes locked onto a towering dragon that looked just like the demon lord's magic mana, and her. Her whole body shook with raw fear the second she remembered that feeling. A sharp wave of pain hit her. She groaned and dropped into a crouch. Then Walter started to panic because he had no idea what Lynette was about to do. Lynette's body locked up in pure terror. Her mana was spiraling out of control, and she couldn't move an inch. Hope started to drain from her, and with every second she had less to fight with, so she couldn't stop thinking, is this where my story ends? Without warning, a nearby wall exploded into rubble. When Walter snapped his eyes to the spot, he saw 2 shadows. One short guy let out a long sigh and said, "It's a door." Like smashing the wall was totally pointless. It turns out it was Bluestone, and somebody was there too. The man clocked it as a shady illegal arena, then sprinted back along the trail of the folks who snagged the dragon until Bluestone snapped at him to go grab the ringleader and tore open the barrier to reach Lynette right before she blacked out. Bluestone caught her, and he tore away the slave magic from her, yet he could still feel something darker burning beneath her skin. Once he shattered the spell, the dragon lunged straight at them. Then the man snapped and smacked that stubborn dragon right in the face. Bluestone snapped to his friend that the girl had to be dragged to their castle for their business. Then Walter swore through the air like the whole plan just got wrecked. Just as they were about to set out and hand Walter over to the knights to surrender him, Lynette jolted awake, yanked control back from the orc, and demanded he put her down. Then Walter spun around, sweat chilling his skin, and blurted, "So you're really going to kill me?" But Lynette flat out refused, and sliced his tiny finger. Walter jolted with a scream as blood poured down his hand. Lynette snatched her ring back. She's earned every hug and every head pat after facing all that pain completely alone. A few days later, Bluestone, Lynette, and the others finally showed up at the castle, and Bluestone immediately started checking her shaky mana condition from that dragon-shaped seal, because something about it felt hauntingly familiar to him. He told her to stick with them for a bit until he figured out how that mark worked, and when the man smiled, he pushed Lynette to become an adventurer and join their party since she had nowhere else to go. Alice and Mizet chimed in and agreed, and just like that, Lynette got herself to this party. Lynette chased after them up the nearby hill, so close to the sky it felt unreal, determined to set up a gravesite. Mizet and Alice threw their hands up and volunteered to help her, and just a few minutes later, it was over. She stared at the grave, stunned. 8 long years had passed since that fateful incident. She blurted out an apology for the delay, and when that day came back to her, tears started streaming down before she could stop them. She yanked the ring out of her mother's things, set it on her tomb, and swore she wouldn't hand it over no way until the day she finally got married. All right, back to the present, right now. Angelica leaned in and asked how Lynette was holding up, and Rick told her the truth. Lynette was already asleep. She brought up the dragons, so Rick braced himself like they'd need to wipe them out before those beasts could break loose and start a full-on rampage. Just as they were about to rush to Lynette's room, they heard terrifying screams bursting outside the clinic. Rick couldn't wrap his head around it. Dragons were already out, and all of this chaos was unfolding at the same time. Morning hit, and Lynette was still asleep, face wet with tears. When the villagers spotted those two dragons in the sky, panic ripped through the whole place. Rick and Angelica rushed out. But that egghead guy clocked them and led the boss straight to both, and the rider on the dragon only smirked as he realized the gap between them was on a whole other level. Rick leaned in and demanded, "Who the heck is that weird guy so enjoy?" Angelica claimed there was a tamer out there who could command even an S-ranked dragon, but the moment she saw someone handle two S-ranked dragons herself, you could tell this was her first time witnessing something that wild. The man greeted them using their full names, and it completely blindsided them. He claimed he knew every person who could spell trouble for the Black Curse, and swore the Orichalcum Fist was at the very top of his list. Then Rick shot back, "Who are you?" And out of nowhere, this guy goes, "My name's Mercury," and everyone knows him as the Dragon Lord. Angelica gasped in shock, staring like she couldn't believe what she was seeing, because she knew he was the most wanted criminal alive and the terrifying boss of the Black Curse. They whispered that no one had ever caught a glimpse of his face, yet now the world's most wanted man stood right in front of them. Mercury bragged that he'd rescued him from scrubbing those pointless guys out of the way. But then, boom, his aura snapped into something lethal the moment he declared, "No, you're not cutting in." Angelica and Rick instantly snapped into guard, but Mercury just smirked. He already knew they were tough, so he tossed his pets into the fight. He barked an order at one of his dragons, then watched it rocket south, burning every town it touched to the ground. Rick's jaw hit the floor in pure disbelief, because the Dragon Lord ordered the dragon to go. So Rick leaned in and asked Angelica straight up if she'd be okay flying solo. Angelica stared at Mercury and snapped, "This challenge is mine, I'm taking it on." She grabbed the reins and told him to step back. She'd handle it from here. So Rick sprinted after the dragon, and now it's just her against all of them. She already knew this guy was a genius for pulling Rick into catching the dragon because he was faster, stronger, and basically built to win. Angelica demanded to know why he'd chosen this village to build his base. So Mercury swore it was all for snaring dragons and leveling up his fighting power. And Angelica's eyes widened because that huge cave nearby wasn't random at all. Angelica let out a heavy sigh and told him, "Since you're the boss of the Black Curse, She was forced to arrest him, and somehow that made it one of her biggest wins as a knight. Mercury just smirked and dared her to try catching him. Meanwhile, Rick sprinted at full speed because that dragon was absolutely blitzing him. With this pace, he'll slam into the neighboring town any moment, then he spots the dragon and explodes forward, sprinting straight at it. A massive dragon sensed him in an instant. Its eyes bulged so hard they almost popped out of its head when it clocked just how fast this human was. Mercury and his dragon were tearing through the village, smashing everything as their battle raged. Angelica pushed and pushed, desperate to snag an empty spot. But the dragon threw itself between them and its master, so she couldn't get past that wall of claws and fury. Sheer panic hit as the dragon snatched her. She let out a blood-curdling scream. Mercury leaned in and told her his dragons had somehow grown stronger and they were sprinting faster than anything normal. Mercury ordered his dragon to crush her, and the crushing pressure tightened around her until Mercury screamed in agony. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's hand got cut clean off. Mercury got blindsided when his dragon spiraled out of control. Angelica couldn't even process it. Turns out, the one who saved her was Lynette, and after a full recovery, her memories came flooding back. Angelica practically lit up with relief the moment she saw her back, so Lynette insisted it was all because of Angelica. She stared at her, swallowed her pride, and apologized for scaring her. She shot back, "Who is this man?" And Angelica grinned, "That's the Dragon Lord, the boss of the Black Curse, and yes, he's a dragon tamer." When Lynette said this man wasn't the real Dragon Lord, Angelica froze in confusion, and then she insisted the true Dragon Lord looked, fought, and even radiated mana in a totally different league. When Mercury finally remembered who she was, he snapped that someone was dying to meet her, and the dragon burst into a vicious growl. Time dragged on, and Angelica panicked. She asked Lynette if she was okay. Lynette let out a shaky sigh, admitted she was still terrified, and said her mana was still all scrambled. Back then she was alone, but now she's got them, and everything finally feels different. The second Mercury snapped that he'd never been handed the power to touch her. He slammed the brakes on the entire first-class night. Lynette cut through the dragon's flesh before it could land its blow because she'd been terrified of losing him, and that fear finally let him conquer his trauma. Mercury lost his footing and went flying off the dragon, but he just grinned, figuring that whoever was watching had to know someone that strong was in play. Then Boomrick rocketed in from the sky, dragoon clenched in his hand. He slammed the dragon into the floor and leaped off in one burst. Then he exhaled with relief, finally seeing Lynette back to her true self. So the moment he locked eyes with the man, Mercury snapped into his final words. Then bam, he vanished out of thin air. Rick whipped his head around, desperate to figure out where he'd even gone. Then Lynette snapped that it was all magic, and that thought made Rick start fearing someone had planned it. But Angelica snapped at them to save the wounded first, so he demanded where the doctor was, and Lynette told him the doctor had already stormed out to hunt for injured people. Lynette stared back at the battlefield, grinding the thought into her heart that one day she'd square things face to face with the Dragon Lord. Deep in the cave, Mercury let out a shaky sigh, thanking his lord for pulling him back from death. Then he hurriedly bowed and apologized for the 2 dragons he'd gathered and then lost. But a man lurking in the shadows soothed him, saying leading wasn't sunshine either. It hurt, the doctor stepped out. Now, he said, tell me your name again. Mercury snapped him back to his name, and the doctor immediately apologized for messing it up again. Mercury glanced at the shelf beside him and grinned at how spot-on-the-trace magic looked exactly right. The doctor gave a slow nod and said, the man's wife and child didn't have a clue. He realized the moment he used the personality trace, he'd never be able to do whatever he wanted, so he slammed the brakes and started asking himself what he still had to fix. The doctor snapped back into his real form, realizing it had been 12 years since they last met, and still, he couldn't stop waiting for the day Lynette finally showed up to see him. When they finally slipped back to the castle, the 3 showed up with Lynette and headed straight to the gravesite, dropping off fresh flowers. She grinned and called her loved ones over, like it was the best news in the world, and promised she could make even more friends. Angelica dropped to her knees, set the flower down, and then turned to them smiling as she greeted everyone and introduced herself. Lynette shut her eyes and clenched the fury inside her, because as long as that man was still breathing, that feeling wasn't going anywhere. Live in now, when she recalls that gut-wrenching day, it all comes crashing back. She was bursting with joy, and not a single tear dared to fall. Rick grinned but said nothing, soaking in every moment as he watched her. Then Lynette hurried over and thanked Angelica for showing up. Lynette snapped that it was time to head back to the castle right now. Up on a mountain, a monstrous thing growled as it lumbered down the road when he heard human footsteps, he snapped his head around. There it was, that chilling, familiar shadow looming right in front of him. He started shivering and breaking into a cold, clammy sweat like the fear was already crawling under his skin, and he could barely finish the thought, and bolted the moment he could, racing to save his life. Rick let out a heavy sigh, thinking that guy should have chosen a life closer to human civilization. The 2 of them were stuck with another adventurer who was furious. He swore he came here for high-level monsters. But there wasn't even a single squirrel in sight, so he snapped, asking if they'd been here, and Rick shot back, yeah. The man stared in disbelief because that whole rumor about black dragons showing up was nothing but a total lie. He asked what everyone's ranks were, and Rick stepped up, saying he was an E ranker. Then the guy smirked and bragged that a B rank like him should be enough to keep them safe from any monsters. Then just seconds after he started walking, his eyes snapped wide with shock. Then a deep growl hit the air, and he yanked the sword handle and snarled a warning like, come out. The monster let out a long, defeated sigh and said it was just about ready to leave the mountain, yet the man kept pounding its button, and the monster stomped its feet like it couldn't take one more second. Then he stepped in and demanded, are you ready to take me head on? Because right there was the rumored black dragon everyone feared. A man's bladder nearly surrendered as the dragon blasted hot air from its nose. The second the massive dragon reared up in front of him, panic detonated in his chest, and his legs and voice started to shake like crazy. And the last thing they saw was that man bolting for his life like a chicken with no head. And Rick snapped, "Be careful, monsters could pop up on the way back." Then the monster suddenly clocked the two. Rick walked up to George, and when the monster saw them, its face lit up like a spark, and the shock hit him hard. He blurted an apology for not realizing they were there, then kept firing threats at that man anyway. Rick told him it was fine, saying Rinthart always made George scare off the editors. Rick pulled Lynette aside and asked if she was really okay with George Mana. She reassured him with a calm smile that George Mana was different and that she was fine. George shot Rick a question. "Did they have any business with Reincarnated?" Rick nodded, saying yes, So the dragon stepped up and flew them straight to his home, saving them time and cutting through all the delays. After only a few minutes, they climbed onto his back, and George suddenly halted, then howled at Rinthart that they had visitors. Rick slammed his knuckles on the door, shouting for Rinthart like his life depended on it. Then footsteps outside, everyone froze, and the door swung open. Rinthart stepped into the spotlight as one of the legendary five, and Rick was practically vibrating with excitement inside because it had been ages since he'd seen him at a fan meeting. Rinthart suddenly crumpled to the floor, smashed his head, and blurted out his deepest apologies, begging them to push the deadline back. Rick stared in shock as the very author of the Legends of Yamato, the one he worships, looked utterly broken, then pleaded to push the deadline back. Rinthart tried to stop him, but when a different voice hit, he snapped his head up there. Right in front of him stood Rick and Lynette. Rick yanked at his own hair because the image he'd built was collapsing, and he was terrified to face him. Rinthart snapped to his feet as he realized they weren't his enemies. The editors were the real target, so he threw on a cool face and waved them inside. But Rick wouldn't fall for it, not after seeing just how pathetic he'd been. The moment they slipped inside, Reinhardt snapped, "Watch your step," and in the blink of an eye, a trap snapped shut on Rick, and he burst into screams of pure agony. But Rinthart only shrugged that it was for his editors and warned they might just show up at his house. Rick's throat tightened because the moment he first met him at that fan meeting, pure respect hit so hard it almost made him cry. Annette gushed that Reinhardt was an incredible adventurer, but her words snapped off the moment Reinhardt asked, bluntly, what they'd even come here for. While Horg scrambled for a place to sleep, Rick leaned in and told him about the knight who jammed one of the 6 jewels into his own body to supercharge his mana. He asked, "Got anyone in mind who could pull this off in this day and age?" So Reinhardt shot back that it was flat out unthinkable, because only 3 of the legendary 5 Reinhardt included knew the jewel details, and he couldn't wrap his head around how anyone could spill that secret. And with power like Mazette's, sure, somebody could pull it off, but in this era, it's basically impossible. He said it could only be done by Rosetta, the goddess of magic, yet she died ages ago. He never saw that gloomy shut-in taking in a disciple coming. So he figured that some dude from Yamato's era just like him must be lurking in the shadows, pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Reinhardt had a strong hunch someone there knew the way to the goal, but he still kept the young people in the dark because he couldn't stand some old-timer butting into the young folks' adventures. Promised he'd dig into it right away. But his own thoughts grabbed him so hard he got distracted. A furious banging rattled the door, and someone demanded Reinhardt hand over the manuscript. A heavy sigh tore out of his chest when he realized his enemy had tracked him down. He cracked open the door on the floor, told the 2 to go tell the editor he was already dead, and Rick tried to get him to fix his image, but he shut it down and refused. So Rick swung the door open and blurted to the editor that he was trying to escape, and Reinhardt snapped, cursing him, saying he wasn't running away at all, like nothing ever happened. When they finally stormed back to the castle, their whole party huddled together for a tense meeting. And Mazette slammed the Earth mapping system, and the table spat out a brand new mysterious location right before their eyes. So Rick leaned in and asked, "Do you know where it is?" Mazette suddenly snapped because that familiar map wasn't random at all. It was Alphonia, his hometown. He narrowed his eyes and swore he had no clue a jewel was even in there. He froze for a second, wondering if that clue was one of the 6 jewels, then remembered the chapters only run up to 59. All right, that's it for today. Thanks for watching, and I hope you love this. Manga, have an awesome day.